When I opened my eyes, there was no copy of 3 years of Gaokao, 5 years of mock exams in my hands. Beneath me was an absurdly soft king-sized bed. Above me hung a crystal chandelier. And beside me, there was someone else. I whipped my head around, only for a sharp pain to shoot through my waist. It hurt so badly that I nearly cursed out loud. Wait, this presidential suite, this messy bed, and my body that felt as if it had been run over by a truck. What the hell happened last night? Gritting my teeth, I forced myself upright. But the next second, it felt as though someone had shoved a red-hot iron straight into my brain. Countless memories exploded inside my head. Planet Blue, the true martial world. My name was also Chu Tian. I was 21 years old and a student at Jiangxing University. This world was nearly identical to Earth, with one exception. True energy existed here. Humans could absorb true energy, temper their bodies, and become true martial artists. The strong could shatter rocks with a single punch. Some could even withstand bullets and artillery fire head-on. Almost every major conglomerate, wealthy family, and top corporation was backed by powerful, true martial artists. But before one could cultivate, talent came first. From lowest to highest, the talent grades were F, E, D, C, B, and A. As for me, F rank, the absolute lowest. I stared at the ceiling in silence for 3 full seconds. The good news was that I had transmigrated. The bad news was that I had transmigrated into a loser. The even worse news was that there was a woman lying beside me. I slowly turned my head. One glance was enough to make my breath catch. Her long hair spilled across the pillow, framing features so exquisite that she hardly looked real. Even with her eyes closed, her beauty was breathtakingly fierce. My new memories immediately supplied her identity. Qiao Yufei, the daughter of Jiangxing's wealthiest family. Last night, someone had drugged her at a bar. After stumbling upon the scene, I had escaped with her and brought her to a hotel. As for what happened afterward, the bed had already answered that question for me. Cold sweat instantly broke out across my back. She had been delirious last night. If she woke up and turned against me, I might spend the rest of my life enjoying free meals behind bars. Run. I had to get out of here immediately. Enduring the soreness throughout my body, I crept out of bed. I had just pulled on my pants when the person beside me shifted slightly. I froze. Fortunately, she didn't wake up. Breathing a sigh of relief, I searched my entire body and found only a crumpled 10 yuan bill. After hesitating for 2 seconds, I placed it beside her pillow. It wasn't much, but I had to leave something behind. My hand had barely touched the doorknob when an icy voice came from behind me. Stop. My heart clenched. It was over. I slowly turned around. Qiao Yufei was already sitting up, covering herself with the blanket. Her eyes were red as she glared at me. Anger, humiliation, and a murderous intent that seemed ready to tear me apart at any moment. I forced out a smile. You're awake. She said nothing. She merely glanced at the 10 yuan bill beside the pillow. The atmosphere became even colder. I hurriedly explained, don't misunderstand. That's breakfast money. I was going downstairs to buy you something to eat. After all, last night was pretty exhausting. Come here. We can talk just fine from here. I said, come here. I still wanted to resist, but she merely raised her eyes. A terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire room. My scalp went numb. A true martial artist, and definitely one far stronger than me. I immediately released the doorknob and walked over to the bed. Look, I saved you last night. Things may have gone slightly off course, but my intentions were good. We can talk this out. There's no need to repay kindness with hostility. Shut up. I immediately closed my mouth. She stared at me. I stared at the floor. After half a minute, I couldn't take it anymore. How about this? Let's treat last night as a dream. You go your way, and I'll go back to school and keep studying. From now on, we'll marry me. My head snapped up. What? I said, marry me. Her voice wasn't loud, but it left no room for negotiation. I pointed at myself. Me? Is there anyone else here? No, wait. Calm down. We've only just met, and I'm still a student. Marriage isn't something you decide on because of one impulsive night. We didn't just meet. What do you mean? Answer me first. Will you marry me or not? After being pushed again and again, my temper flared. Did being beautiful give her the right to force people into things? Did having money mean she could just grab some random guy and make him her husband? I shot to my feet. No. With that, I turned and walked away. Stop. Boom. Terrifying true energy erupted through the room. Even the glass on the nightstand trembled. I froze, my Adam's apple bobbing hard. So when reasoning failed, she resorted to violence? I slowly turned around, my face filled with fearless determination. Chow Yufei stared at me coldly. Take one more step. I dare you. Who said I was leaving? I suddenly broke into a grin. What I meant was, we should hurry. If we leave too late, there'll be a long line at the Civil Affairs Bureau. She stared at me in astonishment. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out in my mind. Lucky sign-in system loading. Binding successful. I nearly jumped for joy. A system. The standard equipment of every transmigrator had finally arrived. I immediately asked in my mind, what can you do? The host may sign in daily to receive a mission. Upon completing the mission, the host will receive a chance to draw a prize. Sign-ins are divided into daily sign-ins and location sign-ins. Prize categories are unlimited. Abilities, items, and talents may all be obtained. My eyes lit up. Can you bind me to another system that automatically completes your missions? Host dissatisfaction detected. Unbinding in progress. 10% complete. My expression changed drastically. Stop. I was joking. Unbinding terminated. I wiped the cold sweat from my forehead. This system had an even worse temper than Chow Yufei. What kind of sign-in is available today? Daily sign-in. Sign me in right now. Sign-in successful. Today's mission, obtain a marriage certificate. I fell silent. Then I turned to look at Chow Yufei. She was still staring at me, clearly unable to understand my sudden change in attitude. But I had already figured everything out. Whether I wanted to or not, I was getting married today. What are you standing around for? Get dressed. We're going to register our marriage. Chow Yufei frowned. Didn't you just say you wouldn't marry me? That was then. This is now. I thought it through. A man has to take responsibility. Go to the bathroom. Why? I need to change. We're about to become husband and wife. What's wrong with taking one little? Her eyes turned cold. I immediately corrected myself. I'm going to wash my face. After taking 2 steps, I turned around again. By the way, what's your name? She stared at me as though trying to determine whether I was deliberately provoking her. Chow Yufei. I quickly slipped into the bathroom. As soon as the door closed, I clenched my fist. I had a mission. I had a system. And I had a rich, beautiful wife. This transmigration might have started in an absurd way, but perhaps it wasn't entirely unacceptable. Before long, Chow Yufei's voice came from outside. Come out. I opened the door and froze again. Chow Yufei had changed into a sleek black dress, and her entire aura had transformed. Moments ago, she had been a humiliated, flustered woman. Now, she looked like a business empress capable of deciding countless people's fates with a single sentence. She called a hotel attendant. Bring me a pair of scissors. My heart tightened. When the scissors arrived and she took them in her hand, I lunged forward, pushed her back onto the bed, and snatched them away. What do you think you're doing? I stared at her intently. I already agreed to take responsibility. Why are you still trying to kill yourself? Pinned beneath me, Chow Yufei's cheeks rapidly turned red. I'm not. Then why do you need scissors? Pressing her lips together, she raised a hand and pointed at the bedsheet. I want to cut that part off. I followed her finger. A vivid patch of red stood out on the white sheet. I froze. When I looked down at Chow Yufei again, she was too embarrassed to meet my eyes. The last trace of doubt in my heart instantly vanished. But the next second, her body suddenly tensed. Get off me first. What's wrong? You're hurting me. Her voice trembled, and her face grew even redder. Only then did I realize how inappropriate our position was. I hurriedly rolled off her and sat beside her. Accident. She glared at me, grabbed the scissors back, and cut out the stained section of the bedsheet. I glanced at the time and immediately urged her on. Hurry up. If we can't get the certificate today, we'll be in trouble. You seem even more anxious than I am. When it comes to taking responsibility, the sooner, the better. I sounded perfectly righteous, but all I could think about was the mission reward. Half an hour later, we arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Photographs, signatures, official seals. The process was astonishingly fast. Even after the 2 red marriage certificates were placed in my hands, I still felt dazed. An hour ago, I had been a single university student who had just transmigrated. Now I was married. After we got into the car, Chow Yufei gripped the steering wheel, her knuckles turning slightly white. Clearly, she hadn't fully accepted the outcome either. I stared at her for a few seconds before deliberately speaking. "Wifey." Her hand jerked, and the sports car suddenly swerved. I hurriedly grabbed the handle. "Are you trying to become a widow right after getting married? Or make me a widower?" "Don't call me that. We already have the certificate. What am I supposed to call you if not my wife?" She ignored me. I leaned a little closer. "Wifey." "Shut up." "Wifey." Unable to endure it any longer, she turned and glared at me. "What exactly do you want?" "Nothing. I'm just getting used to my new status." I leaned back in my seat, my mood growing better by the second. 24 years old. 3 years older than me. Beautiful, wealthy, and a powerful true martial artist. People said that marrying a woman 3 years older was like holding a gold brick. I wasn't holding a gold brick. I had wrapped my arms around an entire mountain of gold. I smiled and asked, "Tell me, what exactly did you see in me? Was it because I'm handsome, or because of my performance last? Do you truly not remember me at all?" She suddenly interrupted me. "Have we met before?" 15 years ago, at the Jiangxing orphanage. Chow Yufei looked straight ahead and softly said, "Fei Fei." "Fei Fei?" The moment I heard that name, a memory surfaced. Back at the orphanage, there had been a little girl with a constantly dirty face who always followed me around. When we were children, I would hold her hand every day, call her my wife, and promise that I would marry her when we grew up. I abruptly turned toward Chow Yufei. "You're that Fei Fei who always had a runny nose?" The car instantly fell silent. Chow Yufei's gaze gradually became dangerous. I immediately tried to salvage the situation. "Girls really do change as they grow up. You've changed a lot." "No, this can't even be called changing. It's more like you were completely reincarnated. If you don't know how to speak, then keep your mouth shut." Her voice was cold, but the corners of her lips curved upward ever so slightly. So she had recognized me all along. Looking at the marriage certificate in my hand, I suddenly felt that perhaps none of this had truly been an accident. When the car reached an intersection, she asked, "Where are you going?" "The bar." "You're still going back?" "I haven't finished handing over my part-time job. I need to deal with it today." "You don't have to work anymore." "If I don't work, are you going to support me?" "I'll support you." She answered so quickly that I was momentarily speechless. At that moment, the sweet scent of becoming a kept man practically hit me in the face. Still, I shook my head. "No, I'm a grown man. I can't actually live off my wife." More importantly, I still had a score to settle at the bar. The person who had drugged Chow Yufei last night was probably connected to the bar's owner. "I'll only go back one last time." She fell silent for a moment, then parked outside the bar. "You ruined their plans last night. They won't let you off." "Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Call me if anything happens." She took out her phone and added my contact information. I opened the door and got out. "Got it, wifey. Don't call me that. See you tonight." I closed the door and walked into the bar. It was still daytime, so there weren't many customers inside. The expressions of the few employees on duty changed when they saw me. Chu Tian actually came back. The boss was so angry last night that he nearly flipped a table. He said he'd cripple Chu Tian today. "Stop talking. He's on his own now." Ignoring them, I walked directly into the staff lounge and locked the door behind me. The mission was complete. It was time for the prize draw. System, settle the mission. Mission complete. 1 prize draw opportunity obtained. Beginner's bonus triggered. The host may open 7 consecutive lucky mystery boxes. 7. My breathing immediately quickened. Open them. Countless identical crystal mystery boxes appeared in my mind. I couldn't be bothered to choose, so I selected 7 at random. The first was empty. The second was also empty. The third was still empty. My expression grew darker and darker. "Is there something wrong with your drop rate?" The system didn't respond. The fourth mystery box opened. Obtained 1 body reforging pill. The fifth opened immediately afterward. Obtained SSSSS rank, true martial talent. I shot to my feet so abruptly that the chair toppled over. 5 S's. The highest talent grade publicly recognized in this world was only A rank. I had surpassed it by 5 entire levels. Amazing. The original owner of this body had lived under the label of an F-rank loser for years. Now it was finally my turn to rise. The 6th mystery box opened. Obtained Investment Skills Guide. A massive amount of knowledge concerning finance, stocks, and investing instantly flooded my mind. Then the seventh mystery box opened. Obtained, crystal ring. The crystal ring may store items. Its internal space will expand as the host's cultivation increases. Upon reaching certain levels, it may store living creatures. A transparent ring silently appeared around my little finger. With a single thought, I immediately saw the independent space inside it. What a treasure! I quickly asked, why hasn't the SSSSS rank talent done anything? After consuming the body reforging pill, the host's talent transformation will be completed. The system recommends that the host consume it in an unoccupied area. I completely ignored the second sentence. The pill appeared in my palm, and I swallowed it with one tilt of my head. Sour, sweet, and slightly salty. I waited for several seconds. Nothing happened. Don't tell me it's expired. System-produced items remain effective permanently. As soon as the system finished speaking, it felt as though all my internal organs were being twisted at once. Agonizing pain instantly swept through my entire body. I couldn't even suppress my scream. I fell to the floor and curled into a ball. It hurt. It hurt like hell. My bones, flesh, and meridians seemed to be ripped apart by an invisible hand before being forcibly reconstructed. Then a foul substance surged up my throat. I lay on the floor, retching violently. Black filth poured continuously from my body, and its rancid stench rapidly filled the entire lounge. The smell made me vomit again. After vomiting, the stench made me vomit once more. It wasn't until my stomach was completely empty that the agonizing pain finally faded. Using the wall for support, I rose to my feet and gasped for breath. But the next second, I froze. The air had changed. No, I could see it now. Wisps of true energy floated through the air. With every breath I took, they surged madly into my body without any need for deliberate guidance. My cultivation soared. 1-star black iron. 3-star. 5-star. It finally stopped at 7-star black iron. I clenched my fist, and power surged through me. I could cultivate now? No, not only could I cultivate. At this speed, I could trample every so-called genius beneath my feet. Before I could laugh, someone began pounding heavily on the door. Chu Tian, open up. The boss wants to see you. My smile disappeared. That was fast. I opened the door. 4 muscular men in black stood outside, each looking fierce and menacing. The man in front tilted his head at me. Let's go. I didn't move. Why does the boss want to see me? You'll know when you get there. One of them stepped into the lounge, and his expression instantly changed. What the hell is that smell? The others were also overwhelmed by the stench and repeatedly backed away. One of them cursed on the spot and demanded to know whether I had used the lounge as a toilet. My expression remained unchanged. Let's make one thing clear first. You're not deducting the cleaning fee from my wages. Cut the crap and move. They escorted me to the boss's office. The moment the door closed, the bar owner spun around and kicked at my chest. 8-star black iron. In the past, that kick would have been enough to send me to the hospital. Now it was far too slow. I sidestepped, and his foot swept past my chest. He nearly lost his balance. After steadying himself, he stared at me in shock. You dodged that. I rolled my shoulders. Did you forget to eat? You're nothing but an F-rank piece of trash. How dare you act tough in front of me? If I'm trash, you don't even qualify as garbage. His face instantly turned red. What did you say? I stepped forward and stared into his eyes. I said you're even more useless than I am. He trembled with rage and unleashed a string of curses, as though he wanted to tear me apart with his voice alone. Then he pointed at me. Cripple him. The muscular men lunged at me simultaneously. The owner charged at the front. I grabbed a bottle from the desk, channeled true energy into my arm, and smashed it down on his head. Crash. The bottle shattered. The owner's body tilted, and he collapsed on the spot. The muscular men instinctively rushed over to support him. Clutching his head, he roared, "Why are you helping me? Hit him." Startled by his shout, they all let go at once. The owner fell again, landing directly on the broken glass scattered across the floor. The next second, his scream nearly tore the roof off. Even I felt his pain. Recovering from their daze, the muscular men immediately surrounded me. Kill him. They attacked together. But in my eyes, these 2 and 3-star black iron fighters moved as slowly as performers putting on a demonstration. My fist slammed into the first man's abdomen. I turned. Elbow strike. Knee strike. Then I grabbed the 4th man's arm and hurled him into the wall. In less than 10 seconds, all four of them were down. One clutched his stomach. Another covered his face. One tried to get up, only for me to stomp him back down. Stepping over them, I slowly walked toward the owner. He sat amid the broken glass, his face deathly pale. Chu Tian, don't do anything reckless. I didn't stop. If you touch me, there'll be nowhere in Jiangsheng for you to hide. I grabbed one of his fingers. Is that so? His pupils contracted sharply. What are you doing? Crack. I snapped his finger. Another scream erupted. But the moment he opened his mouth, I had already grabbed the second finger. Crack. Then the third. The fourth. The sounds of breaking bones and agonized screams repeatedly rang through the office. The bar owner, who had been unbearably arrogant moments ago, now rolled across the floor in pain. Nothing but terror remained in his eyes as he looked at me. I crouched in front of him and patted his cheek. Didn't you say that if I dared touch even one of your fingers, you'd make sure I couldn't survive in Jiangsheng? He shook his head desperately. No, I never said that. I smiled. That's good. After all, I didn't touch one finger. I touched all 10. His body trembled, and even his voice changed. Please, let me go. The smile instantly vanished from my face. I slapped him hard. Let you go. Do you know who you drugged last night? Covering his face, he hurriedly shook his head. I don't know. I really don't. She's my wife now. The owner's expression completely froze. I grabbed him by the throat and lifted him off the floor. You even dared to touch my wife? Are you tired of living? It's a misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. I didn't arrange what happened last night. I was only paid to provide the venue. Who paid you? His eyes darted away. My grip suddenly tightened. Talk. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Gasping for breath, he hurriedly said, it was someone from the Zhao family of Jiangsheng. They told me to deliver Miss Chow to a specific room. Once it was done, they would pay me 5 million yuan. The Zhao family. I committed the name to memory. Seeing my expression soften, the owner thought he had escaped disaster. He quickly squeezed out a flattering smile. Chu Tian, what I did last night may have been wrong, but in the end, I also helped bring the two of you together. Without me, how could you have gotten the chance to marry Miss Chow? Look at it that way, and I'm practically your benefactor, right? I stared at him. He hurriedly continued. A man should distinguish clearly between gratitude and grudges. Let me go, and we'll wipe the slate clean. From now on, you'll be the manager of this bar. I nodded. You're right. Hope immediately lit up in his eyes. I knew you were a reasonable man. We really should separate gratitude from grudges. I pressed down on his shoulder and suddenly applied force. Crack. His shoulder bone snapped on the spot. He unleashed another heart-wrenching scream. Didn't you just say we should distinguish gratitude from grudges? That's right. I grabbed his collar and dragged him closer. I've already settled the grudge over you drugging my wife. Now it's time to settle the matter of you withholding my wages. The hope on his face completely shattered. I clenched my fist and aimed at his face. This is what you owe me. Bang. Bang. The office door was suddenly kicked open. The bar owner and I both looked over. He shuddered at first, but then shouted as though he had grabbed a lifeline. You little bastard, you're finished. My reinforcements are here. But when he saw who had arrived, the ecstasy on his face instantly froze. I was also stunned. Chow Yufei? Why was she here? Wearing high heels, Chow Yufei hurried into the room. She didn't even glance at the owner on the floor. Instead, she walked straight up to me. Darling, are you hurt? The word darling sent warmth surging through my heart. When we had first registered our marriage, she couldn't even tolerate me calling her wifey. Yet now, in front of so many people, she had taken the initiative to call me her husband. That was impressive progress. I spread my arms and let her examine me. I'm fine. I haven't lost so much as a hair. She looked me up and down. Only after confirming that I wasn't injured did she sigh in relief. Then she turned around. The concern on her face vanished, and her eyes instantly turned cold. Were you the one who drugged me? The bar owner's face turned deathly pale, and he shook his head desperately. Miss Chow, it's a misunderstanding. I didn't know you and Chu Tian had that kind of relationship. If I'd known, I wouldn't have dared even if I had 100 lives. You know now? I know. I truly know I was wrong. Too late. Chow Yufei raised her leg and kicked him. Bang. The bar owner flew across the room and slammed heavily into the wall. After falling to the floor, he didn't make a sound. He had passed out immediately. My eyelid twitched. That kick was brutal. My wife was probably much stronger than I had imagined. Chow Yufei acted as if nothing had happened. She walked over and took my arm. Let's go. Wait. I pulled my arm free and turned toward the unconscious bar owner. There's still one thing I haven't dealt with. Chow Yufei looked at me in confusion. What? He still owes me wages. I stepped on the owner's arm and ground my shoe down twice. Wake up. Stop pretending to be dead. Ah. The bar owner's eyes flew open, and his body convulsed violently. When he saw both Chow Yufei and me standing over him, he completely broke down. My honored ancestors, I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. I looked down at him. My wages. What? My wages for this month, along with all the money you arbitrarily deducted before. I applied pressure with my foot again. He immediately unleashed a string of screams. Even tears streamed from his eyes. I'll pay. I'll pay right now. I won't leave out a single cent. Only then did I withdraw my foot. If you'd been this sensible earlier, you wouldn't have needed to get beaten. Yes. Yes. He nodded frantically, terrified that I would attack him again if he was even a second too slow. I brushed off my pants and walked toward Chow Yufei. All right, wifey. Let's go home. She looked at me helplessly. You woke him up over a few thousand yuan in wages. I earned that through my own labor. Not a single cent can be missing. With that, I followed her out of the office. When we entered the main hall, I suddenly stopped. The bar was filled with bodyguards dressed in black. At a glance, there had to be at least several dozen. Furthermore, true energy emanated from every single one of them. They were all true martial artists. When they saw Chow Yufei emerge, they all lowered their heads. President Chow. Their unified voices shook the entire bar into silence. I couldn't help looking at the woman beside me. Good grief. I had been worried that someone might bully her. Now it seemed I should be worried about the people who offended her instead. After leaving the bar, she opened the car door. Get in. I'm taking you to the hospital. There's no need. You have to get checked. I'm really not hurt. I raised my hand and waved it in front of her. My hand is just a little sore from hitting people. She stared at my hand and fell silent for 2 seconds. You're truly all right? I couldn't be better. I spun around on the spot. See? I'm perfectly fine. Only then did she get into the car. After the convoy started moving, Chow Yufei suddenly spoke. Move in with me. I whipped my head toward her. What? Move into my home. Her beautiful face reddened slightly, but she didn't avert her eyes. We're already married. We can't keep living apart. Living together already? I wasn't mentally prepared for this. Of course, I couldn't say that aloud. Pretending to be reserved, I asked, isn't this moving a little too fast? We already have our marriage certificates. She looked at me seriously. My house is also your house, and half of the property under my name belongs to you too. I stared blankly at her. She was rich, beautiful, powerful, and she was voluntarily offering me half her wealth. How much good karma had I accumulated in my previous life to meet a wife like this? But I don't want to live off you. Then I'll let you manage the company. What will you do? I'll stay home. I fell completely silent. This meal ticket wasn't merely being delivered to my mouth. It was chasing me down and force-feeding itself to me. I sighed and reluctantly nodded. Since you're being so sincere, I suppose I'll agree to live with you. The driver's shoulders visibly trembled. He probably desperately wanted to turn around and ask what exactly I was feeling so reluctant about. An hour later, the convoy stopped in the shanty town where I rented a room. I returned to my tiny apartment and packed my clothes, toothbrush, wash basin, and the quilt I had used for years. None of those things were valuable, but they had accompanied the original Chu Tian for so long that I couldn't simply throw them away. Carrying 2 large bags, I had just locked the door when a mocking voice came from behind me. Well, if it isn't Trash Tian. I turned around. A mother and son stood outside the neighboring room. Shi Xiang. He was a student at Jiangxing University and also my neighbor. He possessed B-rank true martial talent and was a 9-star black iron martial artist. In the past, I had been unable to cultivate with my F-rank talent. Every few days, he would come over and make trouble, amusing himself by stepping on me. The woman beside him was his mother. Mrs. Shi looked me up and down, deliberately raising her voice when she saw my luggage. Chu Tian, are you being evicted because you can't afford the rent? Shi Xiang laughed. Mom, you're being too direct. He's a university student, after all. You should let him preserve some dignity. You're right. Mrs. Sher nodded hypocritically. Although Chu Tian can't cultivate, at least he understands the value of working while studying. Unlike you, you do nothing but cultivate all day, and now you're about to take the true martial examination. She sounded as though she was praising me, but the smugness on her face practically screamed, "My son is a genius." I looked at Xiang. "Long time no see, poop bro." The smile instantly vanished from his face. "What did you call me? Your nickname suits your temperament perfectly. Why shouldn't I call you that? You're courting death." Xiang roared and punched at my face. True energy erupted. The full force of a 9-star black iron martial artist came crashing toward me. I put down my luggage, raised my hand, and punched back. Bang! Our fists collided head-on. Xiang grunted and staggered backward. I remained exactly where I was, completely unmoved. He lowered his head and stared at his fist in disbelief. "You can cultivate now?" When my body was being transformed, I had already exhausted most of the residual power from the pill. But I was now a 7-star black iron martial artist. Combined with the terrifying enhancement that my SSSSS rank talent provided to my true energy, dealing with a 9-star black iron martial artist was more than manageable. I rotated my wrist. "No, I can't." "Bullshit." Xiang's expression turned ugly. "If you can't cultivate, how could you block my punch? Maybe you're just too weak. I'll kill you." He tried to charge at me again, but Mrs. Sher grabbed him. "Son, don't be impulsive. You still have to take the examination tomorrow." After calming Xiang down, she turned to me with a hypocritical smile. "Chu Tian, when did you become capable of cultivating? This is good news. Why didn't you tell everyone? What does it have to do with you?" Her smile stiffened. "What kind of attitude is that? You two used to call me a useless piece of trash every day. Now that you've discovered I can cultivate, you suddenly pretend to care." I stared at her. "Doesn't your face get tired from changing so quickly?" Mrs. Sher's expression instantly darkened. "So what if you can cultivate? Cultivation depends on resources. Pills, techniques, weapons. Which one of them doesn't cost money?" She glanced at the dilapidated room behind me, her eyes filled with disdain. "With your financial situation, can you afford any of them?" I laughed. "You don't need to worry about that. You should worry more about poop bro. To support his cultivation, your family can barely afford to eat meat anymore, can you?" "What nonsense are you talking about?" Xiang became furious from embarrassment. I had struck a sore spot. B-rank talent was certainly impressive, but cultivation was a bottomless pit. To purchase cultivation resources for Xiang, his family had long since exhausted their savings and accumulated a mountain of debt. Xiang glared at me through gritted teeth. "Once I pass the true martial examination, everything will change. I'll join one of the top true martial academies. I'll live in a mansion and drive luxury cars. I'll give my parents a life that everyone envies." Mrs. Sher immediately smiled proudly. "Did you hear that? That's what ambition sounds like. Some people might become capable of cultivating, but they're still nothing more than salted fish that has managed to flip over. They'll probably spend their entire lives standing by the roadside, watching the taillights of luxury cars disappear." She looked at the luggage in my hands and delivered one final blow. "Someone like that might not even be able to find a wife." "Chu Tian, are you done packing?" A pleasant voice suddenly came from the entrance to the alley. The mother and son turned around simultaneously. The next second, they both froze. At some point, an entire row of luxury cars had parked outside the narrow, dilapidated shantytown. Their headlights illuminated half the street. At the very front was a silver Rolls-Royce. Chow Yufei stood beside the car in a long black dress, her hair cascading over her shoulders. Against the rundown buildings around her, she looked as though she belonged to an entirely different world. Thinking, translating consistently. I need to ensure that the translation uses consistent names and terms without omitting anything. Instead of President Chow, I might go with CEO Chow to maintain continuity. For need, I could say young master-in-law, although that sounds awkward. Using Mr. Chu may lose some context. In this Chinese genre, young master-in-law fits better. It's essential that I translate everything accurately to preserve the meaning. Xiang stared until his eyes nearly popped out. His mother's mouth fell open as well, and she couldn't speak for a long time. I picked up my luggage. "I'm ready." Then I looked at the mother and son. "I guess this is as far as I'll ever get in life." I sighed. "Poop bro, You have to work hard. Try to buy a luxury car and move into a mansion as soon as possible so I can stand by the roadside and admire your taillights. Shixiang's face had already turned the color of a pig's liver. I walked past him. The Chow family's bodyguards immediately came forward and bent down to take my luggage. Sir, please leave it to me. Another bodyguard opened the rear door of the Rolls-Royce. Sir, please get in. Sir? The expressions of Shixiang and his mother completely froze. I got into the car and casually wrapped an arm around Chow Yufei's shoulders. Let's go, wifey. Her beautiful face reddened, but she didn't push me away. The door closed. The convoy slowly drove out of the shantytown. Through the rearview mirror, I could still see Shixiang and his mother standing there in a daze. It took Mrs. Shi a long time to recover. She pulled her son close and tried to comfort him. Don't be jealous. How could a woman like that truly be interested in Chu Tian? Maybe she just hired him to put on an act. Once you pass the true martial examination, you'll definitely receive even more than he has. Shixiang didn't answer. He merely stared at the departing Rolls-Royce, his eyes nearly turning red with jealousy. I looked away and leaned back against the leather seat. Putting people in their place really did feel good. The convoy drove all the way out of the city center. Half an hour later, I couldn't help looking out the window. Wifey, where exactly is our home? The driver's hands suddenly trembled when he heard what I called her. The car drifted slightly before immediately straightening again. I glanced at him through the rearview mirror. He was secretly studying me too. His eyes were probably asking, what exactly does this brat have that makes him worthy of her? I grinned at him. He immediately looked away. Blushing, Chow Yufei answered softly, we're almost there. 10 minutes later, the convoy began slowing down. I looked up. Jiangxing number 1. The most expensive residential estate in the entire city. The people who lived here were either extraordinarily wealthy or genuinely powerful figures in Jiangxing. The convoy passed through 3 security checkpoints before continuing farther inside. After staring out the window for a while, I suddenly discovered a serious problem. Wifey, this place doesn't even have a bus stop. Right? Then how am I supposed to get to school? Drive. I don't have a car. There are some in the garage. I leaned back and sighed deeply. Looks like I'll have to commit myself fully to living off my wife. The driver tightened his grip on the steering wheel until the veins stood out on the backs of his hands. He clearly couldn't stand listening to me anymore. The men in Jiangxing who wanted a chance to live off Chow Yufei could probably form a line stretching from Jiangxing number 1 all the way to the city center. I had actually succeeded, yet I was still sitting there sighing. It was admittedly infuriating. The convoy finally stopped outside a private estate. After getting out, I didn't even bother looking around. I grabbed my clothes and rushed straight to the bathroom. When I consumed the body reforging pill earlier, a massive amount of filth had been expelled from my body. The smell was overwhelming. Although Chow Yufei hadn't said anything during the journey, her hand had barely left her nose. I scrubbed myself from head to toe. By the time the strange smell finally disappeared, I had nearly rubbed a hole through the washcloth. After showering, I was about to get dressed when I realized that all the clothes I had brought were contaminated by the smell from earlier. I couldn't wear them. There were, however, 2 towels hanging in the bathroom. One was black, the other was pink. I stared at them and sank into deep thought. As a grown man, I would naturally choose the black one under normal circumstances. But it obviously belonged to Chow Yufei. I picked it up and sniffed it. It carried a faint fragrance. It wasn't the scent of body wash. I immediately put it back. Calm down. I had to stay calm. We were already legally married. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. In the end, I wrapped the pink towel around my waist and pushed open the bathroom door. Cold air hit me head on. I shuddered and hurriedly grabbed the towel to keep it in place. Wifey, footsteps came from the living room. What is it? Do you have any towels for men? No. What about clothes? None of those either. I looked down at the pink towel. Fine. Pink is pretty manly too. I walked into the living room. Chow Yufei instinctively looked over. After a single glance, her gaze froze. Then, as though she had seen something incredibly shocking, her beautiful face turned visibly red. I deliberately spread my arms. What do you think? You? She abruptly looked away. Put some clothes on. None of my clothes are wearable. I'll have someone deliver new ones. With that, she hurried into the bathroom. Even her footsteps were somewhat unsteady. Bang! The bathroom door slammed shut. I looked down at myself. Did she really need to react that strongly? Just as I was feeling pleased with myself, a servant delivered several sets of men's clothing. I chose one, changed into it, and sat in the living room eating potato chips. Before long, the bathroom door opened. I casually looked up. The next second, the potato chip nearly fell out of my mouth. Chow Yufei walked out wrapped in the black towel. Her wet hair fell over her shoulders. The towel clung to her body, outlining astonishing curves. I stared without moving. When she noticed my gaze, her body immediately tensed. "What are you looking at?" I opened my mouth. Before I could answer, I suddenly felt something warm beneath my nose. I raised a hand and touched it. Blood. I was actually having a nosebleed. My expression changed. Covering my nose, I rushed into the bathroom. Chow Yufei's embarrassed and angry voice came from behind me. "Chu Tian. An accident." As I washed the blood away, I replied, "I've just had too much internal heat lately. It has nothing to do with you." That explanation was clearly unconvincing. By the time I emerged from the bathroom, she had disappeared. I awkwardly rubbed my nose. How embarrassing. I was a man with SSSSS rank talent. I could face several black iron martial artists without blinking. Yet the moment I saw my wife in a towel, my nose surrendered before I did. "Wifey, which room is mine?" Her voice came from the second floor. "The first room on the left after you go upstairs." I froze. "We're not sleeping together?" The upstairs fell completely silent. It seemed nothing was going to happen tonight. I returned to my room and lay on the bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Whenever I closed my eyes, all I could see was her emerging from the bathroom. I took out my phone and sent her a message. "My door isn't locked. If you get scared tonight, you can come find me." The message was sent. There was no reply. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. There was still no movement from the neighboring room. I tossed my phone aside. Forget it. We had plenty of time. Lying on the bed, I raised my hand and studied the crystal ring on my little finger. In a single day, I had transmigrated, gotten married, awakened a system, and gone from an F-rank loser to a 7-star black iron martial artist. Even novels wouldn't dare move this quickly. Yet all of it had truly happened. Tomorrow was Jiangxing University's true martial examination. Because of his F-rank talent, the original owner had been treated as a joke by the entire university. Shixiang was also waiting for the examination to make his spectacular rise. But none of them knew. I was no longer the Chu Tian they could bully whenever they pleased. SSSSS rank talent, 7-star black iron, and a system on top of that. Tomorrow, I had to make everyone shut their mouths. As for Planet Blue's so-called geniuses, just give me a little time. I would show them who the real protagonist was. I rolled over. Forget it. Time to sleep. In the room next door, Chow Yufei was unable to sleep either. She picked up her phone and stared at the message I had sent. Her cheeks grew hot again. Her finger hovered over the screen several times, but she never replied. Everything had happened too quickly today. The accident, registering their marriage, moving in together. In the span of a single day, her life had completely changed. She wasn't opposed to me. In fact, because of the memories from 15 years ago, she had always harbored special feelings for me. But if she was expected to immediately fulfill her duties as a wife, she still needed time to adjust. The Chow family was an even greater problem. I was an orphan. I had no background. Until recently, I had also been widely regarded as an F-rank loser. She might not care, but the other members of the Chow family would never accept me. Her parents were even less likely to allow the heir of the great Chow family to marry a university student with no foundation or status. But the marriage certificate had already been issued, and she had chosen me herself. It didn't matter who objected. The next morning, I had just come downstairs when I saw Chow Yufei sitting at the dining table. She had already changed into a black business suit and was eating breakfast at an unhurried pace. Hearing my footsteps, she looked up and smiled softly. "You're awake." I stood on the stairs and froze for half a second. The woman who had fled in embarrassment last night was gone. The person sitting before me now was Jiangxing's most beautiful woman, the female CEO who controlled an enormous corporate empire. But the way she looked at me was still gentle. "Go wash up and have breakfast." "All right." I quickly washed up and sat across from her. The table was covered with breakfast dishes, but I didn't touch my utensils for a long time. She put down her cup. "Is the food not to your liking?" "That's not it." "Are you feeling unwell?" "No." She frowned. "Then why aren't you eating?" I stared seriously at her face. I'm already full. You haven't taken a single bite. How could you be full? The sight of you is enough to satisfy me. She immediately understood, and the tips of her ears rapidly turned red. Stop sweet-talking me. I'm telling the truth. She lowered her head and pretended that nothing had happened as she picked up her tablet. Eat quickly. I have to leave for the company soon. I smiled and stopped teasing her. Just then, I casually glanced at the tablet in her hand. Stock prices were displayed on the screen. A red line suddenly appeared above a stock called Zhongfeng Pharmaceuticals. The line continued growing thicker. I rubbed my eyes. I wasn't seeing things. Wifey, let me see the tablet. You're interested in stocks? I know a little. She handed me the tablet. The moment it entered my hands, the red line became perfectly clear. The system's voice rang out at the same time. Investment Skills Guide activated. Zhongfeng Pharmaceuticals has developed a new, highly effective influenza treatment. The company will hold a press conference at 8 o'clock tonight. The company's stock price will rise significantly in the short term. If the host invests 6 million yuan, the estimated profit will be 60 million yuan. My breath caught. 6 million becoming 60 million? This wasn't an investment guide. It was a money printing machine. The problem was that I didn't have 6 million yuan. Forget 6 million. Yesterday, I only had 10 yuan to my name, and I had left that beside the hotel pillow. Should I borrow it from Xiao Yufei? I looked up at her. She sat across from me, drinking coffee. A grown man asking his wife for 6 million yuan on the second day of their marriage. Wasn't I moving a little too quickly on the path of becoming a kept man? While I was hesitating, a female secretary hurried inside. President Xiao, the car is ready. The gentleness on Xiao Yufei's face instantly vanished, and her aura changed with it. Are the meeting materials ready? Everything has been prepared. What about the risk report for the Linjiang project? It's in the car as well. Good. You may leave first. Yes. Before turning to leave, the secretary couldn't help glancing at me. Her eyes were filled with shock and curiosity. Probably no one in the entire company had ever seen a man sitting across from Xiao Yufei in casual clothes, eating breakfast with her. After the secretary left, the coldness surrounding Xiao Yufei quickly dissipated. She picked up her bag and prepared to leave for work. I have to go. All right. Stay safe. You can drive any car in the garage. As she spoke, she took a bank card from her bag and placed it in front of me. There are 10 million yuan on this card. I stared at it without speaking. She continued, the password is the date we registered our marriage. Buy whatever you want. If it isn't enough, tell me. I picked up the card. The sweet fragrance of living off my wife suddenly became overwhelmingly rich. I decisively issued a command in my mind. System, buy 6 million yuan of Zhongfeng Pharmaceutical stock. Transaction completed. The next second, Xiao Yufei's phone chimed. She picked it up, glanced at the screen, and then looked at me. Her eyes were clearly filled with confusion. She had given me the bank card less than 10 seconds ago, and 6 million yuan was already gone. She probably desperately wanted to know how I had managed it. Yet she didn't ask anything. She merely opened her bag again, took out another bank card, and handed it to me. There's another 10 million yuan on this card. I froze. Didn't you just give me one? There are only 4 million left on the previous card. I really did spend 6 million. She pushed the second card into my hand. Buy whatever you want. There's no need to save. You're not going to ask what I spent the money on. You're my husband. She answered without the slightest hesitation. I can afford to support you. That one sentence struck me straight in the heart. I looked at her, and a sudden impulse surged inside me. Where else would I ever find such an amazing wife? Just then, the system's voice rang out at the perfect moment. Please complete today's sign-in. Sign-in. Sign-in successful. Today's mission, embrace your wife and kiss her. The corner of my mouth twitched. This system really knew what it was doing. Xiao Yufei stood up to leave, and I immediately rose as well. Wifey, what is it? I spread my arms. Give me a hug. Her body instantly stiffened. This female CEO could face contracts worth hundreds of millions without changing expression, yet now she seemed completely at a loss. Why are you asking for that all of a sudden? Shouldn't a married couple hug before leaving for work? Who told you that? That's how they do it on television. She hesitated for 2 seconds before finally stepping closer. Only one hug. All right. I wrapped my arms around her. Her body was slightly stiff, but she didn't struggle. Only the final step of the mission remained. I lowered my head and kissed her directly. Her eyes flew open. The next second, she shoved me away. You? I wiped my mouth. Wifey, your lipstick tastes pretty good. Her face flushed bright red. She turned and hurried out of the villa, her steps unsteady. Watching her leave, I found myself in an excellent mood. Outside, Chow Yufei stopped and pressed a hand to her chest. Her heart was beating frighteningly fast. That was too sudden. She complained under her breath, but there wasn't the slightest trace of anger on her face. The system's voice immediately rang out. Mission complete. One lucky mystery box obtained. Open it now. Open. The crystal mystery box shattered inside my mind. Congratulations. The host has obtained one appearance-enhancing pill. Upon consumption, the host's facial features, skin, and physique will be optimized, bringing the host's physical appearance to its best possible state. I took out the pill and examined it. This isn't going to disfigure me, is it? System-produced items are guaranteed to be premium products. All right, I'll save it for later. After yesterday's experience with the body reforging pill, I decided to be more cautious this time. Who knew whether consuming it would make me expel something else? After finishing breakfast, I headed to the garage. Today was the true Martial Academy entrance examination. I had to be there. The garage door slowly rose. The next second, I stood rooted in place. Luxury cars. Nothing but luxury cars. Bentleys, Lamborghinis, McLarens, Rolls-Royces, Cullinans. Ordinary Mercedes and BMWs weren't even qualified to enter this garage. How was this a garage? It was clearly a private luxury car exhibition. After walking around, I finally found a car with a sticker on its windshield that read, "For grocery shopping only." You'll do. I pressed the key fob. The lights of a nearby Maserati immediately flashed. I fell silent for 2 seconds. Using a Maserati to buy groceries. The lives of the wealthy truly were simple and unpretentious. Half an hour later, I drove into Jiangqing University. The sports car's roar instantly attracted countless gazes. When everyone saw the words on the windshield, the surrounding crowd erupted. A Maserati, for grocery shopping only? Which rich heir does that belong to? What a show-off. If I owned that car, I'd be willing to go to the market every day. I parked and had just stepped out when several girls surrounded me. Hey, handsome, can I have your contact information? Which department are you from? How come I've never seen you before? Are you free to have dinner tonight? I locked the car and raised my left hand. Sorry, I'm married. The girls froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. You're so young. How could you possibly be married? If you don't want to add us, just say so. There's no need to make up an excuse like that. I couldn't be bothered to explain. I really am married. With that, I walked around them and headed straight for the academic building. Behind me, one of the girls stomped her foot in anger. What a poser. He says he's married? Well, I'm a mother. I entered the classroom. Almost every seat was occupied. Everyone was discussing today's true martial examination. I heard that Tianwu Academy sent a vice dean this time. As long as your talent reaches B rank or your cultivation surpasses 8-star black iron, you might be admitted on the spot. Xiang is already a 9-star black iron martial artist. He's definitely getting in this time. Our class might really produce a Tianwu Academy student. Someone glanced at me before immediately looking away. No surprise, no greeting. They treated me like air. After all, in their eyes, I was still an F-rank loser who would never become a true martial artist. I sat down in the last row. The original owner really hadn't been popular. But that didn't matter. Once the examination began, they would naturally notice me. Just then, Xiang entered the classroom. Several classmates immediately gathered around him. Brother Xiang is here. Brother Xiang, you'll definitely get into Tianwu Academy today, right? Don't forget about us after you become successful. Xiang looked smug as he basked in everyone's flattery. But the instant he saw me sitting in the back row, his expression darkened. He pushed through the crowd and walked directly to my desk. Bang! One hand slammed heavily onto the tabletop. The entire class fell silent. Xiang looked down at me. Chu Tian, we haven't settled what happened this morning. I raised my head. What? Is your other fist itching too? The surrounding students began whispering. What's going on? Chu Tian dares speak to Xiang like that? Has he lost his mind? Xiang's expression grew increasingly ugly. During our clash that morning, my punch had forced him backward. It was a humiliation he absolutely refused to acknowledge. Lowering his voice, he said through gritted teeth, "Blocking one of my punches doesn't mean you're qualified to act arrogantly in front of me. Once the examination begins, I'll show everyone that you're still the same useless piece of trash." I leaned back and smiled at him. "Sure, I'll be waiting." He straightened and snorted coldly. "Don't get so scared that you're afraid to step onto the platform." Just then, an announcement came from the corridor. "All students participating in the true martial examination report to the gymnasium immediately." Shixiang glared fiercely at me. "We'll see." He turned and left. The other students also rose and hurried toward the gymnasium. I remained at the back of the crowd and slowly walked out of the classroom. The system's voice suddenly rang out. "Special sign-in location detected. Jiangxing University True Martial Examination Hall. Would the host like to perform a location sign-in?" I stopped. A special sign-in? It seemed today would involve more than just an examination. I looked at Shixiang's departing back and issued the order. "Sign in." I glanced back at Shixiang. He was still standing at the classroom door, glaring at me. From the look in his eyes, he wanted nothing more than to tear me apart on the spot. I smiled at him. "Poop bro, stop glaring. If looks could kill, you'd have conquered the world by now." Shixiang's fists instantly clenched. "Chu Tian, you won't be arrogant for much longer. Once this examination is over, I'll make you understand that we no longer belong to the same world." "You're right." I patted him on the shoulder. "I'll be standing on the stage while you're down below. We really won't be in the same world." "You?" Before he could erupt, I turned and walked away. The examination hadn't started yet, so I had time to spare. I might as well visit the restroom. The moment I left, discussions sounded behind me. Chu Tian is really going to participate. What's an F-rank talent like him going up there for? To entertain everyone, probably. If I were him, I'd have given up on cultivation long ago and found a factory job. They weren't speaking quietly. They clearly wanted me to hear. I couldn't be bothered to look back. No one would believe me if I tried to explain now. Once the test results came out, they would naturally shut up. I went to the restroom, washed my face, and looked up at the mirror. I had to admit that the original owner had already been fairly handsome. I rubbed my chin. I'm already this good looking. Is there really room for improvement? The appearance-enhancing pill appeared in my palm. After 2 seconds of hesitation, I tossed it into my mouth. The pill melted instantly. There was no agonizing pain, nor did I experience the horrifying detoxification reaction from yesterday. A cooling sensation rapidly spread throughout my body, as though I had covered myself in menthol balm on a hot summer day. I frowned. "System, did you give me the wrong pill?" The system didn't respond. But when I looked up again, I froze completely. The face in the mirror was still mine, yet it also seemed to have changed entirely. The proportions of my features had been adjusted to near perfection. Sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, a high nose bridge, and clean, defined facial contours. Any less would have seemed ordinary, while any more would have made me appear overly feminine. I had also grown 2 centimeters taller. Beneath my short-sleeved shirt, the faint contours of muscle were visible. They weren't exaggerated, but they radiated strength. I turned my head from side to side. My face looked good from the front. My profile had no bad angles either. I couldn't help nodding. The system did not deceive me. "Chu Tian, why is a grown man like you hogging the mirror for so?" A male student walked into the restroom. Halfway through his sentence, he suddenly fell silent. He looked at me, then at the mirror, his expression as though he had seen a ghost. "Why, you're Chu Tian, the one and only." I smiled at him. His face actually turned red. He even took a step backward. "How did you suddenly become so handsome?" His voice grew softer. Could you possibly give me?" My scalp tingled. "Goodbye." I walked around him and hurried out of the restroom. I couldn't stay there another second. When I returned to the classroom, the previously noisy room suddenly fell silent. Everyone stared at me. No one moved. Some people's mouths fell open. Others rubbed their eyes. One person even dropped the pen in his hand. I looked down at myself. I hadn't put my clothes on backward. "Handsome," a girl suddenly cried out and rushed toward me with her phone. "Can I add you on WeChat?" Before I could answer, the other girls surrounded me as well. "Are you Chu Tian? Seriously? Did you get plastic surgery in the restroom? What kind of surgery heals in 5 minutes? Chu Tian, how did I never notice that you were so handsome before?" I was trapped at the door, unable to move a single step. The first girl held her QR code in front of me. Add me first. Why should he add you first? I got here before you. Chu Tian, look over here. I raised my left hand and displayed my wedding ring. Ladies, I'm sorry. I'm already married. The area instantly fell silent. Then all the girls shook their heads at once. Impossible. How old are you? You don't need to make up an excuse like that just to reject us. You can still add me on WeChat even if you're married. I only want to discuss our studies with you. The others nodded repeatedly. As for what kind of studies they wanted to discuss, only they knew. I sighed. My WeChat friends list is full. I really can't add anyone else. The moment I finished speaking, several girls who hadn't managed to reach the front nearly burst into tears. How could it already be full? Can't you delete a few guys? I was only one step away. My youth has ended before it even began. The corner of my mouth twitched. Was it really that serious? Seeing all the girls surrounding me, the boys in the class fell collectively silent. Finally, someone couldn't help snorting. What's the use of being handsome? He's still a useless piece of trash who can't cultivate. The moment those words left his mouth, more than a dozen icy gazes locked onto him. The girls, who had been blushing shyly only moments before, instantly became aggressive. Say that again. Just because you're ugly doesn't mean other people aren't allowed to be handsome. So what if Chu Tian can't cultivate? Has he been eating your family's food? The boy shrank back. Fine. I won't say anything. The other boys who had been preparing to mock me also closed their mouths. I was about to return to my seat when my nose suddenly itched. Achoo, even his sneeze is handsome. I stopped walking. They could praise that too. Another girl suddenly planted her hands on her hips and swept her gaze across all the boys in the classroom. If any of you dare insult Chu Tian in your heads, you'll answer to me. The boys' eyes widened collectively. They weren't even allowed to insult me in their minds. What happened to human rights? Just as the classroom was about to descend into chaos, our counselor pushed open the door. What's all this noise? I could hear you from the stairwell. Everyone get. Her voice suddenly stopped. Her gaze landed on my face and remained there for several seconds. You're Chu Tian. I nodded. Yes, ma'am. Our counselor looked somewhat dazed. How did you become like this? Maybe I slept well last night. Sleeping well can do this? She came back to her senses and hurriedly cleared her throat. All right, stop crowding around Chu Tian. The true martial examination is about to begin. Everyone prepare to head to the examination hall. The boys in the class immediately breathed a sigh of relief. For the first time in their lives, they had never looked forward to a true martial examination so much. When our counselor passed me, she stopped and lowered her voice. Chu Tian, what is it? Send me a message on WeChat so I can add a note to your contact. I fell silent. Ma'am, you too? 10 minutes later, we arrived at the true martial examination hall. A muscular, bald man was already standing in front of the testing platform. He wasn't extraordinarily tall, but his muscles bulged like blocks of iron. Simply standing there, he radiated intense pressure. Li Da, Jiangxing University's true martial instructor. A 9-star gold rank expert. Li Da's cold gaze swept across everyone's faces. When it passed over me, it clearly lingered for a few seconds. Line up according to your student numbers. Anyone who disrupts the order will be disqualified immediately. The girls surrounding me had no choice but to disperse. Even as they left, they kept turning around to look at me. Zhu Guli squeezed his way to my side, his forehead covered in sweat. Brother Tian, we've known each other for so long, but this is the first time I've felt that standing beside you is so dangerous. Open your eyes before speaking. Zhu Guli's expression stiffened. They are open. I stared at the two narrow slits on his face. Good thing your face has plenty of flesh. Otherwise, your eyes would have been squeezed out of existence a long time ago. I'll fight you. Zhu Guli had barely raised his fist when I glanced toward the surrounding girls. If you touch me, I'll tell them you're bullying me. Zhu Guli followed my gaze. More than a dozen girls were staring at him. Their expressions were distinctly unfriendly. He immediately unclenched his fist and forced out a flattering smile. Brother Tian, I was only joking. We've been brothers for so many years. How could I possibly hurt you? Smart. 10 minutes later, a young man and woman entered the examination hall. Neither appeared particularly old, yet both radiated powerful waves of true energy. The director of the university's true martial department, who usually acted high and mighty, now followed respectfully behind them. His smile was even slightly ingratiating. "They're here. Representatives from Beihua True Martial Academy. I heard that anyone they select is practically guaranteed a position at a major corporation in the future. Isn't that girl Ishichi?" The entire venue quickly erupted. The director stepped onto the testing platform. "Quiet. Now, let us welcome two outstanding students from Beihua True Martial Academy, Li Shiqi and Song Qingfeng." Applause instantly broke out. I also looked at the two of them. Li Shiqi wore her hair in a high ponytail and was dressed in athletic clothes. Her features were delicate, and her demeanor was crisp and capable. She was certainly beautiful. As for Song Qingfeng, he looked decent, but compared with the current me, he was still lacking. I asked inwardly, "System, show me their information." Li Shiqi, A rank True Martial Talent, 3-star Silver. Song Qingfeng, A rank True Martial Talent, 2-star Silver. I raised an eyebrow. No wonder the director was so respectful toward them. Reaching silver rank at around 20 years old was indeed something to be proud of. The director nodded to Lida. Lida walked over to the testing machine, his voice rumbling like thunder. "The first part of the examination will test your talent and cultivation level. Come onto the platform one at a time according to your student numbers." The first student went pale and nervously walked up to the machine. He placed his palm on it. A white indicator light illuminated. The announcement echoed throughout the entire campus. True Martial Talent, A rank. Cultivation level, 3-star Black Iron. The student covered his face and rushed off the platform. Lida's expression grew even darker. Next, before long, it was Zhu Guli's turn. He took a deep breath and patted his chest. "Brother Tian, cheer for me. Today is the day this lord makes his name known throughout the world." With that, he raised his thick palm and slapped it heavily against the testing machine. Smack! The sound was extraordinarily loud. Even the machine shook. Lida immediately struck him on the head. "I told you to take the test, not demolish the machine. 100 yuan fine for damaging public property." Holding his head, Zhu Guli looked aggrieved. "But it isn't broken. Another word, and the fine becomes 200. Zhu Guli immediately closed his mouth and carefully placed his hand against the machine. 1 second, 2 seconds. Nothing happened. His face instantly turned pale. "Instructor, I didn't use any force this time. Could this thing have already been broken?" Veins bulged on Li Da's forehead. "Press your palm firmly against it. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll break you first." Zhu Guli hurriedly pressed his palm tightly against the machine. A pink light illuminated. Zhu Guli, True Martial Talent, B rank. Cultivation level, 7-star Black Iron. Exclamations sounded from below the platform. Zhu Guli breathed a long sigh of relief and immediately puffed out his chest. "See that? This is what you call concealing one's true strength." Lida glared at him. "Don't forget to pay the fine." The smile instantly disappeared from Zhu Guli's face. Next, Shixiang stepped onto the platform. He straightened his clothes and deliberately glanced at me. His gaze made it seem as though he had already declared victory. Today was his opportunity to change his fate. As long as he entered Beihua True Martial Academy, he could cast aside everything from his past and make everyone look up to him. As for an F-rank loser like me, I was only worthy of serving as a backdrop to his rise. Shixiang placed his hand on the testing machine. A pink light illuminated. Shixiang, True Martial Talent, B rank. Cultivation level, 9-star Black Iron. Discussions immediately erupted throughout the venue. 9-star Black Iron. He's only 1 step away from bronze rank. Shixiang will definitely be admitted to a True Martial Academy. Our class is really about to produce a genius. The director nodded in satisfaction. Song Qingfeng also commented indifferently. Reaching 9-star Black Iron at 20 is barely acceptable. Hearing the assessment, Shixiang's smile became even more smug. He stepped off the testing platform. As he passed me, he lowered his voice. "Did you see that? That is the gap you'll never be able to cross." I ignored him, thinking I was afraid. Shixiang smiled even more arrogantly. After a while, the final student completed the test. Lida opened the roster. The talent and cultivation tests are now complete. Next is the strength test. I raised my hand. "Instructor, I haven't been tested yet." Lida stopped. The entire venue fell silent along with him. He looked at the roster, then at me. You want to take the test? Of course. The director recognized me, and his expression immediately became strange. Chu Tian, you possess F-rank talent. Your results have already been recorded several times. Representatives from Beihua True Martial Academy are present today. Don't cause trouble. I looked at him. Does the university have a rule that students with F-rank talent aren't allowed to participate in the examination? The director was left speechless. It didn't. As long as someone was a Jiangxing University student, they had the right to be tested. Li Shiqi also looked over. Her gaze fell upon my face, and she visibly froze for a moment. Then she asked, "Why won't you let him take the test?" The director awkwardly explained, "His name is Chu Tian. He's been tested several times before, and every result showed F-rank talent." A trace of regret flashed through Li Shiqi's eyes. Song Qingfeng, however, laughed. There really is no need to repeatedly test someone with F-rank talent. It would only waste everyone's. Before he could finish, I had already placed my hand on the testing machine. Buzz. Black, white, blue, yellow, pink, and red lights illuminated simultaneously. They flashed wildly. The numbers on the testing machine fluctuated without stopping. The entire venue instantly fell silent. The next second, the announcement thundered throughout the campus. Chu Tian. True martial talent. A+, possibly higher. Cultivation level, 7-star black iron. The announcement echoed across the entire university. Li Shiqi shot to her feet. The rest of Song Qingfeng's sentence became lodged in his throat. Shi Xiang's reaction was even more extreme. Impossible. He rushed onto the testing platform and shoved me aside. The machine is broken. He was clearly F-rank. How could he possibly become A+? Shi Xiang hurriedly pressed his hand against it. The lights illuminated. Shi Xiang. True martial talent. B rank. Cultivation level, 9-star black iron. The machine wasn't broken. Shi Xiang stared at the screen, his expression growing increasingly twisted. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Bang. He punched the screen and shattered it. Li Da's face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. You bastard. The next second, he kicked out, thinking. Translating quote. I need to translate the incomplete quote that ends with Maritan Lai Zhao Caozhong de Ren Handoa. I want to make sure I don't miss any scenes that are important. Since it's a significant quote, I think it would be good to introduce the translation with "here is the translation," and then provide the full text. Oh, and I should consider using smart quotes for better presentation. All right, let's move forward with that. Shi Xiang was sent flying off the testing platform and crashed heavily onto the floor in front of the crowd. Li Da roared furiously. You damaged the school's testing equipment. That's a fine of 100,000. Shi Xiang lay on the floor without reacting. The 100,000 yuan fine no longer mattered. He simply stared at me, as if his entire world had collapsed at that very moment. The crowd below the platform erupted into chaos. Someone hit me. Tell me this isn't a dream. Smack. You actually hit me? You told me to. Chu Tian actually has A+ aptitude. It might even be higher. He's not only handsome, his aptitude is terrifying too. How are the rest of us supposed to live? The way the girls looked at me changed completely. Before, they had only liked my face. Now, they looked as though they wanted to drag me home on the spot. Zhu Guli shouted at the top of his lungs. Brother Tian, you're incredible. Director Liu of the True Martial Department rushed over to me, breathing heavily. Chu Tian, when did you awaken an A+ aptitude? I withdrew my hand. I've always had it. Then why couldn't it be detected before? Maybe the machine glitched. Director Liu's eye twitched violently. The machine glitched? What kind of machine could glitch all the way from F rank to A+? But regardless of the reason, the result was right before their eyes. Jiangxing University had produced an A+ genius. Li Shiqi walked up to me and offered her hand. Hello, my name is Li Shiqi. I'm a second-year student at Beihua True Martial Academy. I shook her hand. Chu Tian. 2 shallow dimples appeared as she smiled. I know. Your name has already spread throughout the school. The more naturally Li Shiqi smiled at me, the uglier Song Qingfeng's expression became, especially when he saw us shake hands. His eyes practically blazed with fire. It's only one machine. That doesn't prove anything, Song Qingfeng said coldly. An A+ aptitude is no small matter. It must be verified again. Director Liu nodded repeatedly. Right. I'll have someone bring over a new machine immediately. I don't trust your school's equipment. Song Qingfeng raised his chin. I'll notify Beihua True Martial Academy and have them send over a professional testing machine. The smile on Director Lu's face stiffened. He was clearly displeased. However, out of consideration for Beihua True Martial Academy's status, he held back. Li Shiqi continued looking at me. When did you begin cultivating? I glanced at her. That question wasn't as simple as it seemed. If I told her I had only awakened recently but had already reached 7-star black iron, she would immediately realize that my aptitude was far beyond A+. I don't remember exactly. You don't remember? My memory isn't very good. She could tell I was brushing her off, but instead of getting angry, her smile grew even brighter. You're quite cautious. Song Qingfeng's expression darkened. Don't celebrate too soon. If the new machine shows that this was only an equipment malfunction, you'll become a laughingstock. I turned toward him. Senior Song, which one of your eyes saw me celebrating? Song Qingfeng froze. What do you mean? I mean you should mind your own business. You? Just as the two of us were about to clash, a hearty laugh came from outside the examination hall. Lu, where's the student with the A+ aptitude? A gray-haired old man strode briskly into the hall. The moment Director Lu saw him, he hurried forward to greet him. President Wang, what brings you here? The newcomer was none other than Wang Dishing, the president of Jiangxing University. Normally, no one would see him for months at a time. Yet now, he had personally rushed to the examination hall. Wang Dishing walked straight up to me, looked me over, and nodded in satisfaction. You're Chu Tian? That's me. Good. Very good. Song Qingfeng reminded him coldly from the side. President Wang, his aptitude hasn't been officially confirmed yet. Wang Dishing glanced at him. That single glance made Song Qingfeng's body visibly tense. You're Song Pinghong's grandson? Song Qingfeng immediately straightened his back. That's right. He was clearly waiting for Wang Dishing to treat him differently after learning about his background. Instead, Wang Dishing waved a dismissive hand. You're just like your grandfather. Not a single pleasant word ever comes out of your mouth. I know better than you whether our school's machines have a problem. Stay quiet. Song Qingfeng's face instantly flushed red. He wanted to argue, but he couldn't withstand Wang Dishing's imposing presence. He could only grit his teeth and retreat. I almost burst out laughing. This president was all right. He truly dared to say whatever was on his mind. More than 10 minutes later, another commotion came from outside the examination hall. A group of people entered briskly while pushing a brand new testing machine. At the front was an elderly man dressed in a gray martial arts uniform. Wang Dishing spoke as soon as he saw him. Li Changqing, those old legs of yours move surprisingly fast. The newcomer was none other than Li Changqing, dean of Beihua True Martial Academy. While directing his people to install the machine, Li Changqing replied, If I were any slower, someone else might steal this promising seedling. The new machine was soon connected. Everyone's gaze once again fell on me. However, I didn't step forward immediately. System, can you control the test result and keep it at S rank? Yes. My true aptitude was SSSSS rank. If it were exposed, it would undoubtedly shake the entire blue planet. At that point, it wouldn't be only a few true martial academies coming for me. There would also be hidden financial conglomerates, powerful factions, and even experts from enemy nations. At present, I wasn't strong enough to protect myself. S-rank was already dazzling enough, but it wasn't so earth-shattering that the situation would spiral out of control. I walked toward the testing machine. Li Changqing personally inspected it before nodding to me. Place your hand on it. I raised my hand and pressed it against the testing area. Buzz. The purple indicator light at the top of the machine, a light that had almost never been lit before, suddenly blazed to life. A cold mechanical voice echoed throughout the examination hall. Chu Tian. True martial aptitude, S rank. Current cultivation, 9-star black iron. The entire examination hall fell silent. Everyone seemed frozen in place. An A+ aptitude was already enough to shake all of Jiangxing. But S rank? Not a single S rank aptitude had appeared in Jiangxing for decades. It really is S rank. My God, is he even human? After a brief, deathly silence, Zhu Guli suddenly leaped into the air. Brother Tian is freaking incredible. Thunderous applause erupted throughout the hall. I stood on the testing platform beneath everyone's gaze. In the past, they had called me trash. They had said I should give up cultivating. They had said I was only fit to work in a factory. Now, every single one of them had fallen silent. The girl's eyes grew brighter and brighter. The boy's expressions became increasingly complicated. Xiang lay at the front of the crowd. The moment he heard the words S rank, his entire body trembled. Then his eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot. At that moment, the word trash, which had weighed upon this body's former owner for so many years, was crushed beneath my feet. It felt good. It felt damn good. Li Chongqing and Wang Desheng were so excited that their eyes turned red. They understood better than anyone what an S-rank genius represented. Standing at the back of the crowd, Song Qingfeng's face alternated between pale and livid. He possessed an A-rank aptitude. Wherever he went, he had always been a genius at the center of attention. But in front of an S-rank talent, his pride suddenly seemed worthless. Li Shiqi's gaze remained fixed on me. Surprise, curiosity, and undisguised admiration. Li Chongqing was the first to rush over. Chu Tian, Beihua True Martial Academy welcomes you. As long as you're willing to join us, the Academy will provide you with our highest level training program. Before I could answer, a loud shout came from outside. Wait! Another voice immediately followed. Don't agree just yet. Two terrifying auras pressed into the examination hall simultaneously. The students, who had been cheering only moments before, immediately fell silent. A gray-haired old man and an elegant middle-aged woman strode into the hall. Both were followed by members of their respective academies. The old man was the first to rush over to me. Young friend Chu, I am Su Guangming, Dean of Songhua River True Martial Academy. Our academy's combat department ranks among the best in the country. It would be perfect for you. The middle-aged woman refused to be outdone. Chu Tian, my name is Hao Dongju, Dean of Yaqiao True Martial Academy. Don't listen to him. All he knows how to do is make empty promises. If you come to Yaqiao, we'll provide cultivation resources, top-tier techniques, and a personal mentor, all according to the highest standards. The students below were completely dumbfounded. Three top experts, people they normally had almost no chance of seeing, were now surrounding me. Not because of my school, not because of my family. They were here solely to compete over me. Li Chongqing immediately stepped in front of me. You two are crossing the line, aren't you? Beihua True Martial Academy has always been responsible for recruiting from Jiangxing University. Su Guangming laughed. Li, stop flattering yourself. Which rule says that students from Jiangxing University have to join Beihua? Hao Dongju immediately added another blow. Exactly. You once crossed regional boundaries to recruit Song Qingfeng. How do you have the nerve to criticize us? Li Chongqing pointed towards Song Qingfeng, who stood at the back of the crowd. Fine. I'll give Song Qingfeng back to you. Chu Tian goes to Beihua. Song Qingfeng's expression changed. Hao Dongju's reply, however, was unusually decisive. I don't want him. The entire hall went silent for a moment. Someone failed to hold back and burst out laughing. Song Qingfeng stood there with a face so dark it was almost green. He was a dignified A-rank genius, yet the deans were now passing him around like an unwanted object. The strange looks from the surrounding students made him want to crawl into a hole and disappear. Li Chongqing, Su Guangming, and Hao Dongju had no time to care about his feelings. Their argument grew increasingly intense. Beihua has the strongest foundation. Of course, Chu Tian should come to us. What good is a strong foundation? Your academy has so many geniuses. Will there be enough resources for him? Come to Yaqiao. I'll teach him personally. Are you even capable of teaching him? Old man Su, do you want to fight? Let's fight then. You think I'm afraid of you? Three powerful surges of true energy erupted simultaneously. Even the testing platform began to tremble slightly. The students backed away one after another, afraid that the three deans might actually start fighting. Standing nearby, Wang Desheng made no attempt to stop them. Instead, he was smiling so broadly that he could barely close his mouth. In the past, these academies had looked down on Jiangxing University. Whenever they came to recruit students, it was little more than a formality. But now, three deans were on the verge of fighting over a Jiangxing University student. How satisfying. This brought incredible honor to the university. Wang Desheng gave me a thumbs up. I coughed dryly. This president truly didn't mind adding fuel to the fire as long as he got to enjoy the spectacle. When the three deans' true energy grew increasingly intense, Wang Dashing finally stepped forward. That's enough. This is Jiangxing University, not a place for you to fight. The three of them looked at him simultaneously. Wang Dashing smiled and pointed toward the conference room beside them. You can compete for him if you want. But shouldn't you at least present your offers first? Come on, let's go inside and have some tea. We can discuss this slowly. He then turned toward me. Chu Tian, you come too. Listen to their offers and make your own choice. I nodded. All right. Li Changqing immediately grabbed my left hand. Chu Tian, Beihua will never treat you poorly. Su Guangming grabbed my right hand. Don't agree to him yet. Here's Songhua River's offer first. Unable to claim either hand, how Dongju simply blocked the way in front of us. Both of you let go. You're academy deans, yet you're tugging at him like this. Have some dignity. Surrounded by the three of them, I struggled toward the conference room. As I passed Song Qingfeng, I stopped. He glared at me, jealousy almost spilling from his eyes. I smiled at him. Senior Song, what was it you said just now? That it wouldn't be too late to celebrate after the test was over? Song Qingfeng's face turned livid. He couldn't say a word. I patted his shoulder. You were right. Now I really can celebrate. The three deans looked at Wang Dashing simultaneously. Li Changqing narrowed his eyes. Wang, are you feeling very pleased with yourself right now? Wang Dashing covered his mouth as his shoulders shook uncontrollably. Is it that obvious? My apologies. I tried to hold it in, but I couldn't. Su Guangming couldn't be bothered to waste words with him. So how are we going to settle this? How? Li Changqing glared at him. You withdraw? Problem solved. Why should I withdraw? Su Guangming stepped forward, and violent true energy exploded from his body. Boom. The entire examination hall shook violently. The students below turned pale. Those with weaker cultivation felt their legs go soft and could barely remain standing. Li Changqing refused to back down and released his own true energy. You want to fight? Come on. Just as the two were about to clash, Wang Dashing stepped between them and forcibly scattered their auras. Enough. You two old fossils have lived for so many years, yet you're still fighting in front of students? Li Changqing snorted coldly. Su Guangming, however, was still rolling up his sleeves. Wang Dashing finally lost his temper. If either of you makes another move, I'll keep Chu Tian here and refuse to let him graduate. When that happens, neither of you will be able to take him away. The instant he finished speaking, both men withdrew their true energy. Their movements were perfectly synchronized. They glared at one another before simultaneously turning their heads away. Only then did Wang Dashing breathe a sigh of relief. If those two old men truly fought, half of Jiangxing University would be torn down. What's the use of arguing? Where Chu Tian goes in the end depends on his own choice. The three deans froze. Then all three of them turned toward me at once. Li Changqing reacted the fastest and seized my left hand. Chu Tian, come to Beihua. Your tuition and accommodation will be completely free. We'll also give you a 1 million yuan scholarship every year. You'll have permanent access to the Academy's martial arts pavilion. The sound of people sharply inhaling filled the hall. 1 million a year. Unlimited access to the martial arts pavilion. Was this really student recruitment? They were practically inviting an ancestor back to worship. Su Guangming immediately grabbed my right hand. Whatever he can offer, Songhua River True Martial Academy can offer as well. On top of that, I'll personally become your mentor. Unable to grab either hand, how Dongju stood in front of me. Yaqiao will offer the same conditions. Chu Tian, if you come to Yaqiao, I'll arrange a private cultivation area for you. You'll receive the highest resource priority in the entire academy. Caught between the three of them, I found myself in a difficult position. Their offers were almost identical. It didn't seem to matter which academy I chose. But if I picked one, I would undoubtedly offend the other two. Being a genius wasn't easy either. I coughed dryly. Seniors, I do have an idea. Li Changqing tightened his grip on my hand. Let's hear it. What if I spend 1 year at each of your 3 academies? The entire hall instantly fell silent. Everyone looked at me as if I were insane. Switch academies every year? Did I think true martial academies were chain hotels where I could stay wherever I pleased? Someone in the crowd lowered his voice. Chu Tian is showing off way too much. The person beside him immediately retorted, if you had S-rank aptitude, you'd show off even more than he does. If you don't have the ability, Shut your mouth. Song Qingfeng could no longer hold back. How outrageous. Chu Tian, what do you take the three great true martial academies for? The moment he finished speaking, three furious shouts rang out simultaneously. Shut up. Song Qingfeng's entire body stiffened. Li Chongqing was the first to respond. I have no objection. Su Guangming followed immediately. I agree as well. Hao Dongju simply nodded. Then it settled. The entire hall once again fell into deathly silence. They actually agreed? Even I was surprised. It seemed an S-rank aptitude was more valuable than I had imagined. In the end, the three deans settled the matter on the spot. During my first year, I would attend Beihua True Martial Academy. In my second year, I would go to Songhua River. Then, in my third year, I would transfer to Yaqiao. Li Chongqing wanted nothing more than to package me up and take me away immediately, but Wang Daxing adamantly refused. He's still a student of Jiangxing University. The assessment isn't even over yet. Why are you in such a hurry? I haven't even. He forcibly swallowed the rest of his sentence. But everyone understood what he wanted to say. He hadn't admired me for long enough yet. At that moment, Li Shiqi walked over with her phone. Chu Tian, let's add each other on WeChat. Once you enter Beihua, you can ask me whenever there's something you don't understand. All right. I took out my phone and scanned her QR code. The moment she accepted my friend request, I felt a cold gaze fall upon me. I didn't even need to turn around to know who it was. Song Qingfeng. He stood at the back of the crowd, staring fixedly at Li Shiqi and me. Jealousy was practically written across his face. I deliberately raised my phone. Seniorly, it went through. Remember to save my name. Song Qingfeng's face grew even darker. Li Chongqing looked at me and then at Li Shiqi. A calculating gleam suddenly flashed through his eyes. His expression suggested that he had thought of an excellent way to make me stay. After giving me a few more instructions, the deans finally left with their people. Once they were gone, the true martial assessment continued. The next event was practical combat. At the center of the testing ground stood a forest of stone puppets. There were 7 true martial stone puppets, each possessing combat strength equivalent to a 7-star black iron martial artist. As long as a candidate entered and lasted 5 minutes, they passed. Lida, however, didn't allow me to participate. You only recently awakened your aptitude. You don't have any practical combat experience. Watch from the side for now. He spoke very seriously. Although some students were dissatisfied, no one dared to object. Putting aside the fact that I was now an S-rank genius whom the 3 great true martial academies were fighting over, the crowd of girls surrounding me was already enough to give them a headache. I sat to the side and watched my classmates get chased and beaten by the stone puppets. Honestly, I felt rather sorry for them. But there was nothing I could do to help. Crunch. I opened a bag of chips some girl had given me and tossed one into my mouth. The crisp crunch echoed throughout the examination hall. The boys being beaten inside the stone puppet forest turned their heads simultaneously, their eyes filled with fury. I quickly raised a hand. Sorry. Please continue. I'll eat more quietly. That only made them angrier. Just as I lowered my head, the true energy inside my body suddenly went out of control. Boom. Power surged madly through my meridians. The true energy in the surrounding area seemed to find an opening and rushed toward me. I was about to break through. I tossed the bag of chips aside and immediately sat cross-legged. Lita was the first to notice that something was wrong. Stop the assessment. The stone puppet forest shut down instantly. Everyone turned toward me. Meanwhile, the true energy inside my body was already crashing against the barrier of 8-star black iron. Break. Crack. The barrier shattered instantly. 8-star black iron. But my true energy didn't stop. Instead, it began circulating even faster. The surrounding true energy formed a vortex and poured continuously into my body. Gritting my teeth, I charged toward the next barrier. Boom. My entire body shook violently. 9-star black iron. I opened my eyes and slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. True energy filled my entire body. The sensation of my strength soaring could be described with only one word. Amazing. Lita stared at me, his expression completely different from before. 9-star black iron. I rose to my feet and nodded. I just broke through. The crowd immediately erupted. Just broke through? He advanced by 2 stars at once. It took me half a year to advance by 1 star, but he sat there eating chips and advanced by 2. Is this what S-rank aptitude is like? That's insane. Zhu Guli patted his stomach. Could the chips be the reason? The person beside him rolled his eyes. You could eat 10 truckloads and still wouldn't break through. The girl's eyes shone even brighter. He's handsome, his aptitude is incredible, and he cultivates so quickly. Where do I sign up to get a man like him? Wake up. He's already married. Married people can get divorced. The corner of my mouth twitched. Were girls nowadays always this direct? Shi Xiang, however, couldn't accept the result. Only moments ago, he had been the sole 9-star black iron student in the class. Yet in the blink of an eye, I had already caught up to him. And everyone could see that with my aptitude, surpassing him was only a matter of time. No, it probably wouldn't even take long. Gritting his teeth, Shi Xiang turned toward Li De. Instructor Li, Chu Tian is already at 9-star black iron. He should be qualified to participate in the Stone Puppet Forest assessment now, shouldn't he? I knew what he wanted. He wanted to see me humiliate myself. A novice with cultivation but no practical combat experience might not even last 3 minutes inside the Stone Puppet Forest. However, a large amount of true energy was still surging restlessly inside my body. I needed a way to release it. Instructor, I said proactively. I request permission to take the assessment. Li De frowned. Are you sure? Your cultivation is high enough, but you don't have any previous combat experience. I'd like to try. Li De stared at me for several seconds before finally nodding. Very well. But if you can't hold on, withdraw immediately. Understood. I walked toward the Stone Puppet Forest. As I passed Shi Xiang, he spoke sarcastically. Be careful. You're the entire school's treasure now. Don't go in there and never come back out. The surrounding girls immediately glared at him. But Shi Xiang refused to shut his mouth. As long as he could see me humiliated, he no longer cared about anything else. Several boys secretly gave him a thumbs up. Clearly, they had long found me irritating. I entered the testing area. Li De pressed the activation button. Buzz. The 7 stone puppets opened their eyes simultaneously. The next second, they charged toward me from different directions. Too fast. I possessed the cultivation, but I had no idea how to handle being surrounded. I had only just dodged the fist coming from the front when the puppet behind me slammed its fist into my back. Bang! I staggered forward several steps, my back burning with pain. Another stone puppet immediately charged toward me. I raised my arms to block, but the impact forced me backward again and again. Shi Xiang immediately burst out laughing. So this is an S-rank genius? He has cultivation, but he doesn't even know how to fight. I doubt he'll last 3 minutes. A girl with large eyes immediately turned around. No one will think you're mute if you keep your mouth shut. Shi Xiang's expression darkened. What did you say? The girl planted her hands on her hips. I said your mouth is every bit as unpleasant as your name. Say that again. Shi Xiang had barely taken a step forward when all the girls around her stood up. What if she does? You don't have any ability of your own, so all you can do is make sarcastic remarks about others. You must be dying of jealousy now that Chu Tian has caught up to you. Faced with more than a dozen furious girls, Shi Xiang's confidence immediately weakened. Nevertheless, he forced himself to sneer. Keep defending him. Just wait until the stone puppets beat him like a stray dog. Li De whipped his head around. Shut up. Say one more word, and I'll throw you in there too. Shi Xiang shrank back and retreated to the side. Inside the stone puppet forest, I had already taken several more punches. My shoulder, my back, my abdomen. Waves of intense pain washed over me. It looks like Chu Tian really can't hold on. He was too impulsive to enter the stone puppet forest without any combat experience. If this continues, he might be seriously injured. Someone said smugly. So what if he has S-rank aptitude? Isn't he still worse than me, an 8-star black iron? The girls glared at him simultaneously. Say that again. I dare you. The boy immediately shrank back. I was only joking. At that moment, a stone puppet charged directly toward me. True energy surged into its stone arm, and it swung a brutal punch toward my chest. If that punch landed cleanly, I would be severely injured even if it didn't cripple me. Li De had already placed his hand on the emergency stop button. But the instant the stone fist came down, I abruptly sidestepped. Whoosh! The fist grazed my chest and struck empty air. I took advantage of the opening, bent down, and wrapped both arms tightly around the stone puppet's waist. It was heavy, but I could lift it. I circulated all the true energy in my body, and the muscles in my arms tensed instantly. Get up. Boom. I lifted the heavy stone puppet directly off the ground. Everyone froze. Without giving them time to react, I swung the puppet and smashed it into another. Bang! The two stone puppets collided head-on. One was sent flying on the spot. It worked. Since I didn't know any martial techniques, I wouldn't bother with technique. I would use the most direct method possible. Smash. Holding the stone puppet, I turned and swept it sideways. Bang! 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 One stone puppet after another was sent flying. The entire examination hall was filled with dull impacts. The 7 puppets that had surrounded me moments ago had all become targets. Someone's mouth fell open. You can clear the stone puppet forest like that? He's using a stone puppet as a weapon? His strength is ridiculous. The more I smashed, the more natural it felt. The raging true energy inside my body finally had an outlet. In the end, I held the puppet and spun around before abruptly releasing it. Whoosh! The stone puppet flew out like a cannonball and smashed through 3 others in succession. Broken stone arms and legs flew in every direction. Li Da's expression changed dramatically. He immediately moved in front of the students. Everyone get back. He erected a true energy barrier to block the flying debris. However, Xiang had moved away from Li Da and happened to be standing outside the barrier. A broken stone arm flew directly toward him. Xiang's expression changed, and he turned to run. But the stone arm was even faster. Thud! An extremely strange scream rang out. Xiang's entire body stiffened. He stood on his toes, not daring to move an inch. The stone arm was lodged directly behind him. The scene remained silent for 2 seconds. Then everyone's expressions became peculiar. Gritting his teeth, Xiang spoke in a trembling voice. Quick! Get it out! A boy hurried over, grabbed the stone arm, and pulled hard. Pop! Xiang stumbled forward and hopped several yards away while clutching his backside. The surrounding whispers immediately began. That scream he made sounded so strange. It almost sounded like he enjoyed it. Who would have thought Xiang liked playing so rough? Xiang's face turned livid with rage. All of you shut up. He had only just finished shouting when another wave of pain shot through his backside, causing his voice to rise several octaves. Everyone laughed even harder. Meanwhile, several chunks of shattered stone puppets broke through the windows and flew directly toward the sports field. A group of students was playing soccer outside. When the goalkeeper saw a round stone flying toward him, he didn't hesitate. He immediately threw himself in front of the goal. I've got this. Bang! His entire body was knocked into the net. Who used a shot put as a soccer ball? Before he could climb back to his feet, stone arms and legs came raining down from the sky. The students on the field frantically dodged. Their movements were unbelievably agile. If they were tested on their movement techniques in the future, they would probably all pass. Back inside the examination hall, I smashed the final stone puppet to pieces. Boom. The testing area fell completely silent. I put down the half-destroyed stone puppet in my arms and looked around. They were gone. Not a single intact puppet remained in the entire stone puppet forest. The excitement in my heart vanished instantly. This was bad. Xiang had been fined 100,000 for destroying a single testing machine. How much would I have to pay after demolishing the entire stone puppet forest? I looked toward Li Da. Instructor. Li Da looked back at me. His face was already naturally dark, but now it seemed even darker. I rubbed my hands together. If I said I didn't do it on purpose, would you believe me? Li Da looked at the debris covering the floor. His lips trembled several times. I believe you, but I don't know whether the president will. As soon as he finished speaking, hurried footsteps came from outside. Wang Dushing stormed into the examination hall. What happened? The students on the sports field said meteors started falling from the sky. He turned toward the stone puppet forest and instantly froze. The next second, his roar nearly blew the roof off. Who did this? Where's my stone puppet forest? Who tore it down? Before Li Da could explain, Wang Dushing appeared in front of him. Smack! He slapped Li Da's bald head. 5 red finger marks instantly appeared. Wang Dushing pointed at the shattered stones covering the floor. Li Da, hey, I told you to organize the assessment. I didn't tell you to go in there and demolish the place yourself. Li Da held his head, looking deeply aggrieved. President, it wasn't me. If it wasn't you, who else could it have been? Could a student destroy the stone puppet forest like this? Standing nearby, I felt my legs weaken. Only a short while ago, I had thought the president was quite friendly. Now, he didn't seem lovable at all. However, the palm print on Li Da's head was simply too obvious. If I let him continue taking the blame, his bald head might actually get slapped raw. I reluctantly raised my hand. President. Wang Dishing suddenly turned toward me. What is it? I did it. You? Wang Dishing froze. I had no choice but to explain everything from beginning to end. When he heard that I had just advanced by 2 stars, he was delighted. When he heard that I had lifted a stone puppet and used it as a weapon, his expression gradually became complicated. Finally, after looking at the debris covering the floor, he turned around and slapped Li Da's head again. Smack. This time, Li Da's entire bald head turned red. He clutched his head and looked at Wang Dishing with grief and indignation. President, if Chu Tian did it, why did you hit me again? You're the instructor. Wang Dishing spoke as though it were perfectly reasonable. The student didn't understand, but you should have. Lida opened his mouth. In the end, he said nothing. He had clearly resigned himself to his fate. Wang Dishing turned toward me and forcibly squeezed out a smile. Chu Tian, it's all right. It's only a stone puppet forest. The university can afford the loss. Don't put any psychological pressure on yourself. I looked at him and then at Li Da's bright red bald head. I'm not feeling much pressure, but Instructor Li seems to have taken on quite a lot. Tears welled up in Li Da's eyes. Finally, someone had spoken up for him. Wang Dishing, however, glared at him again. Li Da, hey, come to my office after the assessment. With that, he turned and left. Li Da closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Let the storm rage even harder. I walked over to him, my face filled with apology. Instructor, I'm sorry. It's fine. He gritted his teeth. I'm used to it. Not daring to remain any longer, I turned and slipped away. After the assessment ended, I became completely famous throughout Jiangxing University. S-rank aptitude. 3 great true martial academies fighting over me. Advancing by 2 stars on the spot. Demolishing the stone puppet forest with my bare hands. Any one of those incidents would be enough for the university's students to discuss for a long time. In the past, whenever people mentioned me, they would say only one thing. F-rank trash. Things were different now. Whenever anyone mentioned Chu Tian, they would eventually give a thumbs up and say, what a monster. I checked the time. There were only a few dozen minutes left before school ended. There were no more classes, and the assessment was over. Why should I remain here? Wouldn't it be better to go home and spend time with my wife? I drove straight out of the university. Just as I left the front gate, my phone rang. The caller was my wife. I answered immediately. Miss me. The other end of the line remained silent for 2 seconds. Then Chow Yufei's slightly awkward voice came through. Husband. That single word sent a pleasant shiver through my entire body. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. I deliberately drew out my words. Sweetheart, say that again. Where are you? She quickly changed the subject. I just left the university. I have a gathering tonight. Chow Yufei paused. Would you be willing to come with me? Of course. My wife has given the order. I must obey. That's what you call a husband following his wife's lead. She seemed to anticipate that I was about to say something even more outrageous and hung up immediately. Listening to the dial tone, I looked dissatisfied. You hung up without even telling me the address. That attitude isn't sincere enough. When we meet tonight, I'll have to enforce the family rules. Before I could finish, we chimed. Chow Yufei had sent me a location. Chow Corporation headquarters. Looking at the address, my heart stirred. A gathering at her company? Could she be planning to announce to all her employees that I was her husband? It was entirely possible. Since this would be my official appearance, it wouldn't be appropriate to dress too casually. I drove straight to a shopping mall. After changing into a well-fitting outfit, I headed toward Chow Corporation. Chow Tower stood in the center of Jiangxing. There was almost no need for navigation because the building itself was one of Jiangxing's major landmarks. I parked the car and walked into the first-floor lobby. The receptionist immediately came over to greet me. The moment she saw my face, her eyes visibly brightened. However, she quickly recovered her professional smile. Sir, whom are you here to see? Chow Yufei. The smile on her face immediately stiffened. You're here to see President Chow? That's right. She looked me over again. Although I had just bought new clothes, I hadn't chosen any flashy luxury brands. In her eyes, I was probably just an ordinary young man relying on his handsome face to pursue a beautiful CEO. She had likely seen plenty of people like me. Her attitude quickly turned cold. Do you have an appointment? No. Then you can't see President Chow. You can call and ask her. The receptionist completely lost her patience. Sir, if you have no other business, please leave. Do not interfere with the group's normal operations. I frowned. I really am here to see Chow Yufei. Many people come here to see President Chow every day. She let out a cold laugh. Does President Chow have to come downstairs personally to confirm every person who asks to see her? You'll know once you contact her. I'm under no obligation to contact her for you. She raised a hand and pointed toward the entrance. Please leave. I suppressed my anger. Miss, don't you think there's something wrong with your attitude? Her expression instantly darkened. Who are you calling, miss? I looked her up and down, deliberately feigning surprise. My apologies. I thought you just returned from having surgery overseas. The results were so convincing that I couldn't tell. The receptionist froze at first. When she finally realized what I meant, her face flushed crimson. Are you sick in the head? This is Chow Corporation, not a place where you can run wild. She pointed at my clothes, her tone growing increasingly caustic. Someone as shabby as you thinks he can meet President Chow? You're not even worthy of comparing yourself to the security guards at the entrance. My expression turned cold. She could refuse to let me enter. She could follow company policy. But from beginning to end, she hadn't even tried to verify my identity. She had humiliated me as an inferior person simply because my clothes weren't expensive enough. I'm warning you once. I stared at her. Watch how you speak. Otherwise, you might be fired. The receptionist looked as though she had heard the funniest joke in the world. You're going to fire me? Who do you think you are? She turned and shouted toward the entrance. Security. This man is causing trouble. Throw him out. Several security guards quickly surrounded me. Their footsteps were perfectly synchronized, and waves of true energy emanated from their bodies. Every one of them was at 9-star black iron. I was secretly astonished. Chow Corporation's foundation was indeed formidable. Even the security guards in the lobby possessed this level of strength. The guard in charge reached out and blocked my way. Sir, please leave. Otherwise, we'll have no choice but to remove you by force. I spread my hands. Gentlemen, let's not get physical just yet. I'm one of you. My relationship with President Chow is much closer than you think. The receptionist sneered from the side. Don't listen to his nonsense. How could President Chow possibly know a pretty boy like him? She stared at my face, her eyes filled with malice. Throw him out. Make sure you hit his face. Teach him not to use it to deceive people again. My eyes turned cold. This woman wasn't merely a snob. She was vicious too. Just because I wanted to see Chow Yufei, she wanted the security guards to ruin my face? Shut up. I suddenly turned toward her. True energy erupted from my body. The force of my aura frightened the receptionist into taking a step back. Just as the security guards were preparing to attack, an impatient voice suddenly came from nearby. What's all the noise about? This is Chow Corporation, not a marketplace. Everyone turned toward the voice. A young man dressed in an expensive suit walked into the lobby. When the receptionist saw him, her anger instantly vanished, replaced by a bright smile. Young Master Wong. The security guards immediately straightened their backs as well. Young Master Wong. Watching this, I couldn't help feeling somewhat displeased. We were both human beings. When I walked in, they treated me like a con artist. The moment he arrived, everyone practically bowed to him. The difference in treatment was far too obvious. Still, I couldn't really blame them. They were probably jealous of my good looks. Young Master Wong glanced at me and frowned slightly. He probably hadn't expected to encounter someone so much more handsome than himself here. What happened? The receptionist hurriedly explained. Young Master Wong. This man doesn't have an appointment, but he insists on seeing President Chow. We were just about to escort him out. Young Master Wong nodded. You should throw him out. Yufei isn't someone just anyone can meet. Don't let an irrelevant nobody like him damage the corporation's image. He called her name rather intimately. I narrowed my eyes. Who are you? Young Master Wong glanced sideways at me without answering. His expression suggested that even saying a single word to me would lower his status. The receptionist immediately answered on his behalf. You country bumpkin. You don't even know young Master Wong. Someone like you has no right to ask about his identity. Ignoring her, I continued staring at him. Do you work for Chow Corporation? He adjusted his cuff and gave an irrelevant answer. The next time you want to see Yufei, buy yourself some decent clothes first. At least make yourself look like a proper human being. I laughed. Like you? What do you mean? Your clothes are certainly nice. I looked him over. It's a pity that what's inside them isn't worth much. Young Master Wang's expression immediately darkened. You country bumpkin. Do you know who you're talking to? What? Are you some kind of endangered species? While stalling for time, I sent Chow Yufei a message. I'm already downstairs. If you don't come down soon, your husband is going to get thrown out. The message went through successfully. Young Master Wang had clearly lost his patience. He gave me a cold glance. Throw him out. Don't let him remain here and offend my eyes. With that, he turned and walked toward the elevators. The security guards advanced on me simultaneously. This time, they didn't bother warning me. True energy erupted from their bodies, faintly sealing off all my escape routes. They were well trained. Their coordination was impeccable. If they attacked together, an ordinary 9-star black iron martial artist wouldn't stand a chance. Unfortunately for them, I wasn't an ordinary 9-star black iron martial artist. The lead guard reached toward my shoulder. Please forgive us. The others attacked simultaneously. Some blocked my left and right. Some aimed for my waist and abdomen. Another circled behind me, preparing to pin me directly to the ground. In an instant, every escape route was sealed. The receptionist stood nearby with her arms folded, sneering. You dare cause trouble at Chow Corporation? You truly don't know what's good for you. I took a deep breath. The true energy inside my body began circulating madly. Although the combat inside the stone puppet forest had been simple and crude, it had greatly improved my control over my strength. They were powerful, but I didn't retreat. I stepped forward and charged directly into their encirclement. Bang! My shoulder collided head-on with the lead guard. He grunted and staggered backward from the impact. The expressions of the other guards changed simultaneously. 9-star black iron. Our information was wrong. I grabbed one man by the wrist and yanked him forward. He lost his balance and happened to block the fist coming from behind. Bang! The two guards collided. I spun around and swept out my leg, forcing the two men on my right to retreat. But these guards reacted extremely quickly. In only an instant, they reformed their formation and pressed toward me again. The lead guard shouted in a deep voice, "Attack together!" Several waves of true energy erupted simultaneously. The entire lobby was enveloped by the pressure of the battle. The receptionist was so frightened that she retreated repeatedly. I clenched my fists and charged directly toward them. Come on! The security captain steadied himself, his expression turning completely grim. You dare attack people inside Chow Corporation? Take him down. The security guards closed in simultaneously. They had held back before, but now they were clearly taking me seriously. Their true energy linked together, instantly sealing off every escape route. I clenched my fists, preparing to force my way out, when an urgent voice suddenly came from the other side of the lobby. Stop! The guards' movements froze. Seizing the opportunity, I slammed into the two men beside me and retreated from their encirclement. The sound of high heels striking the floor grew closer. A woman wearing glasses and a professional suit hurried over. She had been running so quickly that a thin layer of sweat had appeared on her forehead. When she reached me, she immediately stopped and bowed slightly. Young Master Chu. Those two words instantly silenced the entire lobby. The security guards froze. The receptionist, who had been sneering only moments ago, suddenly turned pale. They all knew this woman. Sun Huashan, Chow Yufei's personal secretary. Although she didn't directly manage any specific department within Chow Corporation, she could enter and leave the president's office at any time. She was also the person in the entire corporation who worked most closely with Chow Yufei. A single word from her was enough to change the careers of many people. Yet now, she was treating me with such respect. Sun Huashan turned around, and the politeness on her face instantly disappeared. Who told you to attack young Master Chu? No one answered. Her voice grew colder. I'll ask one more time. Who gave the order? The receptionist trembled all over. Lowering her head, she shuffled forward. Secretary Sun, it was me. Sun Huashan looked at her. You? The receptionist didn't dare meet her gaze. He didn't have an appointment, but he said he wanted to see President Chow. I thought he was here to cause trouble, so I called security. You thought? Sun Huashan questioned her coldly. Did you verify his identity? No. Did you contact the president's office? No. I didn't. You did nothing, yet you ordered the security guards to attack him? The receptionist trembled even more violently. Secretary Sun, I was only trying to protect the corporation. Protecting the corporation gave you the right to order the guards to hit him in the face. I added from the side. She specifically told them to ruin my face. Sun Huashan's expression changed completely. At that moment, her phone rang. The instant she saw the caller, she answered. President Chow. Young Master Chu wasn't injured. I've already arrived. Yes, the receptionist ordered the security guards to attack him without authorization. Understood. The call ended shortly afterward. Sun Huashan looked at the receptionist and announced directly, go to the Human Resources Department and complete your termination paperwork. The receptionist abruptly raised her head. Secretary Sun, I know I was wrong. She finally panicked, and tears instantly filled her eyes. Working at Chow Corporation meant high pay and excellent benefits. The job also gave her plenty to boast about. Once she was fired, everything she had bragged about to her friends and relatives would become a joke. Secretary Sun, please give me another chance. I swear I'll never do it again. Sun Huashan remained unmoved. This order came directly from President Chow. Begging me is useless. The receptionist's legs went weak, and she nearly collapsed to the floor. Sun Huashan then turned toward the security guards. You attacked without verifying the situation. Your bonuses will be suspended for 6 months. The security captain lowered his head. Understood. If any of you object, you may accompany her to the Human Resources Department. We have no objections. The guards answered simultaneously. After handling the situation, Sun Huashan turned back toward me, her attitude once again becoming respectful. Young Master Chu, I'm Sun Huashan, President Chow's secretary. I sincerely apologize for what happened today and for the distress it caused you. I glanced at the receptionist, who had collapsed onto the floor, but didn't speak up for her. If someone made a mistake, they had to pay the price. If she had merely followed the rules and refused to let me enter, I wouldn't have made things difficult for her. But from the beginning, she had looked down on me because of my clothes. Later, she had even tried to have the guards ruin my face. If someone like her remained at Chow Corporation, she would cause even greater trouble sooner or later. I'm fine. I rolled my shoulder. I got some exercise out of it. Sun Huashan breathed a sigh of relief. President Chow was called into an important meeting and couldn't leave, so she asked me to come down and escort you upstairs. She's still in the meeting? It will end shortly. Then let's go. Sun Huashan personally led the way. I followed her into the president's private elevator and went directly to the top floor. When the doors opened, the entire floor was astonishingly quiet. The employees greeted Sun Huashan when they saw her. Then their gazes fell on me, their eyes filled with curiosity. I ignored them and walked directly into the president's office. It was spacious. The decor was simple. The most conspicuous object was the large executive chair behind the desk. I walked over and dropped into it. Comfortable. I leaned back and spun around once, instantly understanding the joys of being a boss. Sun Huashan went out to pour me some water. When she returned and saw me sitting in Chow Yufei's chair, her footsteps clearly paused. Her expression made it seem as though she had witnessed something that should never have happened. What is it? I asked. Nothing. She hurriedly shook her head, but I could tell she was shocked. After all, this chair represented the highest authority in Chow Corporation. Forget ordinary employees. Even senior executives wouldn't dare touch it carelessly. Yet I sat in it as though it were perfectly natural. Sun Huashan placed the water on the desk and was about to pour me a glass when I picked up the cup nearby and took a sip. A faint lipstick mark remained on the rim. The water also carried a light fragrance. My movements paused. Whose cup is this? Sun Huashan was completely dumbfounded. President Chow's. She thought I would immediately put it down after hearing that. Instead, I merely nodded and took another sip. My wife's. Then it's fine. Sun Huashan's expression became even more complicated. She was probably beginning to wonder exactly what kind of relationship I had with Chow Yufei. You don't need to stay here with me. I waved a hand. Go take care of your own work. Yes, young Master Chu. Sun Huashan left the office and gently closed the door. Bored by myself, I casually turned on the computer on the desk. Its specifications were pretty good. A machine used to process contracts worth hundreds of millions would surely run Minesweeper smoothly. And it did. Whenever I clicked on a mine, everything exploded instantly. There wasn't even the slightest lag. 20 minutes later, I had already lost more than 100 games in a row. This is a great computer. Even defeat comes so decisively. I stared at the screen and finally began to understand the pattern. Only a few squares remained. This time, I would definitely win. The office door suddenly opened. I didn't notice at all. All my attention was focused on Minesweeper. Chow Yufei entered. A man followed behind her, speaking animatedly about something. When she saw me sitting in her executive chair, she stopped, and the corner of her mouth twitched. Clearly, she hadn't expected me to take over her seat directly. The man didn't see my face clearly. He only noticed that someone was sitting in Chow Yufei's chair, so he immediately shouted angrily, "Get up!" My hand trembled. Click. I selected the wrong final square. All the mines on the screen exploded instantly. I lost again. I stared at my reset score, a vein throbbing on my forehead. I had struggled for so long and had finally made it to the last step. I had been so close. Who was shouting behind me? I shot to my feet. What are you yelling for? If there's something wrong with your throat, go to a hospital. Don't torture everyone with that duck-like voice. When the man saw my face clearly, he froze as well. You? I narrowed my eyes. It was the same young Master Wang who had acted so pretentiously downstairs. What a small world. Yes, it's me. I sat back down in the executive chair. What? Do you have a problem? Wang Jian's expression grew increasingly ugly. He clearly couldn't understand why the country bumpkin, who should have been thrown out by security, was now inside the president's office. What he found even more unacceptable was that I was sitting in Chow Yufei's chair. Who allowed you to sit there? I did. I picked up Chow Yufei's cup and took another sip. This chair is quite comfortable. When Chow Yufei saw me drinking from her cup, the tips of her ears quietly turned red. The same cup. Wasn't that an indirect kiss? She said nothing and merely pursed her lips. Wang Jian, however, completely lost his temper. Get out of that chair. This isn't a place someone like you is qualified to sit. I leaned back without moving. I'm not getting up. What are you going to do about it? Wang Jian's face flushed red with anger. He shouted toward the door. Someone, come in here. Throw this country bumpkin out immediately. I folded my arms and quietly watched him perform. The office door was soon pushed open. Sun Huashan hurried inside. President Chow, what happened? Before Chow Yufei could speak, Wang Jian pointed at me and began berating her. Secretary Sun, how are you guarding this office? A country bumpkin slipped in here, and you didn't even know? Sun Huashan was momentarily stunned by his scolding. She looked at me and then at Wang Jian, unsure how to answer. Wang Jian assumed she was frightened, so his voice became even more arrogant. What are you standing there for? Call security and have him thrown out. I smiled and beckoned to him. Aren't you supposed to be capable? Do it yourself. You really think I don't dare? Wang Jian glared at me. Get out of that chair immediately. I shifted into a more comfortable position. No. Bite me if you can. You're asking to die. Wang Jian's eyes turned red with fury. Don't even think about walking out of Chow Corporation today. Shut up. A cold voice suddenly rang out. The temperature inside the office seemed to plummet. Chow Yufei stood at the door, her beautiful face covered in frost. She hadn't raised her voice, yet the pressure she exuded made everyone afraid to move. Get out. Delight appeared on Wang Jian's face, and he immediately urged Sun Huashan. Did you hear that? President Chow told him to get out. Sun Huashan remained where she was, looking helpless. How exactly did this man's brain work? Chow Yufei's gaze grew even colder. Wang Jian, I told you to get out. The smugness on Wang Jian's face instantly froze. He pointed to himself and then at me. Yufei, are you talking to me? I almost burst out laughing. Who else? Do I look like I'm also called Wang Jian? Ignoring me, Wang Jian stared at Chow Yufei in disbelief. Yufei, have you made a mistake? First, call me by my full name. Chow Yufei said coldly. We aren't close. Second, leave my office now. Huashan, see the guest out. Sun Huashan immediately walked up to Wang Jian. Young Master Wang, please leave. Wang Jian still refused to go. Chow Yufei, I came here to discuss a business partnership. You're going to throw me out because of some country bumpkin who appeared out of nowhere? Boom. A terrifying surge of true energy suddenly erupted. Wang Jin's face instantly turned deathly pale. His body trembled uncontrollably, and his legs nearly gave way. Chow Yufei took a step toward him. I'll say this once more. Do not call him a country bumpkin in front of me. Her aura forced Wang Jin backward, but he still refused to yield. Was I wrong? What does he have other than a handsome face? You're willing to give up the partnership between our families for someone like him? Chow Yufei suddenly moved. She grabbed Wang Jin by the throat and lifted him off the floor with one hand. The entire process was so fast that even I couldn't see it clearly. Wang Jin's feet dangled in the air, and his face rapidly turned crimson. He desperately slapped Chow Yufei's arm, but he couldn't move it in the slightest. Chow Yufei stared at him, her eyes terrifyingly cold. If you dare insult him again, I'll make sure you never speak again. Unable to breathe, Wang Jin forced out his words in broken gasps. Let go. Chow Yufei released her hand. Bang! Wang Jin crashed to the floor, clutching his throat and coughing violently. When he looked up again, fear had appeared in his eyes. But with so many people watching, he refused to admit defeat. Chow Yufei, you've gone insane. If that's how it is, then our partnership is cancelled. Don't regret this. Chow Yufei walked to the desk, picked up the contract, and hurled it into his face. The pages scattered across the floor. Take your contract and get out. Wang Jin picked up the contract, his gaze shifting between Chow Yufei and me. In the end, he directed all his anger at me. What kind of man hides behind a woman? If you have the guts, fight me one-on-one. Chow Yufei's expression turned cold. Wang Jin, are you still trying to get yourself killed? I reached out and stopped her. Wait. She turned toward me, her tone immediately softening. Don't bother with him. You want to fight me one-on-one? I looked at Wang Jin. He gritted his teeth and nodded. That's right. Do you dare? Sure. Chow Yufei immediately stopped me. No. He's a 7-star black iron martial artist. You've never cultivated before. You're no match for him. She clearly didn't know I had broken through to 9-star black iron that day. When Wang Jin heard that, he immediately laughed. Using the wall for support, he climbed to his feet and regained his confidence. So you're not even a true martial artist? And here I thought you were someone capable. Without Chow Yufei, you're nothing but a useless nobody from the bottom of society. You'll spend your entire life living off women. Chow Yufei's eyes turned cold again. Wang Jin was so frightened that he retreated a step. But I moved in front of her. Sweetheart, don't attack him. If he wants a one-on-one fight, I'll give him one. But, trust me, I patted her hand. I know what I'm doing. Seeing that I had truly agreed, a vicious gleam flashed through Wang Jin's eyes. You're the one asking to die? True energy rapidly gathered around his fists. The next second, he charged toward me. He wasn't slow, but in my eyes, his movements were full of openings. A mere 7-star black iron martial artist dared challenge the current me? Wang Jin punched toward me. When he was less than a yard away, I suddenly stepped forward. I turned sideways, raised my hand, and poured all my true energy into my right arm. Smack! The crisp sound of a slap echoed throughout the office. Wang Jin's body flew sideways and slammed heavily into the solid wooden door. Bang! The entire door shook violently. If I hadn't held back some of my strength, he probably would have flown straight through it. Wang Jin collapsed to the floor, one side of his face swelling rapidly. He clutched his head, stars spinning before his eyes, and couldn't get back up for a long time. The office fell silent. Sun Huashan stared in shock. Even Chow Yufei was visibly stunned. She knew I had participated in the true martial assessment that day, but she hadn't expected my strength to have already reached this level. I walked up to Wang Jin and looked down at him. Still want to fight? Wang Jin retreated in terror. You're a true martial artist too. What? Don't I look like one? He no longer dared act arrogantly. Grabbing the scattered pages of the contract, he scrambled out of the office. I watched him flee and shook my head. Boring. With that, I returned to the executive chair. Sun Huashan remained where she stood, clearly still unable to recover from what had just happened. Chow Yufei regained her composure. Huashan, you may leave. Yes, President Chow. Sun Huashan hurried out and closed the door behind her. Only the two of us remained in the office. Resting my chin on one hand, I stared directly at Chow Yufei. Only moments ago, she had been an icy and imposing female CEO. But after I stared at her for a few seconds, Her cheeks began to turn red. Why are you looking at me like that? You seem even more handsome after just one day. That was what she thought, but she refused to say it aloud. I gave her a thumbs up. Sweetheart, you were incredibly domineering just now. I'm completely captivated. Chow Yufei's face grew even redder. Smooth talker. She walked up to me and quietly added, "You were very strong too." I raised an eyebrow. Of course you know I'm strong. After all, you've experienced it personally. Chow Yufei instantly understood what I meant and glared at me in embarrassment and anger. That terrifying pressure once again began to emerge around her. My heart tightened. Teasing was one thing, but my wife was so powerful that if I truly made her angry, I would definitely be the one getting beaten. I hurriedly asked inwardly, "System, check Chow Yufei's cultivation." Chow Yufei, peak 9-star gold. She has already touched the barrier to the platinum realm. I shot out of the executive chair. Peak 9-star gold. Half a step into platinum. Was this some kind of joke? Lida was also at 9-star gold, and he had been able to suppress the entire examination hall. Yet Chow Yufei was even stronger than Lida. If she genuinely wanted to hit me, a single finger would be enough. I immediately surrendered the executive chair and guided her into it. "Sweetheart, you must be tired. Sit down." My sudden attentiveness left Chow Yufei somewhat bewildered. "What's wrong with you?" "Nothing." I picked up the cup and filled it with water. "Scolding Wang Jian must have made your throat tired. Drink some water." She accepted the cup and instinctively took a sip. Then she noticed the lipstick mark on the rim that had originally belonged to her and remembered that I had just used the cup. Her face turned red again. Another indirect kiss. She coughed softly to hide her awkwardness. I stood nearby, acting unusually polite. "Sweetheart, why did you ask me to come here?" Chow Yufei glanced at me. She felt that my sudden change in behavior was strange. However, she didn't ask about it. "One of my friends just returned from the Xing Nation. She heard I got married and wants to meet you." "A friend?" "My best friend." Half the anticipation instantly vanished from my face. "So I'm only meeting your best friend. What's wrong?" Chow Yufei looked at me in confusion. "You seem disappointed." "I'm not." I glanced at the large suitcase I had just bought, which was sitting beside the wall. I wasn't exactly disappointed. It was just that the things I had prepared wouldn't be useful for the time being. Chow Yufei followed my gaze. "Why did you bring such a large suitcase?" I coughed dryly. "I thought we were having dinner with the company's senior executives tonight. If you announced our marriage, wouldn't they have to give us wedding gifts? I was afraid there would be too many gift envelopes for an ordinary bag, so I prepared a suitcase in advance." Chow Yufei fell silent. Several seconds passed before she finally spoke helplessly. "You really thought this through?" "Of course." I patted the suitcase. "But it doesn't matter. We'll need it sooner or later." Chow Yufei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Sorry to disappoint you." "It's nothing." I waved a hand. "We'll meet your best friend tonight. We can arrange to collect the gifts later." She had no idea what to do with me and could only return to her desk. "I still have some documents to process. Wait for me for a while." "Take your time." I sat down on the nearby sofa. "I promise I won't disturb you." For the next hour, she kept her head lowered as she processed documents, while I sat quietly to the side. At first, I found it rather interesting. 10 minutes later, I began to feel sleepy. 20 minutes later, I leaned back on the sofa and closed my eyes. By the time Chow Yufei finally finished her work, the setting sun had painted the sky outside the window red. She stretched and turned toward me. The sunset fell across the side of my face. She stared at me for several seconds. Her gaze gradually softened. Then she rose and quietly walked over. Just as she was about to move closer, she heard my steady breathing. She froze. He fell asleep? She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. When I had promised not to disturb her, I truly hadn't disturbed her at all. Chu Tian. She gently pushed my shoulder. "Wake up." I opened my eyes and sat up groggily. "You're finished." Was I asleep for a long time? "Not long." She looked at me. "Didn't you sleep well last night?" I sighed. I'm not used to sleeping somewhere unfamiliar, and I get scared when I sleep alone. The implication was already extremely obvious. Chow Yufei's face instantly turned red. "Didn't you always sleep alone before?" "That was before." I deliberately looked at her. "Now I have a wife, don't I?" She gave me a faint, knowing smile. "Did you really sleep alone last night?" My heart tightened. I couldn't answer that question carelessly. Of course, I simply wasn't used to the bed, so I didn't sleep well. Really? I swear. I raised my hand. If I'm lying, then may I? Chow Yufei hurriedly covered my mouth with her hand. Don't say anything unlucky. I believe you. Her palm was soft and carried a faint fragrance. I stared at her, and warmth suddenly surged through my heart. Where else could I find such a wonderful wife? Chow Yufei became uncomfortable under my gaze. Just as she was about to withdraw her hand, something lightly touched the center of her palm. Her entire body instantly stiffened. The next second, she yanked her hand away as if she had been burned. What are you doing? I immediately closed my mouth and looked completely innocent. I didn't do anything. She glared at me in embarrassment before turning away. I licked my lips. It smelled nice. And it was soft. It's getting late. She pretended to calmly straighten her clothes. Let's go. We went down to the underground parking garage. The driver was about to open the car door when I took the keys from him. I'll drive tonight. The driver looked toward Chow Yufei. She nodded. You may go home. After the driver left, I opened the passenger door. Sweetheart, please. She climbed into the car. I walked around to the driver's seat and started the engine. Why leave a third wheel around when we could have time alone together? Where are we going? First, Fortune Mall. Aren't we going to dinner? I'm buying you some clothes. She glanced at me. You didn't bring many clothes. You can't keep rotating the same few outfits. I deliberately sighed. Sweetheart, are you starting to dislike me? She immediately became anxious. No. How could I possibly dislike you? I only think you don't have enough clothes. I instantly smiled. That's good. Chow Yufei stared at my rapidly changing expression for 2 seconds. Were you pretending just now? I mainly wanted to confirm your feelings for me. How childish. She turned to look out the window, but the corners of her mouth curled upward slightly. Before long, we arrived at Fortune Mall. It was Jiangqing's largest luxury shopping center. In the past, I could only look at it from outside. Now, I drove directly into the VIP parking area. After getting out of the car, I remained where I was. Chow Yufei walked several steps before turning back toward me. What is it? I said nothing. I merely bent my arm. She immediately understood what I meant. Her cheeks turned slightly red. After hesitating for a second, she openly slipped her arm through mine. I immediately raised my head and puffed out my chest. That's more like it. Let's go, sweetheart. We entered the shopping center. People constantly stopped as we passed. The men looked at Chow Yufei. The women looked at me. Most of them, however, were trying to guess our relationship. That woman is incredibly beautiful. She has such a powerful presence. She must come from a wealthy family. What about the man beside her? What else could he be? He's obviously her kept pretty boy. If I were as handsome as him, I could live off a rich woman too. Don't sell yourself short. What part of me is better than him? Your face is bigger, and your skin is thicker, so you have better defenses. The conversation behind us nearly made me burst out laughing. Their guess wasn't entirely wrong. I really was living off my wife right now. The problem was that this meal was simply too delicious. We entered a luxury brand store. A sales associate immediately came over. She first looked at me, then shifted her gaze toward Chow Yufei. After a single glance, her attitude became exceptionally respectful. Welcome. What may I help you with? Choose several outfits for him. Chow Yufei pointed at me. The sales associate immediately smiled. Sir has an excellent figure. Several of our newly arrived designs would suit him very well. Without wasting any time, Chow Yufei quickly selected 5 outfits. Try them all. I carried the clothes into the fitting room. Several minutes later, I came out wearing the first outfit. The store suddenly fell silent. Everyone's gaze landed on me. The sales associate froze. The nearby customers stopped what they were doing. Even Chow Yufei stared at me in a daze. I lowered my head and inspected myself. The zipper was fine. I hadn't put anything on backward either. What is it? Their stares made me somewhat self-conscious. Does it look bad? No. Chow Yufei abruptly came back to her senses, and the tips of her ears rapidly turned red. It looks very good. The white casual suit fit my body perfectly, completely outlining my shoulders and waist. After being transformed by the beauty purification pill, my physique was already close to perfect. Now that I was wearing suitable clothes, the effect was pushed to the limit. The sales associate stared at me for several seconds before speaking. Sir, this outfit looks as though it was tailor-made for you. Try this one next. Chow Yufei handed me another outfit. I continued changing. When I came out in the second outfit, the store fell silent again. then the third, the fourth, the fifth. Every outfit fit me exceptionally well. The sales associate's professional appreciation had already transformed into undisguised amazement. After working in luxury sales for so many years, this was the first time she had encountered a customer like me. It wasn't the clothes that enhanced the person. It was the person who elevated the clothes. Wearing the final outfit, I stood before Chow Yufei. "Sweetheart, what do you think?" She looked up at me, her heartbeat clearly quickening. "They all look very good." "Then which one should we buy?" "All of them." Without even asking the price, she took out her bank card. "Package everything." Of course. The sales associate's smile grew even more enthusiastic. While Chow Yufei went to pay, the sales associate walked over with the shopping bags. She stood noticeably closer than before. Looking at me, she smiled suggestively. "Sir." She approached me, her voice soft and coquettish. "Sir, may I add you on WeChat?" I glanced at her. "Do customers have to add you on WeChat after buying clothes?" "No." She smiled and moved another half step closer. "Once your current arrangement ends, I'd like to book you privately." I didn't understand. "Book me for what?" "Just for one day." She lowered her voice. "You can name your price. If you're willing to work part-time on a long-term basis, I can also pay you monthly." I finally understood. Good grief. She really thought I was a kept pretty boy being supported by a wealthy woman. "You've misunderstood." I retreated half a step. "I don't do that kind of work." "It's all right. I won't tell the woman who was with you." The sales associate winked at me. "I promise I won't pay you poorly." "She's not my older sister." "Then is she your current patron?" For a moment, I had no idea how to explain. From a certain perspective, she wasn't entirely wrong. I coughed dryly. "She's my wife." Thinking. Translating consistently. I need to focus on translating the content without using the web. It's important to maintain consistent terminology throughout, especially since it might be quite lengthy, around 10,000 words. I want to ensure the translation flows naturally, using terms like Xing Nation, Young Master Chu, and True Martial Law reliably. Let's move forward with this full translation, keeping everything aligned for the best results. The sales associate froze for a moment, but she still refused to give up. "I can be the mistress. She can be the wife. I won't compete with her." I took another step back. The way this woman looked at me was becoming increasingly strange. If we kept talking, I was worried she might drag me directly into the fitting room. A young man really had to protect himself when he went out alone. Fortunately, Chow Yufei had finished paying and returned with the shopping bags. She looked at me, then at the sales associate. "What happened?" "Nothing." I hurriedly took the bags from her. "Let's go, sweetheart." When the sales associate heard me call her sweetheart, she finally confirmed that I hadn't been lying. The way she looked at Chow Yufei instantly filled with envy. Only after we left the store did I let out a long sigh of relief. I was safe. Chow Yufei looked at me in confusion. "What's wrong with you?" I told her what had just happened. After listening, she actually covered her mouth and began to laugh. It was rare to see the cold and glamorous female smiling so brightly, her eyes curving into crescents. But I didn't find it funny at all. "You're still laughing? Your husband almost got kept by another woman. Aren't you worried?" Chow Yufei stopped walking, powerful confidence shining in her eyes. "Other than me, no one can afford to keep you." Her words made me feel incredibly pleased. Dominating. I liked it. In front of outsiders, she was always cold, powerful, and so imposing that no one dared approach her. But when we were alone, she revealed a gentle side. Who could possibly resist that contrast? I wrapped an arm around her shoulders. "Sweetheart, if you say that, I really will cling to you for the rest of my life." Her body stiffened slightly, but she didn't push me away. It was always supposed to be for the rest of our lives. I turned to look at her, but her face was already red, and she quickened her pace. After buying the clothes, we drove toward the venue of the gathering. When we arrived at the hotel and stepped out of the car, the people around us all turned to stare. The men looked at her. The women looked at me. Most people simply stared at the two of us together in a daze. My new outfit fully displayed my physique and bearing. With her arm linked through mine, Chow Yufei radiated a cool, glamorous aura that made her the center of attention wherever she went. Standing together, we really did make a perfect couple. Of course, there were a few discordant voices. Could that guy be her kept man? Definitely. I'm so jealous. Being jealous won't help. Look in a mirror first. I couldn't be bothered with them. So what if I was a kept man? They couldn't enjoy this soft life even if they wanted to. When we reached the private dining room, Chow Yufei pushed open the door. Quite a few people were already seated inside. 6 men and 1 woman. Every one of them was dressed in expensive clothes and carried themselves with distinction. At a glance, it was obvious that they were the wealthy and influential young elites of Jiangqing. They had been chatting and laughing. But the moment we walked in, the room fell silent. Everyone's gaze first landed on my face. Surprise, confusion, wariness. Then they noticed Chow Yufei linking her arm through mine. The men's expressions instantly changed. Chow Yufei had a boyfriend? How had there been no news of this anywhere in Jiangqing? At that moment, the only woman in the room stood up. She had long, wavy hair, striking features, and bright almond-shaped eyes. Her tight-fitting dress perfectly outlined her figure, giving her a mature and seductive charm. She opened her arms and charged directly toward us. I instinctively took a step back. "Beautiful lady, calm down. I'm already married." The woman stopped and rolled her eyes at me. Then she walked around me and threw her arms around Chow Yufei. "Yufei, I missed you so much." I awkwardly rubbed my nose. So she hadn't been running toward me. I had gotten ahead of myself. Chow Yufei clearly wasn't used to such intimate gestures. She gently pushed the woman away. "Wanru, it's been a long time." Liang Wanru didn't mind. They had known each other for many years and were already familiar with each other's personalities. After we sat down, Liang Wanru immediately looked at me. "Aren't you going to introduce us? I leave the country for a while, and suddenly there's an incredibly handsome man at your side." Chow Yufei didn't hesitate. "His name is Chu Tian." She paused and took my hand. "My husband, not a friend, not a boyfriend, not a fiancé. Her husband." I was very satisfied with that introduction. Anyone who had designs on my wife could give up now. But when those 2 words fell, it was as if a bomb had been dropped into the private room. Everyone looked at me simultaneously. The men looked as though they wanted to drag me outside and bury me on the spot. Liang Wanru's eyes widened as well. "Husband, Yufei, you're married?" Chow Yufei shook her head. Everyone visibly breathed a sigh of relief. The men in particular regained a glimmer of hope. I nearly burst out laughing. Sure enough, Chow Yufei immediately added, "We haven't held the wedding yet, but we've already registered our marriage." The breath they had just released instantly lodged back in their chests. One man turned pale. Another tightened his grip on his wine glass. Someone else's gaze toward me became completely cold. Liang Wanru remained stunned for a long moment before looking me over again. "That's so like you. You never dated anyone. But the moment you did, you went straight to registering the marriage." She extended a hand toward me. "Let's get acquainted. I'm Liang Wanru, Yufei's best friend." I politely shook her hand. "Chu Tian. I already know that." She smiled and sat back down beside Chow Yufei. From the moment Chow Yufei announced our relationship, the atmosphere in the private room completely changed. The men found me increasingly unpleasant to look at. That was understandable. The goddess in the hearts of every man in Jiangcheng had suddenly become my wife. It would have been strange if they were happy about it. However, the man seated directly across from me remained calm. He was tall, with rugged features and a gentle smile that never left his face. "Young Master Chu, hello." He took the initiative to stand. "My name is Wu Jin." I shook his hand. "Hello." He appeared friendlier than the others. But that only made me feel that he was the most dangerous one. From the moment we entered, his gaze had never left Chow Yufei. Admiration, desire, possessiveness. Those emotions couldn't be concealed. When Chow Yufei said the word husband, his eyes had visibly narrowed. A flash of killing intent had appeared within them. It vanished quickly, but I had still caught it. Now, however, he acted as though nothing had happened. The better someone was at enduring, the more dangerous he was. The others practically wrote their hostility across their faces. Yet he could still smile and shake my hand. He was like a venomous snake hiding in the shadows. It would remain still until the moment it struck, and then it would bite directly at a vital point. I spoke inwardly. System, inspect Wu Jin. Wu Jin, true martial aptitude, a rank. Current cultivation, 1-star gold. My gaze sharpened slightly. 1-star gold. No wonder he gave me such a powerful sense of pressure. Compared with him, Wang Jian, whom I had sent flying with a slap that afternoon, wasn't worth mentioning. This rival in love would be difficult to deal with. However, there was still one thing I couldn't understand. It was normal for the men to be hostile toward me. But why was Liang Wanru hostile toward me too? Although she had been smiling the entire time, the way she looked at me clearly carried scrutiny and dissatisfaction. Could she also be in love with Chow Yufei? I turned to look. Sure enough, Liang Wanru was holding my wife's hand and chatting with her happily. I immediately felt uncomfortable. Just because she was a woman, did that mean she could casually take advantage of my wife? Absolutely not. My eyes shifted, and I immediately called out, Yufei. What is it? Touch my forehead. I deliberately frowned. I suddenly feel a little cold. I think I might have a fever. Chow Yufei's expression changed slightly, and she immediately reached out to touch my forehead. It's cool. Where do you feel uncomfortable? Maybe you used the wrong hand. I glanced at the hand Liang Wanru was still holding. Use the other one. Chow Yufei instantly understood. A hint of amusement flashed through her eyes. She withdrew her hand from Liang Wanru's grasp and pressed it against my forehead again. It's still not warm. I took the opportunity to hold her hand. Your hand is so cold. I'll feel better if I hold it for a while. Chow Yufei's cheeks turned slightly red. She knew I was jealous. I was even jealous of a woman. Yet instead of becoming angry, she seemed somewhat pleased. The others in the private room, however, couldn't smile. Especially after seeing our fingers intertwined, the men's gazes grew even darker. Another flash of killing intent appeared in Wu Jin's eyes. It vanished in an instant. Then he put on his gentle smile again. Young Master Chu, may I ask where you currently work? There it was. I had thought he would be able to endure a little longer. I smiled. I'm still in university. So you're a student. Wu Jin raised his wineglass and casually asked, Beihua True Martial Academy or Songhua River True Martial Academy? Neither. Then Yaqiao, Jiangqing University. The moment I answered, a man named Chunshi laughed. Jiangqing University? Young Master Chu hasn't passed a True Martial Academy's assessment yet. Is your cultivation too low, or is your aptitude lacking? The contempt in his words wasn't concealed in the slightest. Chow Yufei's gaze turned cold. Chunshi, watch your tone. A powerful pressure instantly descended upon him. Chunshi's expression changed slightly, and his entire body tensed. But with so many people present, he was unwilling to back down. President Chow and young Master Chu certainly have an affectionate relationship. You're very protective of him. After speaking, he picked up his wineglass and didn't dare continue. Wu Jin immediately smiled and tried to smooth things over. Please don't take offense, young Master Chu. My question was poorly phrased and put you in an awkward position. It sounded like an apology, but in reality, he was still mocking me. Why would I be in an awkward position? He was implying that I hadn't managed to enter a true martial academy and that my background was too embarrassing to mention. This guy certainly knew how to wield his words. Unfortunately for him, 3 of the great true martial academies had fought over me just that day. I leaned back in my chair. There's nothing awkward about it. Attending university doesn't prevent me from cultivating. If I want to attend a true martial academy, I can do so at any time. The contempt in Chun-Shi's eyes grew even stronger. He clearly thought I was putting on an act. Wu Jin didn't stop there. Young Master Chu's parents must be very close to Uncle Chow. It's certainly enviable to have gained the advantage through close proximity. After all, Miss Chow is the goddess in the hearts of countless men in Jiangqing. This time, he was probing my family background. Chow Yufei's expression had turned completely cold. She was about to speak when I gently squeezed her hand. There was no need for her to stand up for me over such a minor scene. I looked at Wu Jin, my smile unchanged. You guessed wrong. I'm an orphan. A trace of disdain flashed through Wu Jin's eyes. The expressions of the others became subtle as well. I continued. However, when my father-in-law encountered trouble with his business many years ago, he hid Yufei in an orphanage to protect her. That was where we met. Strictly speaking, we're childhood sweethearts. I looked directly at Wu Jin. Are you even more envious now, Brother Wu? Wu Jin's smile finally stiffened. Envious of what? That I was an orphan? Or that I had stolen the woman he had loved for years while we were at an orphanage? Chun-Shi slammed his hand against the table. How dare you? Is that any way to speak to Brother Jin? Chow Yufei merely glanced at him. Boom. Invisible pressure instantly descended upon him. Chun-Shi's face turned pale, and he swallowed the rest of his words. He lowered his head, but his fists clenched tightly enough to crack. Seeing the atmosphere growing increasingly tense, Liang Wanru hurriedly smiled and tried to smooth things over. Chu Tian certainly knows how to joke. Let's stop talking about this and eat. This restaurant's signature dishes are excellent. They won't taste as good once they get cold. Wu Jin gave me a deep look. I politely returned his smile. The uglier his expression became, the better I felt. He wanted to put on an act in front of me? Then we would see which of us lost his composure first. The rest of the meal was very quiet. Everyone was lost in their own thoughts. They had probably assumed that I was merely an insignificant person with no power or background. Someone who had won over Chow Yufei using nothing but my face. However, after our brief verbal exchange, they hadn't gained even the slightest advantage. The more Chen Shi thought about it, the angrier he became. Before long, he deliberately changed the subject. Brother Jean, how have your investments been doing recently? He knew very well that this was Wu Jin's area of expertise. Among Jiangqing's younger generation, almost no one could compare with Wu Jin when it came to investing. Even many older, wealthy businessmen called him Jiangqing's little stock god. Sure enough, Wu Jin's smile regained its confidence. Not bad. A while ago, I bought quite a lot of Zhongfeng pharmaceutical stock. But yesterday, I received news that the special medication they were developing might have failed, so I sold my shares in advance. I made a little less than I could have, but I still earned more than 1,000,000 yuan. Chun Shi immediately began flattering him. Brother Jin's sources really are impressive. Being able to pull out in time when the price was so high, that's incredible. I wonder which unlucky fool bought your shares. He'll probably lose everything soon. My hand paused while holding my chopsticks. What a coincidence. I was that unlucky fool, and the shares I had bought were very likely the exact ones Wu Jin had sold. Lose everything? I nearly burst out laughing. After tonight, it remained to be seen which of us would regret his decision so much that he couldn't sleep. Wu Jin noticed my expression. Young Master Chu also studies stocks? Chun Shi snorted. What could he possibly study? He heard that Brother Jin made money, so now he's pretending he understands investing too. After saying that, he noticed Chow Yufei's icy gaze and immediately lowered his voice. Ignoring him, I looked only at Wu Jin. I wouldn't say I study them. I just casually bought some shares. Which stock did you buy? It's quite a coincidence. I put down my chopsticks. I happened to buy the Zhongfeng Pharmaceuticals stock you sold. The private room instantly fell silent. Everyone looked at me. A look of realization appeared on Chow Yufei's face. 6,000,000 yuan had suddenly disappeared from the bank account that morning, so I had used it to buy stocks. Chen Shi was the first to laugh. You actually dared to buy it? How much did you invest? Around 6 million. Chen Shi laughed even harder. 6 million? You're planning to lose it all in one go. You're certainly qualified to be a kept man, squandering President Chow's money like that. A smile appeared on Wu Jin's face as well. Young Master Chu certainly has courage. But investment can't rely on courage alone. Information, judgment, and experience. You can't afford to lack any of them. I nodded. You're right. I also received information that Zhongfeng Pharmaceuticals had successfully developed a special medication for influenza. That's why I bought the shares. Mockery flashed through Wu Jin's eyes. There's plenty of false information in the market. It's normal for young Master Chu to be deceived when you've only just started investing. Don't get too upset. If your gamble somehow pays off, though, that 6 million could multiply many times over. Chen Shi laughed so hard that he rocked back and forth. If they really succeeded in developing it, I'd eat this table. I looked at him. Don't eat the table just yet. It would be hard on your teeth. Then I turned back toward Wu Jin. Thank you for your good wishes. Time slowly approached 8 o'clock in the evening. Wu Jin took out his phone and opened Zhongfeng Pharmaceuticals market page. Young Master Chu, 6 million isn't a small amount. Don't you want to see the result? I glanced at the time. 10 minutes remained. Then let's watch. Wu Jin placed the phone in the center of the table. Everyone focused on the screen. There was no obvious change in Zhongfeng Pharmaceuticals' price. 1 minute. 3 minutes. 5 minutes. Time continued to pass. The smug smile on Chun Shi's face grew increasingly broad. Why isn't it rising? What happened to your inside information? I picked up my glass of water. What's the rush? The market doesn't belong to your family. At exactly 8 o'clock, Zhongfeng Pharmaceuticals issued an official announcement. Its new special medication for influenza had passed regulatory approval. Mass production would begin soon. However, no one in the private room had seen the announcement yet. Several more minutes passed, but the stock price still showed no obvious movement. Wu Jin leaned back in his chair, his smile becoming increasingly relaxed. It seems the miracle isn't going to happen. How about this? I earned 1 million today, so I'll give you 100,000. It should make up for a small part of your loss. She continued mocking me. 6 million is about to go down the drain, yet you're still in the mood to eat. If you're going to be a kept man, then do it properly. Why bother playing with stocks? Tell me, other than relying on President Chow, what else can you rely on to change your fate? I glanced at him. I'm not anxious, yet you're sweating with worry. What's this? The eunuch is more worried than the emperor? She's expression darkened. Who are you insulting? Whoever's anxious. I put down my glass. How about a bet? If Zhengfeng Pharmaceuticals rises, you kneel and apologize to me. She sneered. If it really rises, I won't just kneel. I'll admit I was wrong in front of everyone. Fine. Everyone heard him. The moment I finished speaking, Liang Wanru suddenly pointed at the phone. It moved. Everyone immediately lowered their heads. The price on the screen began to jump. At first, it rose only slightly. Then the trading volume exploded. The red line indicating the rising price shot upward, almost turning into a vertical line. The share price skyrocketed. How is that possible? She snatched up the phone and stared fixedly at the screen. Is there an error? The smile on Wu Jin's face disappeared as well. He quickly searched the news. Several seconds later, Zhengfeng Pharmaceuticals' announcement appeared. The special medication had been successfully developed. It had passed regulatory approval. Official mass production would begin. Every word was like a slap across his face. If he hadn't sold his shares the day before, he would have been the one making this money. But not only had he sold them, he had sold all those shares to me. Wu Jin held the phone, his fingers trembling slightly. Yet he still forced out a smile. Young Master Chu. It appears a miracle really did happen. Impressive. I was merely lucky. I looked at him. I also have Brother Wu to thank. If you hadn't sold, I wouldn't have been able to buy so many shares. I deliberately sighed. You don't look too well. How about I give you 1 million? The corner of Wu Jin's mouth visibly twitched. He had said those exact words to me moments earlier. Now I had returned them to him unchanged. Did his face hurt? It definitely did. Liang Wanru looked curious. How much can 6 million earn? The moment she finished speaking, Chow Yufei's phone chimed. She looked down at the deposit notification. Her gaze visibly changed. 60 million. The private room instantly fell silent. Liang Wanru thought she had misheard. How much? 60 million. Chow Yufei turned the phone toward her. The deposited amount was displayed clearly. A 6 followed by a long string of zeros. No one spoke. Moments earlier, they had laughed at me for throwing 6 million down the drain. In the blink of an eye, that money had become 60 million. Wu Jin had sold his shares and made only 1 million. After taking them over, I had earned 60 million. This slap wasn't merely loud. It hurt. I leaned back and swept my gaze around the room. I seemed to remember someone saying he'd kneel and apologize if a miracle happened. Where is he? Did he leave? Shi's face turned livid as he sat motionless in his chair. I continued. Or are you planning to hide in your shell like a coward? Bang. Shi shot to his feet. Who are you calling a coward? I smiled at him. Why are you getting so worked up? Did you burn your mouth on the soup? I was talking about someone who refuses to keep his word. Why are you so eager to assume I meant you? She trembled with rage. He was no match for me in an argument. He had also lost the bet. Now everyone in the private room was watching him. He had completely lost face. That's right. I refused to honor the bet. What are you going to do about it? He pointed at me, abandoning all pretense of civility. A kept man who lives off a woman thinks he can make me kneel? Don't think that marrying into the Chow family means you can do whatever you want in Jiangqing. There are some people you can't afford to offend. Boom. Violent true energy instantly filled the entire private room. Every wine glass on the table trembled. Chow Yufei had risen to her feet. Her beautiful face was icy, and there wasn't the slightest trace of warmth in her eyes. The pressure from her aura turned Shi deathly pale, and cold sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. Chow Yufei, what are you trying to do? Are you really going to start a war between the Chow and Chun families over a kept man? Wu Jin also stood. President Chow, everyone was only joking. There's no need to make this into something serious. Chow Yufei didn't even look at him. This has nothing to do with you. The smile on Wu Jin's face stiffened completely. He had stepped forward to mediate, only to be publicly dismissed. But he didn't dare lose his temper. Putting aside the Chow family's strength, Chow Yufei alone wasn't someone he could oppose. Chow Yufei stared at Chen Shi. You think someone like you can represent the Chen family? Kneel. Apologize. Chen Shi clenched his teeth. In your dreams. The pressure surrounding Chow Yufei surged again. Chen Shi's body instantly sank. His legs began to bend. He tried to resist, but in the face of such an absolute difference in strength, every struggle was meaningless. Bang! His knees slammed heavily against the floor. The private room fell silent again. Chen Shi knelt before me, his eyes bloodshot. Not with regret, but with humiliation. He raised his head and screamed hysterically. Kill me if you have the guts. You want me to apologize to this kept man? Dream on. Chow Yufei's gaze turned icy. In the next instant, she appeared before Chen Shi. She moved so quickly that almost no one present could see her clearly. She reached out, seized him by the throat, and lifted his entire body off the floor. Call him a kept man one more time. Let me hear it. Chen Shi's feet dangled in the air as his face rapidly turned red. He desperately struck Chow Yufei's wrist, but he couldn't break free. Breathing became increasingly difficult. His eyes gradually rolled upward. Only when he was about to lose consciousness did Chow Yufei release him. Bang! Chen Shi crashed heavily onto the floor, clutching his throat and gasping desperately. His previous defiance had vanished. Only fear remained. Chow Yufei looked down at him. Kneel properly. Apologize to my husband. Chen Shi's body trembled violently. This time, he didn't dare resist. He knelt again and lowered his head. Young Master Chu. I'm sorry. His voice was very quiet. Chow Yufei's expression didn't change. Louder. Chen Shi gritted his teeth. Young Master Chu, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have insulted you. Please forgive me. After speaking, he even began to kowtow. I kicked him away. Don't go randomly claiming relatives. I don't have a useless son like you. Get away from me. Chen Shi collapsed onto the floor, his face alternating between pale and livid. He wanted to lose his temper, but he no longer dared say a word. Seeing the situation escalating, Liang Wanru hurriedly stood and tried to intervene. Yufei, let it go. He's already knelt and apologized. If this continues, it really will be difficult to explain things to the Chen family. Chow Yufei slowly turned her head. A single glance stopped Liang Wanru's remaining words in her throat. Cold, distant, and even carrying a warning. Liang Wanru's heart sank. They had known each other for so many years, yet this was the first time Chow Yufei had ever looked at her that way. All because of Chu Tian? Had this man already become that important to her? Liang Wanru had originally believed that Chow Yufei had simply found a random man to marry in order to escape her family's pressure. But now, it was obvious that wasn't the case at all. Chow Yufei truly cared about me. Anyone who insulted me became her enemy. Even if a longtime friend pleaded on the offender's behalf, she wouldn't back down. Liang Wanru looked at me again. The scrutiny in her gaze intensified. She couldn't understand. Other than my face, what ability did I possess that could turn Chow Yufei, the famously icy woman, into what she was now? Chow Yufei didn't withdraw her true energy. I don't accept his apology. She stared at Chen Shi, her voice cold. This matter isn't over. Chen Shi's expression changed drastically. Wu Jin frowned as well. Just as the atmosphere completely froze, a deafening crash came from outside the private room. Bang! The heavy door was blasted open by a terrifying force. Splinters flew everywhere. An even more violent surge of true energy poured into the room. The door exploded apart. Everyone turned simultaneously. A large bald man stood in the doorway. He had a burly physique, and the true energy surrounding him hadn't completely receded. Its pressure made the air inside the private room feel much heavier. When they recognized him, everyone's expression changed. I merely raised an eyebrow. What a coincidence. I had seen him that morning, and now I had run into him again that evening. The newcomer was none other than Su Guangming, Dean of Songhua River True Martial Academy. When Chen Shi saw him, he reacted like a drowning man who had found a lifeline. He scrambled toward him. Former Dean, you must uphold justice for me. Tears streamed down Chen Shi's face as he pointed at Chow Yufei and loudly accused her. She used true energy in public, forced me to kneel, and nearly killed me. Su Guangming frowned, looking at him with undisguised disgust. What are you crying for? You've almost completely disgraced the Chen family. Chun Shi's expression stiffened. He had thought Su Guangming would support him, yet instead, he was scolded first. However, Su Guangming soon turned toward Chao Yufei. Yufei, using true energy in public isn't a minor matter. You had better give me a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, I can only handle this according to true martial law. The atmosphere in the private room instantly froze. Chao Yufei stepped forward and shielded me behind her. She offered no explanation. Instead, she circulated her true energy again, preparing to attack at any moment. Warmth surged through my heart. My wife was truly prepared to fight Su Guangming for me. But there was no need. We were all on the same side. I poked my head out from behind her. Dean Su, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you here too. The moment my voice rang out, everyone froze. They looked at me as though I were a reckless madman with a death wish. At a time like this, everyone else would be desperately trying to hide. Yet I had stepped forward of my own accord. Even Chao Yufei turned and repeatedly signaled with her eyes for me to remain silent. I winked at her. Don't worry. Your husband knows what he's doing. Believing he had found an opportunity, Chun Shi immediately pointed at me. Former Dean, it's him. This entire incident started because of that piece of trash. He relied on Chao Yufei's protection and forced me to kneel. You absolutely can't let him get away with it. Su Guangming suddenly raised a hand. Smack. He slapped the back of Chun Shi's head. Get out of the way. You're blocking my path. Chun Shi clutched his head, looking deeply aggrieved. But he didn't dare argue and hurriedly moved aside. He probably assumed that Su Guangming was eager to come over and deal with me. In the next instant, however, Su Guangming quickened his steps and walked directly toward me. Chao Yufei's expression instantly turned solemn. Boom. The true energy surrounding her erupted completely. Every wineglass on the table trembled. She stepped in front of me and stared coldly at Su Guangming. Elder Su, you're my senior, and you're stronger than I am. But if you want to touch my husband, you'll have to get past me first. Looking at her back, I felt deeply moved. It was over. My wife had warmed my heart again. If the situation had been more appropriate, I would have pulled her into my arms and kissed her fiercely. Su Guangming, however, looked helpless. Yufei, what are you doing? Quickly withdraw your true energy. I can't let you hurt him. Who said I was going to hurt him? But just now you. Sweetheart. I gently took her hand. It really is fine. She didn't turn around. Don't be afraid. I won't let anyone touch you. Those words nearly broke through all my defenses on the spot. I tightened my grip on her hand and walked to her side. I'm not afraid. Dean Su and I know each other. Several mocking snorts immediately sounded in the private room. Chun Shi looked especially disdainful. Everyone in Jiangxing knows Elder Su. The question is, does Elder Su know you? I do. Su Guangming's answer was exceptionally loud. The sneer on Chun Shi's face instantly froze. Everyone else in the private room was dumbfounded as well. How could a university student who hadn't even attended a true martial academy know the dean of Songhua River True Martial Academy? And judging from Su Guangming's reaction, it seemed they weren't merely casual acquaintances. Su Guangming looked at Chao Yufei. Yufei, withdraw your true energy. If I truly wanted to hurt him, would you be able to stop me? Although his words were blunt, they were true. Chao Yufei looked at me. I nodded. Don't worry. Only then did she slowly withdraw her true energy. The terrifying pressure weighing upon everyone's chest finally dispersed. In the next instant, Su Guangming grabbed my hand. Chao Yufei's gaze sharpened, and her true energy nearly erupted again. But Su Guangming's face was filled with smiles. Chu Tian, what a coincidence. We only met this morning, and now we've run into each other again tonight. Are you eating here too? His enthusiasm made me somewhat uncomfortable. It certainly is a coincidence. Are you also here for dinner, Dean Su? I'm meeting a few old friends. Su Guangming patted my shoulder, looking more satisfied the longer he examined me. So, have you finished considering it? You must come to Songhua River True Martial Academy in your second year. I'll teach you personally. Dean Su, didn't we already settle that matter? That's good. Very good. His face was kind, and his smile made him resemble a friendly old man from the neighborhood. But everyone in the private room stared in disbelief. Was this really the Su Guangming they knew? According to the rumors, the old dean had a violent temper, rarely smiled, and refused to give anyone face. Yet today, he was holding my hand and addressing me as Chu Tian with every sentence. Anyone who didn't know better might think I was his long-lost biological grandson. I smiled. Dean Su, you should go back to your meal. Don't keep your friends waiting. All right. He nodded and then looked at Chow Yufei. Yufei, using true energy in public is indeed against the rules. But for Chu Tian's sake, I'll let it go this time. Let it go? The moment Chen Shi heard that, he became anxious. Elder Su, how can you simply let such a serious incident go? Su Guangming suddenly turned toward him. Shut your mouth. Didn't you use true energy just now? Chen Shi opened his mouth. Of course he had. However, the gap between him and Chow Yufei was far too large. His true energy had been completely suppressed the moment he began circulating it, making it practically no different from not using it at all. Su Guangming snorted coldly. You made the first move, yet you still have the nerve to complain? If you're incapable, keep your mouth shut. Chen Shi's expression turned ugly, but he didn't dare argue. Su Guangming asked again. I also heard you call Chu Tian trash. That's right. Chen Shi gritted his teeth. He hasn't even attended a true martial academy. If he isn't trash, what is he? Su Guangming's face instantly darkened. Chu Tian is trash. Then what does that make you? You can barely even be considered human. Chen Shi's face flushed crimson. Elder Su, aren't those words a little too harsh? Harsh. Su Guangming showed him no mercy. If you had even half of Chu Tian's aptitude, you wouldn't have been expelled from the academy early. Those words were like a knife stabbing directly into the wound Chen Shi least wanted anyone to mention. True martial academies had a clear requirement. To graduate normally, a student had to reach at least 9-star silver. Yet Chen Shi had remained stuck at 3-star silver for years. In the end, the Chun family had used its connections to obtain a barely respectable certificate of completion for him. Officially, they claimed he had graduated. In reality, he had been thrown out early. Chen Shi's face turned livid. At least I was accepted into a true martial academy. What about Chu Tian? What qualifications does he have to compare with me? Su Guangming sneered. A frog at the bottom of a well. Do you have any idea that all 3 of Jiangqing's great true martial academies are currently fighting over Chu Tian? The private room fell into deathly silence. All 3 great true martial academies were fighting over me. Everyone present understood perfectly well what that meant. The last time such a scene had occurred was when Chow Yufei awakened her A+ aptitude. Could I also possess A+ aptitude? One gaze after another fell upon me again. Suspicion, shock, disbelief. Someone looked at me, then at Chow Yufei. The meaning in that person's gaze clearly changed. One possessed A+ aptitude. The other possessed at least the same level. Thinking. Translating with continuity. I need to ensure that the translation keeps a sense of continuity, even though it's quite long. I can't browse for help, so accuracy in translating literary elements is essential. The previous translation uses terms like president or dean, and I might need to change that to something like old principal. I should also consider interesting phrases like soft rice to imply living off a partner, and I'll ensure phrases like true martial law are handled well. Time to get to it. What wealthy heiress and kept man. They were clearly 2 peerless monsters who had found each other. Chen Shi still refused to accept it. Why? What kind of aptitude does he have? Su Guangming looked at him and said only one thing. How dare the light of a firefly compete with the brilliance of the moon? You overestimate yourself. Chen Shi's face and neck turned red with anger, but he no longer dared speak. Su Guangming stared at him coldly. Chen Shi, I'm warning you. What happened today ends here. If you dare pull any underhanded tricks behind our backs, I'll personally visit the Chen family and deal with you. Chen Shi lowered his head. His eyes were filled with resentment, but he didn't dare respond. Only then did Su Guangming turn back toward me. The anger on his face instantly disappeared, replaced by a kindly smile. Chu Tian, I won't disturb you any longer. Call me if you need anything. All right. Take care, Dean Su. He turned and left. He switched between his 2 faces so naturally that everyone in the private room felt the corners of their mouths twitch. What did preferential treatment look like? This was it. The door closed again, but the atmosphere in the private room didn't ease. Everyone was staring at me. None of them dared look down at me as arrogantly as they had before. They thought I had no money. I had just turned 6 million yuan into 60 million and transferred every cent into Chow Yufei's account. They thought I had no strength. The dignified dean of a true martial academy had treated me with great courtesy and openly announced that all 3 great true martial academies were fighting over me. Could someone like that possibly be trash? The wealthy young masters who had looked down on me earlier had all fallen silent. Chow Yufei had also lost interest in staying. She rose to her feet. Wanru, we'll be leaving now. We'll meet another day. Liang Wanru looked apologetic. Yufei, I'm sorry. I didn't know tonight would turn out like this. It isn't your fault. Chow Yufei linked her arm through mine. Let's go. The 2 of us left the private room. The moment the door closed behind us, a loud crash came from inside. Bang! Chun-Shi kicked over a chair, his eyes bloodshot. Chu Tian, if I don't avenge this humiliation, I swear I'm not a man. Wu Jin sat nearby with an equally dark expression, but his voice remained exceptionally calm. Brother Chun, I advise you not to act impulsively. You heard what Elder Su said. If you move against Chu Tian, he really might come after the Chen family. His words sounded like a warning. In reality, they struck precisely where Chun-Shi was most furious. Let him come. I'd like to see how he plans to storm the Chun family for the sake of one Chu Tian. I'm going after that man no matter what. Wu Jin didn't try to persuade him again. He raised his wine glass, using it to conceal the fleeting smile at the corner of his mouth. The fool had taken the bait. All Wu Jin had to do was sit back and watch the show. After we got into the car, Chow Yufei didn't fasten her seat belt immediately. She turned sideways and stared at me with her large, bright eyes. Several seconds passed. She was still staring. Her gaze was beginning to make me uncomfortable. Sweetheart, I know I'm very handsome now, but if you keep staring at me like that, even I'll get embarrassed. Her cheeks turned slightly red. Narcissist. Then why are you still looking? I'm wondering why Elder Su treats you so well. I raised an eyebrow. Obviously, it's because your husband is very strong. You should understand that better than anyone. She instantly caught the implication and glared at me in embarrassment. Then she suddenly nodded thoughtfully. I do know you're strong. But how does Elder Su know? Could it be that you and he? The smile on my face stiffened. Good grief. She had turned the tables on me. Sweetheart, you've learned some bad habits. You were the one who said it. It seems you have some doubts about my orientation. I leaned closer to her. Don't lock your door tonight. I'll prove it to you personally. In your dreams. Her face red, she spat the words at me. Then she asked seriously, is your true martial aptitude A+2? I shook my head. No. She frowned. A rank is certainly powerful, but it shouldn't be enough to make 3 deans fight over you. I smiled at her. Why not guess higher? For example, S rank. Her eyes widened abruptly. Her lips parted slightly. The sight made my heart itch. Your S rank. After receiving my confirmation, delight immediately appeared on her face. It wasn't because of the S rank aptitude itself. It was because of the Chow family. I had no background, and I was an orphan. Although she didn't care, her parents and the other members of the Chow family wouldn't accept me so easily. But if I possessed S rank aptitude, everything would change. No family could possibly reject a top genius who was destined to rise. No wonder. She took my hand, visibly breathing a sigh of relief. Then she remembered something else. You know how to invest in stocks too? That question made me hesitate. Did I? Strictly speaking, no. But the system did. And the system belonged to me. Rounding things up, didn't that mean I knew how? I asked inwardly. System, there's nothing wrong with my logic, right? Correct. Everything possessed by the system may be regarded as an ability of the host. If everything you have is mine, why don't you give me all the rewards directly? Does the host not find the process of completing missions and opening mystery boxes enjoyable? I ignored it. A little, I told Chow Yufei. But I'm not particularly skilled. She stared at me for several seconds. You casually invested once and made 60 million, yet you're not skilled? I was lucky. If you need money in the future, tell me directly. She didn't question the source of my information. Instead, she said seriously, whether you make money or lose it, I'll support you. Warmth surged through my heart again. Thank you, sweetheart. Did I make you especially proud today? She blinked, then suddenly revealed a playful smile. You were amazing. Hearing those words from her was devastatingly effective. I immediately felt energized. Since my wife said that, I'll have to stay amazing for the rest of the day. I slammed my foot on the accelerator. Roar! The sports car shot forward. Chow Yufei grabbed the handle and looked out the window in confusion. This isn't the way home. Where are we going? To buy you a gift. Why are you suddenly buying me a gift? I made 60 million today. What am I supposed to do? Leave it sitting there and stare at it. I don't need anything. Whether you need something is beside the point. I glanced at her. How could a gift from your husband have the same meaning? She said nothing. She merely tightened her grip on my hand, a happy smile appearing on her face. Before long, I stopped outside a Ferrari dealership. She looked at the sign. You're buying me a car? That's right. You have plenty of sports cars in your garage, but your collection still doesn't include every brand. Ferrari is the only brand available in Jiangxing that you're still missing. We can add the other brands when we visit a larger city. She looked at me, her gaze growing gentler. This was the first large sum of money I had ever earned. I hadn't kept it for myself. Instead, my first thought had been to buy her a gift. She took the initiative to link her arm through mine. Let's go. We entered the dealership. Although it was already evening, the sales staff hadn't left yet. Several salespeople came forward simultaneously when they saw us. It couldn't be helped. With our looks and bearing, keeping a low profile was impossible. Sir, ma'am, what model would you like to see? Several new cars have just arrived at our dealership. Would you like me to introduce them? 7 or 8 people spoke at once, making my head ache. A tall female manager soon approached and dismissed the other salespeople. She quickly looked us over. After noticing our clothes and watches, her smile became even more enthusiastic. Hello, my name is Li Ying. Which model would you like to see? I went straight to the point. The SF90 Spider. Li Ying's eyes instantly lit up. Someone who named a specific model had usually already done their research. There was a good chance we weren't merely here to look around. We might actually pay and take delivery of the car. The final price of this model exceeded 8 million yuan. If the deal went through, her commission would be substantial. You have excellent taste, sir. A brand new one arrived at our dealership today. At the earliest, we can complete the paperwork tonight. She led us into the showroom. When I saw the car behind the glass, however, I frowned. Blue. Li Ying noticed my reaction, and her heart tightened. You don't like the color, sir? It doesn't feel quite right. In my mind, a Ferrari should be red. Classic, flamboyant, and more suitable for Chow Yufei. If you aren't satisfied, we can contact dealerships in other cities and arrange an exchange, Li Ying hurriedly added. In the meantime, you can learn more about the vehicle's performance. She then began a professional introduction. The engine, the electric system, the hybrid powertrain, 1,000 horsepower, 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in 2.5 seconds. Various driving modes. I listened attentively, but I didn't understand much. In the end, I grasped only one important point. The car was fast. As for whether we bought it, that depended on whether my wife liked it. I turned toward her. Sweetheart, do you like it? Chow Yufei examined the blue body and shook her head. I prefer red. As expected, a married couple's taste was naturally in sync. I looked at Li Ying. Then please contact another dealership and arrange for a red one to be transferred here. No problem. Li Ying nodded with a smile. You may take a look at the interior first. Just as we were about to approach the display car, a rough voice came from behind us. Manager Li, is my paperwork finished yet? I want to take delivery of my car right now. I turned around. An overweight middle-aged man walked over with his arm around a heavily made-up young woman. Only a few strands of hair remained on the man's head, and a thick gold chain hung around his neck. The young woman had an excessively refined, influencer-style face and was practically hanging from his body. Li Ying maintained her professional smile. President's son, your paperwork has been completed. However, I'm currently assisting other customers. Sales Associate Wang can help you take delivery of your car. The middle-aged man didn't say anything, but the woman beside him became displeased. What customers could possibly be more important than us? She looked us up and down, her eyes filled with contempt. These two youngsters think they can afford a Ferrari? Look at the counterfeit clothes they're wearing. I doubt they could even afford one wheel. Chow Yufei and I frowned simultaneously. Neither of us had provoked her. Yet the moment she opened her mouth, she began making sarcastic remarks. Her manners had clearly failed to keep pace with the technology invested in her face. When we ignored her, she became even more enthusiastic. I bet they're only here to take pictures. Then they'll post them online and pretend to be rich. Managerly, you've worked in sales for so many years. How can you still lack this much judgment? Li Ying's expression also turned cold. Ma'am, please watch your language. This is a public place. The influencer-faced woman faltered beneath her imposing demeanor. Then she immediately nestled into the middle-aged man's arms and complained coquettishly. Hubby, she was mean to me. Her voice made my entire body uncomfortable. While comforting her, the middle-aged man secretly turned his gaze toward Xiao Yufei. His eyes moved from her face to her waist. His stare became increasingly unscrupulous. He didn't even bother concealing his lecherous expression. Disgust flashed through Xiao Yufei's eyes, and she moved half a step behind me. My expression instantly darkened. If you can't control your eyes, gouge them out. Replace them with glass marbles. The middle-aged man clearly hadn't expected me to warn him to his face. He narrowed his eyes. Young man, there's nothing wrong with being hot-blooded, but before you speak, you should first understand who you're talking to. There are some people you'll never be able to afford to offend. I laughed. Such as you. Are you very rich? His face was filled with arrogance. That's right. I'm rich. My assets are more than you could earn in your entire life, even if you never ate or drank. He pointed toward the SF90 in the showroom. That car costs more than 8 million yuan on the road. Even I would have to think carefully before buying it. The influencer-faced woman immediately clung more tightly to his arm. My husband already bought me a Roma. It cost more than 3 million yuan. Someone like you will probably spend your entire life standing on the sidelines and looking. I watched the two of them echoing each other and couldn't help shaking my head. Does having a little money give you the right to be this rude? The middle-aged man grinned. Of course, money lets you do whatever you want. In this world, money represents everything, even class. As he spoke, his gaze continued drifting toward Xiao Yufei. All warmth vanished from my eyes. Xiao Yufei was about to attack, but I took her hand first. There was no need for my wife to handle such a minor character. I looked at the middle-aged man again. You're certain that money lets you do whatever you want? Of course. Understood. I nodded. In the next instant, I kicked him. Bang. Before the middle-aged man could react, his fat body flew sideways. He slammed heavily into the tempered glass surrounding the display area. The entire glass wall shook violently. The influencer-faced woman screamed and hurried over to help him. Hubby, are you all right? The middle-aged man clutched his chest, his flabby face trembling with pain. You dared hit me? Do you believe I could make you disappear from Jiangxing with a single command? I remained where I was, my expression calm. No. You. Trembling with anger, he turned and roared at Li Ying. Manager Li, where are your security guards? Someone attacked me in your dealership and you're doing nothing? Do you still want me to spend money here in the future? Li Ying was momentarily placed in a difficult position. She hadn't expected someone as refined-looking as me to attack so decisively. Moreover, the speed and power of that kick had been terrifying. This young man was also a true martial artist. When the middle-aged man saw that she wasn't moving, he shouted even more fiercely. Pull up the surveillance footage immediately. Call the police. I'll make sure he pays the price today. But I wasn't nervous in the slightest. Don't be in such a hurry. Weren't you the one who said money lets people do whatever they want? The middle-aged man roared. What do you mean? I looked at Li Ying. Manager Li, please pull up the surveillance footage. Let him listen to what he said. I smiled. You personally said that money lets people do whatever they want. As it happens, I have money too. So there's nothing wrong with me kicking you, is there? The middle-aged man clutched his chest and laughed in fury. Fine. Didn't you say you're rich? If you can pay cash for this SF90, I'll accept that kick without complaint. I could tell he had no intention of letting the matter go. He wanted to see me fail to produce the money and humiliate myself in public. Ideally, he would then trample my pride and flaunt his wealth in front of Xiao Yufei. Unfortunately for him, he had chosen the wrong target. I turned toward Xiao Yufei. Sweetheart, I suddenly think blue looks pretty good too. Let's buy this one first. If you still want red, we can buy another after it arrives. Xiao Yufei immediately understood what I meant. She nodded. Whatever you say. The influencer-faced woman burst out laughing. Hubby, look at how convincingly he's pretending. He's talking as though 8 million were 800. The middle-aged man wrapped an arm around her, contempt returning to his face. Young man, don't be impulsive. The down payment alone would be over 1 million. Can you scrape that much together? The influencer-faced woman continued fanning the flames. If he doesn't have enough money, maybe he can make the down payment on one tire. Ignoring them, I took out my bank card and handed it to Liang. Processed the paperwork. Liang accepted the card with both hands. Sir, would you like financing, or will you pay in full? In full. The middle-aged man's smile stiffened at those two words. Then he snorted. Keep pretending. Let's see what you do when the payment is declined. Liang said nothing else and immediately brought over the payment terminal. I entered the PIN. Confirmed the payment. Several seconds later, the machine printed a receipt. Transaction approved. The entire showroom suddenly fell silent. The middle-aged man stared at the receipt, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. The influencer-faced woman leaned directly over the terminal. He really paid? More than 8 million? Is the machine broken? Liang put away the receipt, her tone cold. President's son, there is nothing wrong with our equipment. Mr. Chu has completed the payment in full. The middle-aged man's face alternated between pale and livid, as though he had been slapped more than a dozen times in a row. Moments earlier, he had said I couldn't even afford the down payment. Yet I had bought the car outright without blinking. He finally realized that something was wrong. Could a young man who casually produced more than 8 million yuan possibly be an ordinary person with no background? Fear appeared in his eyes. Baby, let's go. He grabbed the influencer-faced woman and turned to flee. I remained where I was and spoke coldly. Stop. The middle-aged man's body stiffened. He slowly turned around, his voice no longer carrying its previous arrogance. What else do you want? I walked toward him. Don't leave yet. I haven't finished experiencing what it feels like for a rich man to do whatever he wants. He kept retreating. Don't do anything reckless. There are surveillance cameras here. I can call the police. Didn't you just say money represents everything? The smile vanished completely from my face. Why are you suddenly talking about the law when you're the one getting beaten? His lips turned pale, and he didn't dare answer. I looked outside. Where's that 3 million yuan Ferrari of yours? Let an ignorant poor man like me broaden his horizons. The middle-aged man didn't dare refuse. He could only lead me out of the showroom. A brand new red Ferrari was parked outside. The protective film hadn't even been completely removed. I walked around it once. It's a good car. The middle-aged man hurriedly nodded. Yes. It's a pity the owner is so lousy. His expression changed. Before he could speak, I grabbed him by the collar and slammed him into the car door. Bang! The door caved inward on the spot. Blood appeared on the middle-aged man's forehead. He clutched his head and collapsed to the ground, screaming in pain. I released him and patted the damaged door. That looks much better. A broken door for a rotten man. It suits you. The middle-aged man stared at his brand-new car, his entire body trembling violently. He wanted to curse at me, but the moment his gaze met mine, he swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue. The earlier kick and this latest blow had thoroughly beaten the courage out of him. Liang hurried outside. Mr. Chu, the temporary paperwork has been completed. You may drive the vehicle away. I accepted the keys. Thank you. It's my pleasure. Liang looked at the middle-aged man without the slightest hint of sympathy. If I hadn't possessed money or strength, I would have been the one humiliated and thrown out. Someone like him wasn't worthy of sympathy. I got into the SF-90 and started the engine. Roar. The engine's growl instantly reverberated throughout the dealership. The middle-aged man seemed unable to endure any more stimulation. His eyes rolled back, and he dropped to the floor, pretending to faint. I drove the car over to him and lowered the window. Stop pretending. He didn't react. I rested my hand on the door. Would you like me to get out and help wake you up? The middle-aged man's eyes instantly opened, and he moved faster than anyone. The influencer-faced woman looked delighted. Hubby, you're awake. The middle-aged man ignored her and merely stared at me in terror. I smiled at him. You were right. Having money really does let you do whatever you want. The next time I want to experience this feeling, I'll come find you. Thud. The middle-aged man dropped to his knees and began repeatedly kowtowing. Young master, I was wrong. I was too blind to recognize someone important. Please spare me. I looked at him. You did nothing wrong. I should thank you. Without you, how would I have known that being rich felt this satisfying? His face grew even paler. I'm sorry. I'll never do it again. I ignored him and stepped on the accelerator. The blue SF-90 roared into the night. After driving for a while, I looked toward the passenger seat. Sweetheart, what do you think? Chow Yufei ran a hand over the interior. It's nice, but it feels a little wasteful. How could spending money on you be wasteful? I took her hand. We'll keep the blue one for now. Once the red one arrives, I'll buy that one for you too. She stared at me for several seconds before speaking softly. This is the first time you've earned so much money. Didn't you consider buying something for yourself? I did. What? I raised our joined hands slightly. If my wife is happy, then I'm happy. Her cheeks turned slightly red, and she said nothing else. But her grip on my hand tightened. Along the way, many people took out their phones to take pictures. A blue SF-90 was already rare. With the two of us sitting inside, the car's head-turning appeal was pushed to the limit. However, Chow Yufei didn't take the earlier incident seriously at all. In her eyes, that middle-aged man probably wasn't even qualified to be considered an opponent. When we returned to the villa, I had barely opened the door and stepped out when my stomach growled. Grr. The sound was quite clear. Chow Yufei looked at me. Are you hungry? I felt slightly embarrassed. I didn't eat much tonight, and I used up a lot of energy just now. I'm a little hungry too. She checked the time. Aunt Wong has already gone to bed. Should we go out to eat? That's too much trouble. I rolled up my sleeves. Tonight, I'll let you taste your husband's cooking. She looked surprised. You know how to cook? Of course. I pushed open the kitchen door. Your husband's talents have merely been delayed by his studies. Otherwise, I'd be a master chef by now. 5 minutes later, I stood before the empty refrigerator in silence. There were no eggs, no vegetables, no meat. The entire kitchen was so clean that it looked as though no one had ever cooked there. Even the most skilled cook couldn't make a meal without ingredients. Surely I couldn't stir-fry air for my wife. After searching for a long time, I finally found a bag of noodles. Sweetheart, there aren't any ingredients in the house. I waved the noodles in my hand. How about I make you some noodles? The moment the words left my mouth, I fell silent. Why did that sound so suggestive? Chow Yufei, however, didn't notice anything unusual. She walked to the kitchen door and nodded seriously. Sure, I want to taste how good your noodles are. My hand trembled, and I nearly dropped the bag. Sweetheart, was that unintentional, or did you do it on purpose? I took a deep breath. Calm down. The noodles I was making were perfectly innocent. As for anything else, that could wait until later. I boiled water, prepared the broth, and fried eggs. More than 10 minutes later, 2 steaming bowls of noodles were placed on the dining table. Chow Yufei picked up some noodles and tasted them. Her eyes soon lit up. They really are delicious. When have I ever lied to you? I sat opposite her. If you want to keep a woman's heart, you first have to capture her stomach. Her cheeks turned red. So you plan to capture my stomach first, and then keep my heart? No. I shook my head. I'm an all-rounder. I'm going to use all my strengths to keep you. After finishing the last bite, she set down her chopsticks with a smile. Then you'll have to work hard. My standards are very high. Don't worry. I leaned closer. I've never been afraid of high standards. She noticed my gaze and immediately rose to her feet. I'm going to take a shower. The bathroom door quickly closed. Before long, the sound of running water came from inside. I lay on the sofa and stared toward the bathroom. If a mouse suddenly ran in there, would she call for me? Could I charge inside and heroically rescue her? Just as my imagination was getting exciting, the water stopped. Chow Yufei emerged wrapped in a bath towel. It was the same scene as last time. The same person too. But this time, I had experience. My nose didn't bleed. I held steady. Still, my gaze uncontrollably drifted over her body. Her face turned red beneath my stare, and even her footsteps slowed. Why do you keep looking at me? I'm admiring you. Haven't you seen enough? A lifetime wouldn't be enough. Amusement flashed through her eyes, but she refused to admit it. Smooth talker. I'm going back to my room. You should rest early too. Wait. What is it? I leaned back on the sofa and raised an eyebrow at her. I still have plenty of strengths I haven't shown you. Don't you want to see them? She instantly understood and glared at me in embarrassment before turning and hurrying upstairs. Bang! The bedroom door closed. I stared at the empty staircase and let out a long sigh. We had registered our marriage. We were living together, yet we still had to sleep in separate rooms. When would this life finally end? By the time I woke up the next morning, Chow Yufei had already gone to the company. I had just finished washing up when the system's voice rang out. Host, please complete today's check-in. Check-in. Today's check-in type. Location check-in. Host, please proceed to Jiangxing Bridge and complete the check-in at the top of the 91st steel support, counting from left to right. I stood frozen for a full 10 seconds. Say that again. Jiangxing Bridge. The top of the 91st steel support. My anger instantly flared. Are you deliberately messing with me? Why do I have to climb a bridge just to check in? And why do I have to count all the way to the 91st support? The host may refuse. Really, if you refuse, tomorrow's mission will remain a check-in at the same location. I nearly cursed out loud. How was that a refusal? That was clearly indefinite torture. Gritting my teeth, I asked, is there a time limit? You must complete it before midnight today. I had no choice but to compromise. Climbing the bridge during the day was out of the question. The moment I climbed up, a crowd would gather below. Firefighters, police officers, and news reporters would probably all arrive soon afterward. The next day, the Jiangxing News headline would read, "Shocking. University student climbs bridge at midnight, and the reason was to count steel supports. Asterisk asterisk. I couldn't afford that kind of humiliation. I could only wait until midnight and secretly climb up when fewer people were around. Filled with anger, I went to the university. The moment I entered the classroom, I stopped in my tracks. My desk was covered in snacks, drinks, and all kinds of gifts. They had been piled into a small mountain. There was no need to guess. They had all been given to me by the girls in the class. After sitting down, I pushed everything toward Zhu Guli. Here, you can have them. In the past, he would have hugged me on the spot and called me his beloved brother. But today, he reacted as though he had seen poison. His expression changed dramatically. Take them away. Don't you love this stuff? Zhu Guli lowered his voice and spoke through gritted teeth. I love eating, but I don't want to die. I followed his gaze. Every girl in the class was staring at him. Their gazes were more dangerous than the last. Clearly, anyone who dared touch the gifts they had given me would become their public enemy. I patted Zhu Guli's shoulder. Don't worry. They won't do anything to you. How can you guarantee that? I'll tell them you insisted on stealing everything. The flesh on Zhu Guli's face trembled. Are you even human? They'll definitely believe me instead of you. He ground his teeth in fury. Chu Tian, you and I are sworn enemies. Although that was what he said, he still reluctantly kept the snacks. Then he turned to face the girls and forced out a smile even uglier than crying. Ladies, don't misunderstand. I'm only holding these things for Brother Tian. If I secretly eat even one bite, may my weight immediately rise to 280 pounds. That oath was ruthless enough. The girls finally withdrew their gazes. Feeling as though he had received a pardon, Zhu Guli hurriedly began stuffing the gifts into his desk. As he did so, a small box fell from his hands. Clatter. The entire class instantly fell silent. Zhu Guli struggled to bend down and pick it up, but his movements suddenly froze. His eyes actually opened wide. 3 large words were clearly printed on the box. Adult product. I fell silent. Zhu Guli fell silent too. Who had given me this? This could no longer be considered a hint. They had practically written their intentions across my face. Everyone around us had seen it. Zhu Guli looked as though he wanted to shove his head into the desk compartment. He suddenly lunged down, grabbed the box, and sat upright with a red face. At that moment, a girl quietly asked, "Who bought it? Isn't the size a little small?" The classroom fell deathly silent. I choked on my breath and began coughing violently. Everyone's gaze shifted toward my lower body in unison. My scalp tingled, and I immediately clamped my legs together. More terrifyingly, the gazes of several girls contained more than mere curiosity. They actually seemed eager to verify it themselves. Do you think it's at least as long as a pen? What kind of pen? A calligraphy brush, maybe. As long as it isn't a piece of chalk, I can accept it. I lowered my head and felt my innocence drifting farther and farther away. The facts proved one thing. Once women started making dirty jokes, men couldn't compete at all. Fortunately, our academic advisor entered the classroom just in time. What are all of you gathering around for? Class is about to begin. Everyone quickly scattered. The advisor immediately noticed my bright red face and walked over. Chu Tian, are you feeling unwell? No. Then why is your face so red? The classroom's a little warm. If you truly feel unwell, tell me. Her tone was gentle. You can rest in my office. Then she noticed Zhu Guli, whose face was equally red, and her expression instantly became stern. Zhu Guli, did you pass your cold to Chu Tian? Zhu Guli pointed at himself. Me? Stay away from Chu Tian. Why don't you sit in the back row? Zhu Guli opened his mouth. In the end, he lay on his desk in despair. There truly was no fairness between people. After the advisor left, I had no interest in listening to the lesson. My mind was filled with thoughts of climbing the bridge that night to complete the check-in. I rested my chin on one hand, my brows tightly furrowed. But in the girl's eyes, my expression somehow became melancholy. Is our Prince Charming in a bad mood? It breaks my heart to see him like that. Whenever he frowns, my heart shatters. If he needs me, I'm willing to give him everything. The boys in the classroom collectively revealed pained expressions. Ever since I had taken the beauty purification pill, several couples had already broken up. The reason was always brutally direct. You can't even compare to a single strand of Chu Tian's hair. More absurdly, I had heard that one girl had shouted my name while she was on a date with her boyfriend. The boy had broken down on the spot. By now, I had become the common enemy of every boy in the class. Shixiang sat in the back row, staring fixedly at me. The hatred in his eyes was impossible to conceal. He was so angry that blisters had formed at the corners of his mouth. No one dared sit within a yard of him. Just as the atmosphere in the classroom was becoming increasingly strange, the door was suddenly pushed open. Lida strode inside. His expression was exceptionally grave. Everyone immediately straightened in their seats. Whenever Lida wore that expression, it meant something important had happened. He walked to the front of the classroom and planted both hands on the lectern. In 3 days, the Longton secret realm will open. The classroom was silent at first. Then everyone became excited. The Longton secret realm opened once a year. It was filled with danger, but it also contained abundant resources and opportunities. Some people entered once and experienced a dramatic increase in cultivation. Others entered and never returned. But as long as someone survived and brought resources back, they could often change their fate. Li Da's next words, however, instantly extinguished everyone's excitement. After discussions among Jiangxing's 5 universities, each institution will send only 10 students this year. No one else will be allowed to enter. The classroom immediately erupted. Why? Wasn't participation voluntary in previous years? If only the 10 strongest students are allowed in, everyone else will never have the chance to turn their lives around. This is unfair. Someone even stood up. Instructor Li, we refuse to accept this. That's right. We refuse. Lida slammed his palm against the lectern. Bang! A crack instantly appeared across it. Silence. Everyone immediately shut their mouths. Lida swept his cold gaze across the class. This was a joint decision made by all 5 universities. I'm only responsible for informing you. The student who had stood first remained unwilling to accept it. There must be a reason, right? Why was the number of participants suddenly restricted? Lida fell silent briefly before offering an explanation. First, the Longton secret realm has opened continuously for many years, and its internal resources are nearly exhausted. To obtain resources, some people directly destroyed the regeneration zones, causing many species of spiritual herbs to become extinct. Second, the danger inside the secret realm is increasing. Through surveillance, the universities have discovered that large numbers of ferocious beasts have recently entered the Longton secret realm. If weak students go inside, they won't be searching for opportunities. They'll be delivering food to the beasts. The objections in the classroom grew quieter, but they didn't disappear completely. In the end, they still look down on those of us who are weak. If we aren't given opportunities, how are we supposed to become stronger? If the strong take all the resources, they'll only become stronger and stronger. Li Da's expression was unpleasant as well. Clearly, he had been just as unable to accept this decision when he first heard about it. But the rules had already been decided. No one could change them. Over the next 3 days, I'll select 3 people from the several classes under my supervision. The other instructors will also choose their own candidates. In the end, practical combat trials will determine Jiangxing University's 10 participants. Everyone's expressions grew even uglier. Lida was responsible for 5 classes. Each class contained 60 students. Only 3 people would be selected from 300 students. The odds were so low that they inspired despair. Someone collapsed directly onto his desk. There's no hope. Our class will receive 1 spot at most. 1. The person beside him glanced at me. Do you even need to guess who'll get it? Everyone's gaze followed and landed on me. S-rank aptitude. 9-star black iron. 3 great true martial academies fighting over me. As long as the university's leadership still possessed functioning brains, they would definitely send me into the Longton secret realm. Then someone looked toward Shixiang and Zhu Guli. Our class truly wasn't weak. Both Shixiang and I were at 9-star black iron. Although Zhu Guli was only at 7-star black iron, he possessed B-rank aptitude and tremendous brute strength. If Lita selected anyone from this class, the 3 of us had the best chances. Zhu Guli nudged my arm. Brother Tian, are you going to the Longton secret realm? I am. I didn't hesitate. An opportunity had been delivered right to my doorstep. Why wouldn't I go? More importantly, what I currently lacked most were resources and combat experience. The secret realm was dangerous? With the system on my side, I might be able to turn that danger into an opportunity. In the back row, Shixiang slowly raised his head. Only moments earlier, his face had been dark and gloomy. Now excitement had reignited in his eyes. He stared at me as the corners of his mouth slowly curled upward. There was something wrong with that smile. I turned and met his gaze. He didn't look away. Instead, he raised a hand and slowly drew it across his throat. A provocation, a threat, an undisguised killing intent. I narrowed my eyes. There were many areas inside the Longton secret realm that weren't covered by surveillance. This guy had probably already begun making sinister plans. He wanted to kill me inside the secret realm? Fine. Then we would see which of us left the other behind in there. Thinking. Translating content. I'm focused on translating the continuation without web access. It's important for me to preserve the style and names throughout the text. Since it looks like this could be a lengthy process of 8,000 to 10,000 words, I want to ensure that I don't create any discrepancies or weirdness with the first introduction. I'll dive into the translation now and make sure it flows smoothly. After Lita left, the classroom fell completely silent. Everyone was holding back a great deal of anger. But the rules had been decided jointly by all 5 universities. No matter how unwilling they were to accept them, they had no choice. The most troublesome part was that every gaze in the room had fallen on me. Envy, jealousy, resentment. Several boys looked as though they wanted to carry me outside and throw me away. Their stares made me uncomfortable all over. When lunchtime finally arrived, I grabbed Zhu Guli and pulled him to his feet. Come on, let's eat. I rushed out of the classroom. Zhu Guli desperately chased after me, the fat on his body bouncing up and down. After only a few steps, he was already panting. Brother Tian. Slow down. Are you trying to elope with me? I stopped and looked back at him. With your weight, do you think you could elope anywhere? Zhu Guli glared at me, but his eyes were so small that I couldn't even tell whether he was glaring. He leaned against the wall and took several breaths. You're guaranteed a spot in the Longton secret realm. You can't run away from it either. I patted his stomach. Your cultivation may be a little low, but all this fat wasn't grown for nothing. If you enter the secret realm, it'll be wonderful news for the ferocious beasts inside. Zhu Guli looked confused. Why? They'll finally be able to enjoy a full meal. Oh, that's what you meant. Understanding dawned on Zhu Guli's face. Then I can prepare some food and bring it inside. Zoos don't allow visitors to feed the animals, but the Longton secret realm probably doesn't have that rule, right? I'll have my father prepare several tons of meat so I can build a good relationship with the beasts first. I watched him speak with such enthusiasm and fell silent. Zhu Guli. What? You really live up to your surname. He still didn't understand what I meant. Instead, he puffed out his chest. Are you jealous of my intelligence? Don't worry. Once I become sworn brothers with the beasts in the secret realm, I'll make sure they protect you. I cupped my hands and bowed solemnly to him. Thank you, brother. I look forward to watching you swear brotherhood with those beasts. Zhu Guli nodded firmly. This path may be filled with obstacles, but I'll overcome them all. I patted his shoulder. This child's condition couldn't be allowed to worsen. An illness had to be treated as soon as possible. However, I had no idea at the time that one day in the future, Zhu Guli really would lead a horde of ferocious beasts into battle. It would indeed be a spectacular sight. After lunch, we headed directly to the training hall. I had thought we were early enough, but when we entered, the entire training hall was already packed. Almost every student from the 5 classes had arrived. The atmosphere was oppressive. Everyone knew that only 3 out of 300 people would be selected. The vast majority had never stood a chance to begin with. Several instructors stood before the arena, their expressions equally solemn. Lita stepped onto the stage and infused his voice with true energy. Silence. The training hall quickly fell quiet. I already explained everything that needed explaining this morning. We'll now begin the internal challenge tournament. When your name is called, step forward. Lita opened the list. Nia Feng, Song Meixian, Diana, Ji Shuai, Li Tai, Zhang Jinshe. One name after another was called. Every one of them was a publicly acknowledged elite from their respective class. Shi Xiang, Zhu Guli, Chu Tian. The moment my name was called, hundreds of gazes locked onto me. My scalp instantly tingled. In the past, the name Chu Tian had already been famous. The only person in the entire university with F-rank aptitude. A useless failure said to appear only once in a century. But in a single day, I had shaken the university in an entirely different way. S-rank aptitude. 9-star black iron. 3 great true martial academies fighting over me. Breaking through 2 stars in succession. Demolishing the stone puppet forest with my bare hands. Any one of those feats was enough to become the topic of discussion throughout the university. But some people still didn't believe it. They suspected that the testing machine had malfunctioned. Some even thought I had only destroyed the stone puppet forest by exploiting a loophole with brute strength. There was only one way to silence them completely. Fight. I had to prove myself with strength. I stepped onto the arena and stood beside Zhu Guli. The gazes around me grew increasingly intense. I silently moved 1 step behind him. Why are you hiding behind me? You cover more area. If someone throws rotten eggs, you can block most of them for me. The flesh on Zhu Guli's face twitched. Is that what brothers are for? In critical moments, brothers are supposed to absorb damage for you. Get lost. The girls below the arena suddenly began whispering. Chu Tian is even more handsome in person than in his photos. Even if he didn't have S-rank aptitude, that face alone would be enough to earn him a spot. Keep your voice down. Don't you see the girls from class 1 glaring at you? What's there to be afraid of? The most capable woman wins the handsome man. It's a fair competition. I'm willing to give everything for Chu Tian. The gazes of the girls from class 1 instantly became dangerous. Meanwhile, the boys from the other classes collectively darkened. My high aptitude had already upset them. Yet I also happened to be handsome. It was as if everyone else was using outdated phones to access the internet, while I had activated a high-speed network and shared my hotspot with every girl present. How were the others supposed to compete? Lita slammed his palm against the table. Draw lots. Everyone will be randomly assigned an opponent for a one-on-one battle. The winner advances to the next round. The loser will receive 1 opportunity to issue a challenge. Students who weren't selected may also issue 1 challenge. In the end, everything will be decided by strength. Now begin drawing lots. I casually reached into the box and pulled out a slip of paper. I opened it. Shi Xiang. I smiled. What a small world. When Shi Xiang noticed my expression, excitement quickly appeared in his eyes. You drew me? I didn't answer. Lita soon announced the matchups. First match, Nia Feng versus Li Tai. Second match. Fifth match, Chu Tian versus Shi Xiang. The moment Shi Xiang heard his name, a smile appeared on his face. He couldn't suppress it at all. In his eyes, the heavens had given him an opportunity for revenge. There was no need to wait until we entered the Longton secret realm. He could trample me in front of everyone today. He still didn't believe he was weaker than me. As for the stone puppet forest, in his eyes, I had merely exploited a trick. If he had entered, he could have demolished it too. Zhu Guli leaned close to my ear. Brother Tian, be careful. Shi Xiang may be disgusting, but he really isn't weak. He's been at 9-star black iron for a long time. His cultivation is more stable than yours. Don't worry. I rotated my wrist. I'll help stabilize another part of his body today. Zhu Guli instinctively clamped his legs together. Try not to go too far. Lida, however, wore an especially grave expression. I had only just broken through to 9-star black iron. Even counting generously, it hadn't been a full day. Shi Xiang, on the other hand, had remained at this level for a long time. Both his control over true energy and his combat experience were superior to mine. But Lito wasn't worried about who would win. Even if I truly lost, my S-rank aptitude would still guarantee me a place in the Longtan secret realm. What he was really worried about was Shixiang using the opportunity to injure me severely. If something happened to me, he would never be able to explain it to Wang Dixing, much less the deans of the 3 true martial academies. Imagining himself spending the rest of his life in a wheelchair, Lita strode toward the arena. Everyone, listen carefully. This is a selection tournament, not a battle to the death. Do not attack vital areas. Do not use lethal force. Stop once the winner has been decided. Shixiang immediately looked at me, the corner of his mouth rising smugly. Lito was so nervous because he must have been worried Shixiang would cripple me. What did that mean? Even the instructor thought Shixiang was stronger than me. Shixiang raised his chin. Don't worry, Instructor Li. I'll hold back. I won't injure him too badly. Li Da's expression darkened. What are you so smug about? I'm worried that Chu Tian won't control his strength and will cripple you. The training hall was silent at first. Then roaring laughter erupted. The smugness on Shixiang's face instantly froze. His expression grew darker and darker as his fists clenched tightly enough to crack. Go ahead. Laugh all you want. Once the battle began, he would show everyone who the true #1 student of Jiangxing University was. Lita stepped down from the arena. Shixiang looked at me coldly. Chu Tian, you didn't expect your retribution to arrive this quickly, did you? If you beg me now, I might consider going easy on you later. At the very least, I won't let you lose too. I suddenly turned and shouted toward the audience. Instructor Li, Shixiang wants me to throw the match. But I already refused him in the strongest possible terms. The entire training hall instantly fell silent. Everyone turned toward Shixiang. Fixing a match, especially one that determined entry into the Longtan secret realm, was enough to make someone the enemy of every student. The corner of Shixiang's mouth twitched violently. When did I say I wanted you to throw the match? Didn't you just say you'd go easy on me? I meant I'd hold back so I wouldn't injure you. Lita glared fiercely at Shixiang. I'm warning you. If you dare fix this match, I'll skin you alive. Shixiang's expression became so ugly that it looked as though he had swallowed something disgusting. He wasn't allowed to injure me, but he also wasn't allowed to go easy on me. Why was being a person so difficult? I gave him an apologetic smile. Sorry, it was a misunderstanding. By the way, Brother Poop, does the place where that stone puppet hit you yesterday still hurt? Shixiang's face instantly twisted. Shut up. Boom. The true energy of a 9-star black iron martial artist erupted completely. His aura transformed into invisible pressure and crushed toward me head-on. I had to admit that this guy was somewhat capable. His true energy was extremely condensed. In terms of cultivation stability alone, he was stronger than me, since I had only just broken through. Discussions quickly erupted below the arena. Shixiang really is powerful. If Chu Tian hadn't appeared, Shixiang might have been the strongest student of this year at Jiangxing University. Chu Tian only just reached 9-star black iron. His cultivation hasn't even stabilized yet. He might not be Shixiang's match. Nonsense. My Prince Charming will definitely win. Being handsome doesn't increase combat strength. Who says it doesn't? Just looking at his face makes me feel like his entire body is filled with strength. I ignored the argument below. Shixiang had already moved. He charged forward. Both fists flew straight toward my face. There was no probing attack. He opened with a killing move. I quickly turned sideways, and his fist swept past the tip of my nose. Shixiang followed the momentum into a spin and launched his other fist toward my chest. I hooked one leg toward his ankle. He sneered. You think such a petty trick can knock me down? Shixiang easily avoided it. But he failed to realize that the kick had only been intended to force him to shift his center of gravity. My right foot landed, and my body spun with the momentum. I swung my arm. My palm tore through the air as it flew toward his face. Shixiang's expression changed, and he hurriedly ducked. Whoosh! My hand swept across his hair. Although he dodged, his offensive rhythm had been completely disrupted. I didn't give him time to recover and suddenly leaped into the air. Both legs came crashing down. Shixiang's pupils contracted. If this blow landed cleanly, it would hurt badly. Abandoning all concern for his image, he rolled to the side. Bang! I landed on the arena. The floor trembled slightly. Xiang scrambled awkwardly to his feet, his face livid. I cupped my hands toward him. Brother Poop's wild donkey roll has truly reached perfection. I'm impressed. Laughter once again sounded from below the arena. I had gained the upper hand in our first exchange. That result exceeded many people's expectations. Could Xiang actually be going easy on him? Who said Chu Tian didn't have any combat experience? His reaction speed is ridiculous. Is Xiang about to lose? Every comment was like a needle piercing Xiang's heart. His eyes gradually turned red. Chu Tian, I'll kill you. He charged again. His attacks were even more vicious than before. Fists, elbows, knees. Every strike carried powerful fluctuations of true energy. At first, I was genuinely somewhat overwhelmed. But as the fight continued, the situation changed. Xiang's moves weren't complicated. I gradually adapted to his speed and strength. For his first punch, I had needed to dodge with all my might. By the 10th, I could already predict its direction in advance. The longer we fought, the more relaxed I became. The longer we fought, the more anxious he grew. Before long, I became the attacker. Bang! I knocked his arm aside with a punch. Then I spun and forced him back with a kick. Immediately afterward, I unleashed another continuous barrage. My fists fell like a violent storm, denying him even a moment to breathe. The audience was completely stunned. Why is Chu Tian getting stronger as he fights? He's learning Xiang's moves during the battle. Is this S-rank aptitude? That's absurd. Someone gritted his teeth and shouted. Xiang, hit him in the face. Ruin that face. The moment he finished speaking, all the girls turned toward him. Say that again? If anyone dares touch my Prince Charming's face, I'll make sure he can never be a man again. The boy instinctively covered his crotch and immediately shut his mouth. On the arena, Xiang was already being forced backward again and again. He was waiting for me to exhaust my true energy. After all, I had only just reached 9-star Black Iron. Such continuous high-intensity attacks had to consume my true energy quickly. The moment I slowed down would be his chance to counterattack. But he didn't know the truth. My real aptitude wasn't S-rank. It was SSSSS rank. The amount of true energy stored in my body far exceeded that of ordinary true martial artists at my level. He wanted to exhaust my true energy. He wasn't qualified. My attacks grew faster and faster. Meanwhile, Xiang's true energy began to dry up. His breathing grew heavier. His movements became slower. Openings started appearing in his defense. I suddenly raised my foot and kicked directly toward the space between his legs. Xiang's expression changed dramatically. He immediately clamped his legs together and mobilized all his true energy to defend himself. At the same time, he retreated frantically. The distance between us finally widened. He was just about to catch his breath when I charged in front of him again. You're doing it again? That last one was a feint. I suddenly leaped and kicked him in the chest. Bang! Xiang's entire body flew backward. The training hall was silent at first. Then thunderous cheers erupted. Chu Tian won. He defeated Xiang right after breaking through. Is this S-rank aptitude? He's too strong. The boys who had been certain I would lose all lowered their heads. The girls had already begun screaming. Prince Charming, Chu Tian is the strongest. I knew he would win. Xiang crashed heavily into the railing at the edge of the arena. The railing bent backward from the impact before producing a powerful rebound. The next instant, he was actually sent flying back toward me, and his back happened to be facing me. His body leaned forward. The position was extremely undignified. I seized the opportunity and raised my leg sideways. Go back. Bang. The kick landed squarely on his backside. Xiang let out an extremely strange scream and flew away once again. Every boy below the arena simultaneously clamped his legs together. Some even instinctively retreated several steps. Too brutal. Even though I hadn't hit a vital point, it hurt just to watch. Xiang fell near the edge of the arena, clutching his backside as his body curled into a ball. The true energy surrounding him had been completely scattered by my attacks. Lita hurried onto the arena. The match is over. Chu Tian wins. The medical staff rushed over and placed Xiang on a stretcher. Even as they carried him away, he continued glaring at me. His eyes were filled with venomous resentment. I waved. Take care. Remember to register with orthopedics this time. Don't go to the wrong department again. Shixiang's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. I stepped down from the arena. The nearby boys retreated one after another, voluntarily putting some distance between us. That final kick had clearly left them with considerable psychological trauma. Zhu Guli, however, approached me curiously. Brother Tian, what did that last hit feel like? I extended 2 fingers and waved them in front of him. Would you like to experience it yourself? Zhu Guli's expression changed dramatically, and he immediately covered his backside. No, I'm not into that. Find someone else. I deliberately stepped forward. His body weighed over 200 pounds, yet he suddenly exploded with astonishing speed and appeared several yards away in the blink of an eye. The nearby boys looked at me with even greater fear. The expressions of several tall, muscular men even became somewhat strange. I hurriedly withdrew my hand. Stop imagining things. Only after Zhu Guli confirmed that I wasn't chasing him did he approach again. Brother Tian, that move of yours was pretty powerful. Can you teach me? I looked at his hand. You can't learn it. Why not? Too small. Zhu Guli's entire body stiffened. What are you calling small? That's a personal attack. It's also an insult to my dignity as a man. You've gone too far. I frowned. Why are you reacting so strongly? If you disagree, you can take it out and compare. The flesh on Zhu Guli's face instantly froze. Here. He looked around. Hundreds of students were inside the training hall. Take it out in front of all these people. Isn't that a little inappropriate? What's inappropriate about it? I reached toward him. Zhu Guli tried to dodge, but it was too late. The next moment, I lifted his hand and pointed at his index and middle fingers. I meant your fingers. How are you supposed to learn with fingers this short? Zhu Guli stared at his hand. Then he looked at me. He was completely dumbfounded. So I had meant his fingers. He coughed twice, desperately trying to recover his dignity. Small hands have a stronger grip. What would you know? I thought you meant something else. I narrowed my eyes. What else? Nothing. Zhu Guli immediately turned around. The next match is starting. Hurry up and watch. The following matches were much more normal. No one else was kicked into the air. No one else needed to be carried away. Several students who hadn't originally been selected issued challenges, but they all tacitly avoided me. No one wanted to fight me. It wasn't because they were afraid of losing. They were mainly worried that my methods of attack were too unreasonable. No one wanted to finish competing for a place in the Longton secret realm only to head straight to the hospital. In the end, the candidates selected from Li Da's classes were still the same people whose names had originally been called. Naturally, that included me, Zhu Guli, and Shixiang, who was still lying in the infirmary. After this battle, no one questioned my strength again. I had defeated Shixiang head-on less than a day after breaking through to 9-star Black Iron. I had even continued growing during the battle. My S-rank aptitude was fully deserved. I understood something clearly. Once the expedition into the Longton secret realm ended, my life at Jiangxing University would be almost over. Beihua True Martial Academy was already impatient to take me away. Just as the selection tournament was about to end, the entrance to the training hall suddenly fell silent. Wang Dixing walked inside alongside an elderly man. To be precise, he wasn't walking alongside him. It looked more like he was following respectfully. Wang Dixing remained half a step behind the old man the entire time. His body leaned slightly forward. Anyone capable of making the president of Jiangxing University adopt such a posture couldn't possibly possess a simple identity. The old man wore an ordinary gray robe. His hair was white, and his face was expressionless. But the moment he entered the training hall, every instructor straightened. No one dared speak. The old man didn't look at anyone else. His gaze fell directly on me. It was only a single look. Boom. It felt as though an entire mountain had crashed down upon me. My breathing stopped. Every muscle in my body tensed instantly. Cold sweat quickly appeared on my forehead. Powerful. This old man was stronger than every true martial artist I had ever encountered. Su Guangming, Li Chongqing, even Qiao Yufei. Before this man, they all seemed to be one level inferior. I clenched my teeth and frantically circulated my true energy. But it was useless. My resistance was like a drop of water crashing into the ocean. It couldn't stir even the slightest ripple. The old man didn't harbor any hostility. He was merely testing me. Several seconds later, the pressure suddenly vanished. My body became light, and I began gasping for breath. My back was already drenched in sweat. The old man looked at me, a trace of appreciation appearing in his eyes. You're Chu Tian? I took a deep breath and stepped forward voluntarily. Remaining neither servile nor overbearing was the bearing a true expert should possess. I cupped my fists and bowed. Junior Chu Tian greets Senior. The old man looked at me for several seconds before suddenly laughing. Good. Very good. Extremely good. 3 consecutive compliments. Even Wang Dushing's expression changed. He understood the old man's identity better than anyone. If this man stamped his foot, not only Jiangcheng, but the entire true martial world of Huaxiao would tremble. After hearing that an S-rank aptitude had appeared in Jiangcheng, the old man had temporarily emerged from seclusion just to see me in person. Yet during our first meeting, he had already given me such high praise. The old man slowly walked up to me. Aptitude is only the starting point. Courage, willpower, and reactions in battle are what determine how far someone can go. You possess all 3. I didn't grow complacent because of his praise. Thank you, Senior. The satisfaction on his face deepened. You may call me Elder E. If you encounter a problem you can't solve in the future, come find me at the Longing Cottage. Longing Cottage. The moment those words were spoken, the entire training hall erupted. Elder E actually invited Chu Tian to the Longing Cottage? That's the same as voluntarily giving him a promise. Who exactly are the people living at the Longing Cottage? No one knows, but none of Jiangqing's most powerful families dare provoke them. Everyone's gaze toward me changed once again. The Longing Cottage had always been a legend in Jiangqing. No one knew who lived there, but everyone understood one thing. The people there stood at the very top of the pyramid. Once, a top expert who had run rampant throughout Jiangqing relied on his profound cultivation to force his way into the Longing Cottage. Less than a minute after entering, he was thrown back out. His cultivation had been completely destroyed. From that moment onward, the Longing Cottage became forbidden ground in the hearts of every true martial artist in Jiangqing. And now, Elder E had personally told me, if I encountered trouble, I could go to him. This was more than simple appreciation. He was publicly declaring his support for me. I cupped my fists again. Thank you, Elder E. He patted my shoulder. Perform well in the Longton's secret realm. Let me see how far you can ultimately go. With that, Elder E turned and walked toward the exit. Wang Deshing hurried after him. Before leaving, he even turned and winked at me. His meaning was obvious. Kid, this time, you've truly found yourself a heaven-reaching backer. After Elder Yi's words, the entire training hall exploded with discussion. The Longing Cottage. Elder E actually told Chu Tian to go directly to him if anything happened? Does this count as public protection? Everyone stared at me, the envy in their eyes almost becoming tangible. Wang Dushing was even frozen in place for a long time, unable to recover. Other people might not understand how much weight that statement carried, but he definitely did. With Elder E supporting me, there were few people in all of Huaxia, much less Jiangcheng, who would dare touch me casually. Of course, that was assuming I didn't actively seek death myself. I also understood what the Longing Cottage represented, so I immediately bowed to Elder E. Thank you, Elder E. I'll remember your words. Elder E stroked his beard and nodded with satisfaction. Young man, you're neither arrogant nor impatient. Very good, but you don't need to thank me. The future stability of Huaxiao will depend on young people like you. By helping you, I'm also pursuing something for myself. His words were direct enough. That only made me appreciate him more. He didn't make empty promises, nor did he bother with meaningless platitudes. Since I was born in Huaxia, protecting Huaxia is naturally my responsibility. After saying that, I closed my mouth. I had originally wanted to make several more impassioned declarations. But after thinking about it, no matter how beautiful my words were, they couldn't compare to actually doing something in the future. Elder E looked at me again. Remember what you said today. I will. He didn't remain any longer and left the training hall with Wang Dishing. Even after they had disappeared into the distance, the area remained silent. Hundreds of pairs of eyes continued staring at me. Their gazes made my skin crawl. Zhu Guli was the first to approach. He slapped me on the shoulder. Brother Tian, from now on, I'm following you. The Longing Cottage. My God, you're really about to ascend to the heavens. I glanced at him. You know a lot about the Longing Cottage? Of course. Zhu Guli immediately became energetic, straining to open his tiny eyes wider. But it's all hearsay. According to rumors, Elder E of the Longing Cottage was once an important figure in the Huaxia Dragon Court. The Huaxia Dragon Court? When that name was spoken, reverence appeared on the faces of several nearby students. Zhu Guli lowered his voice. One of Huaxia's strongest true martial organizations. 1 Dragon Emperor, 4 Dragon Kings, 8 Dragon Generals, and 72 Dragon Soldiers. They guard the nation's borders and fight foreign enemies and ferocious beasts. The Western Alliance of Gods, the Star Nation's Iron Warrior Bureau, the Vatican Church, and the Huaxia Dragon Court are collectively known as the world's 4 great superorganizations. The smile on my face gradually faded. Every member of the Huaxia Dragon Court was a true expert forged on the battlefield. They weren't celebrities who stood high above ordinary people, nor would they appear in the news every day. But it was precisely because they guarded the borders that the people within Huaxia could live in peace. So-called peaceful times existed only because someone was standing in the darkness on behalf of ordinary people. If Elder E truly had once been an important figure in the Huaxia Dragon Court, Wang Duxing's respectful attitude toward him wasn't humiliating in the slightest. It was something to be proud of. I looked toward the entrance, and for the first time, a clear goal appeared in my heart. If I ever had the opportunity, I would participate in the Huaxia Dragon Court selection. Back on Earth, I had admired those who guarded the borders. My only regret was that I had somehow transmigrated here before I was old enough to join them. Now, the heavens had given me another opportunity. The system. SSSSS rank aptitude. A body as strong as steel. These things shouldn't be used only to show off and slap people's faces. I had to do something truly meaningful with them. But that was a matter for the future. I still wasn't strong enough. Running onto the battlefield recklessly wouldn't be serving my country. It would be delivering my head to the enemy. Zhu Guli continued speaking excitedly beside me. Brother Tian, once you enter the Dragon Court, can you arrange a position for me too? I looked at his stomach. Sure. Really? The logistics cafeteria will need you. Zhu Guli looked excited. You'll make me a chef? No. You'll be responsible for taste testing. Get lost. Even after classes ended, everyone continued discussing Elder Yi's personal visit. But I was no longer in the mood to care about any of that. Because I had a more serious problem. How was I supposed to climb the bridge tonight? The system wanted me to check in on the 91st steel support of Jiangxing Bridge, counting from left to right. If anyone filmed me, I would immediately become famous throughout the city in an entirely different way. When I returned home, Xiao Yufei happened to arrive at the same time. She took off her high heels, and the first thing she asked was, "Are you on the list for the Longton Secret Realm?" I wasn't surprised. Given the Chao family's power, there was no way news about the 5 universities jointly opening the Longton Secret Realm could be hidden from her. I am. I nodded. And my place should already be confirmed. She walked up to me, her expression immediately turning solemn. Then you must be careful. The Longton Secret Realm may contain opportunities, but people can die there at any moment. Don't worry. I patted my chest. Your husband might not have many other advantages, but I'm extremely hard to kill. I can't be beaten to death or broken by a fall. My vitality is even more tenacious than a cockroach's. Don't joke about this. She frowned, her voice becoming even more serious. After entering the secret realm, you absolutely must not venture too deeply. The closer you get to the core region, the more dangerous it becomes. You must remember that. Seeing how serious she was, I couldn't help asking, "Have you been inside before?" The moment I asked, I felt the question had been unnecessary. She possessed A+ aptitude. How could she possibly never have entered a secret realm like this? Sure enough, she nodded. I have. And once, I nearly failed to come back out. The smile instantly disappeared from my face. Did you encounter a ferocious beast? No. She fell silent for a moment, her frown deepening. I had already ventured into the core region. Later, I was attacked and lost consciousness. Before I passed out, I vaguely saw a person. It wasn't one of the students who had entered the secret realm with me. It looked more like. She stopped. Like what? Like someone who had always lived inside. I froze. A native inhabitant. How is that possible? The Longton secret realm has been open for so many years. If people lived inside, the 5 universities would have discovered them long ago. I don't know either. She shook her head. When I woke up again, I was already outside the secret realm. I don't even know who brought me out. That was indeed strange. If she hadn't been mistaken, the Longton secret realm might contain secrets that not even the 5 universities knew about. I'll remember. I took her hand. Once I enter, I'll be careful. She didn't relax. Instead, she stared into my eyes and spoke one word at a time. You must come back out. If you can't, I'll go inside and find you. My heart tightened. What if the secret realm closes? Then I'll stay inside with you. She spoke with complete seriousness. There was no joking, no hesitation. My nose suddenly felt a little sore. This foolish woman. We had only been married for a few days, yet she was already prepared to die with me. I pulled her into my arms. What nonsense are you talking about? I'll definitely come back. With such a beautiful wife waiting for me outside, how could I bear to die in there? She leaned against my chest without struggling. Her long eyelashes trembled gently. I tightened my arms around her and breathed in the faint fragrance of her hair. At the same time, I made a decision. As long as I still drew breath, no one would be allowed to hurt her. She was my wife. She was also the one line no one could cross. Anyone who dared touch her would pay the price. I lowered my head. She seemed to realize what was happening, and her breathing gradually quickened. But she didn't retreat. Instead, she gently closed her eyes. What was I waiting for? I immediately kissed her. Just as our lips were about to touch, a voice suddenly came from the dining room. Miss, young master, dinner. Aunt Wong stopped. When she saw us embracing, she forcibly changed the second half of her sentence. Dinner isn't ready yet. Please continue. With that, she turned and left. She moved so quickly that it was as if she had seen nothing. Chow Yufei, however, reacted like a startled rabbit and pushed me away. Her face was red all the way to the tips of her ears. I remained quite calm, because at the exact moment Aunt Wong spoke, I had managed to lean forward. Our lips had touched, although it had lasted only a brief instant. They had definitely touched. It was worth it. My movement had simply been a little too conservative. If I had known, I would have been more proactive. Let's eat. I spoke with a perfectly serious expression. Otherwise, Aunt Wong might be too embarrassed to come out again tonight. Chow Yufei refused to look at me. Her face still red, she walked to the dining table, lowered her head, and ate. She didn't say a single word throughout the meal, nor did she look up at me even once. The moment she finished, she stood. I'm going back to my room. Why don't we spend tonight? Bang. The upstairs bedroom door had already closed. I sighed. The revolution had yet to succeed. I would have to continue working hard. After returning to my room, I searched through everything and found a black tracksuit. If I was going to climb a bridge at night, I naturally had to wear something inconspicuous. As I changed, I complained inwardly to the system. You truly have no humanity. There are so many places where I could check in, but you insist on making me climb a bridge. Detected, the host harbors intense dissatisfaction toward the system. Special clarification, every check-in mission is completed voluntarily by the host. This system has never used force. If the host continues making verbal attacks, the system will automatically enter sleep mode. My expression darkened. You're upset just because I criticized you a little? If you're so capable, give me a normal location. The system didn't respond. Clearly, it couldn't be bothered with me. At 11:30 that night, I quietly slipped out of the villa and drove toward Jiangqing Bridge. I had assumed there would be no one around at midnight. But when I arrived, the bridge was filled with young couples. Some were taking pictures. Some were embracing. Others were whispering things in dark corners that I had no business overhearing. I hid inside the car and waited for more than 10 minutes before finally finding an opportunity. The first support, the second, the third. I counted all the way to the 91st. Standing below, I looked up. My legs immediately felt weak. It was more than 10 meters high. Beneath the steel framework was the surging river. I looked around. No one was paying attention. Time to climb. I wrapped my arms and legs around the steel frame and began climbing. At first, it wasn't too bad. But halfway up, my arms began to ache. When I finally managed to reach the top and look down, my face instantly turned pale. The river churned below. Cars streamed across the bridge. I could even feel the steel frame swaying slightly in the wind. I was afraid of heights. System. I clung tightly to the steel frame, closed my eyes, and pressed my entire body against it. Check-in. Congratulations, host. Location check-in successful. That was all I needed. I didn't want to stay there for even one more second. Keeping my eyes shut, I began climbing down by feel. I had barely descended 2 steps when the sound of a camera came from below. Click. I instantly froze. A young couple was taking selfies beside the steel frame. I lay motionless above them, not even daring to breathe loudly. Couldn't they take one picture and leave? Why did they have to keep changing angles? My arms were growing increasingly sore. My legs had also begun trembling. If this continued, I really might fall headfirst into the river. To make matters worse, the couple started arguing. The man kept urging her. "Baby, we've finished taking pictures. Let's go." The woman snorted. "What's your hurry? I already agreed to spend a night with you, yet you're still this impatient. Do you even love me?" "I do," the man answered with absolute conviction. "I love you so much. You're my life, my one and only." The woman pointed at the steel frame. "Then climb up there. If you climb up, I'll believe you truly love me." My heart tightened. "No, don't climb." If this guy came up and saw a human face on a steel frame more than 10 meters above the ground in the middle of the night, I might frighten him to death on the spot. Fortunately, he was still somewhat rational. "Baby, I'm afraid of heights. You don't even dare do this?" The woman turned and walked away. "You don't love me at all. You only want my body. We're breaking up." The man chased her for several steps, but failed to catch up. Furious, he turned around and kicked the steel frame. Clang! The entire structure shook violently. My face went deathly pale as I tightened all 4 limbs around it. Still not satisfied, the man raised his foot to kick it again. I couldn't take it anymore. "Stop kicking, you little brat." The man froze and slowly raised his head. The bridge lights shone across the structure. He saw me clinging to the steel frame high above him, my face pale and my features twisted from exertion. He stared blankly for half a second. Then a terrified scream echoed across the bridge. A ghost! He turned and sprinted away. He ran so fast that he was almost keeping pace with the cars. Seizing the opportunity, I hurriedly climbed down. The moment my feet touched solid ground again, I nearly bent down and kissed it. It feels so good to have my feet on the ground. I'll never take you for granted again. I drove home and quietly slipped back into my room. As soon as I closed the door, I summoned the system. "Open the mystery box." A crystal mystery box appeared in my consciousness. I casually selected one. The box opened. A black watch appeared before me. I stared at it, my mind buzzing. A watch. I risked my life climbing a bridge, and you gave me a watch. This is not an ordinary watch. Then what is it? Can it make calls, record videos, and monitor my heart rate? This is the Iron Armor activator. I instantly straightened. "What did you say?" "Iron Armor?" "Correct. Once the host completes the binding process, pressing the red button on the activator will deploy the Iron Armor." A vast amount of information poured into my mind. Iron Armor was divided into 5 levels. Beginner, Low, Intermediate, High, Ultimate. The armor I had received was a beginner model. It possessed only basic offensive and defensive capabilities. Its weapons included palm-mounted repulsor beams and a single beam cannon in the chest. When moving at high speeds, the armor could also absorb and convert part of its kinetic energy. The farther it traveled, the more attack power it accumulated. According to the cultivation system of true martial artists, this beginner armor possessed combat strength close to 9-star bronze. My breathing instantly quickened. I was currently only at 9-star black iron. The moment I activated the armor, my combat strength would cross an entire major realm. No wonder the Star Nation's Iron Warrior Bureau had risen so powerfully in a world ruled by true martial artists. This technology was indeed terrifying. As long as they had sufficient technology and funding, they could mass-produce high-level combatants. Of course, they couldn't simply choose anyone to become an Iron Warrior. Pilots had to undergo layer after layer of screening. Their bodies, nervous systems, and compatibility with the armor also had to be tested. If their compatibility was too low, they couldn't bind with the armor at all. How do I upgrade this armor? You must upgrade its internal chip. After the host completes the corresponding missions, the system will provide chip upgrades. What missions? None have been generated yet. Continue completing daily check-ins for a chance to trigger them. I sighed. It seemed I would never escape the life of a working stiff. But looking at the activator in my hand, I still couldn't suppress my excitement. When I was a child, I had watched science fiction movies and fantasized about owning armor like this. I had never imagined that fantasy would one day become reality. I immediately strapped the activator around my wrist. Can I activate it now? No. The smile instantly vanished from my face. Are you messing with me? You transmitted the operating instructions directly into my mind, and now you're telling me I can't activate it. The host has not completed the binding process. How do I bind it? The first page of the manual clearly explains the procedure. I checked the information again. It really was there. I had been so focused on the combat functions that I had skipped directly over the product introduction. Before binding, the device needed to collect the pilot's blood and test their compatibility. I found a small knife and cut my fingertip. 2 drops of blood landed on the activator. Its surface instantly lit up with red light. Analyzing blood. Matching neural patterns. Testing physical compatibility. Compatibility, 100%. Binding requirements satisfied. My eyes lit up. Binding iron armor. 10%. 30%. 50%. 70%. 100%. Binding complete. The light on the activator gradually faded. I could clearly sense that I had established a connection with a special weapon. With a single thought, I could awaken it. I checked the time. It was already very late. But who could resist testing something like this immediately after obtaining it? I quietly slipped out of the villa again and drove to the outskirts of Jiangqing. After confirming that no one was nearby, I raised my wrist. The red button was right in front of me. I took a deep breath and pressed it. Click. The sound of colliding metal suddenly rang out. Black metal rapidly unfolded from the activator and spread up my arm, my shoulders, my chest, my waist and abdomen, my legs. Within seconds, my entire body was covered in pitch-black armor. The helmet closed. A crimson interface lit up before my eyes. The surrounding temperature, distances, wind speed, and energy fluctuations were all converted into data and displayed in my vision. I raised my hand and stared at the metal palm. The sensation was incredible. The armor didn't feel like a heavy outer shell. It felt more like a part of my own body. I locked onto an empty patch of land in the distance. I opened my palm. Energy rapidly gathered. Fire. Buzz. A blinding beam shot out instantly. Boom. A thunderous explosion came from the distance. Dirt and shattered stones flew into the sky. I hurried over. A crater several meters wide and 2 meters deep had appeared in the ground. Standing at the edge of the crater, I couldn't help laughing. That power is a little ridiculous. And this was only a beginner armor. How powerful would it become after reaching the ultimate level? However, the commotion had been far too loud. Even though no one was around, Jiangqing's experts might still have sensed it. I immediately deactivated the armor. The black metal rapidly retracted and condensed back into the activator around my wrist. Time to go. I got into the car and drove away. Sure enough, 2 true martial experts arrived shortly after I left. They stood beside the crater, their expressions exceptionally grave. This wasn't caused by a martial technique. The residual energy came from a beam weapon. Search the surrounding area thoroughly. Someone from the Star Nation's Iron Warrior Bureau may have infiltrated Jiangqing. I knew nothing about any of this. After returning home, I looked at the activator on my wrist and began to worry. If someone recognized it as the control device for iron armor, I might be arrested as a Star Nation spy. System, can you disguise the activator? There is no need. No one except the host can identify the activator's true purpose. To outsiders, it appears to be an ordinary watch. That was a relief. I lay in bed and stared at the pitch-black activator. The armor needed a name. Little Black? Too casual. Old Black. That sounded like a kebab vendor on the street corner. The armor was completely black, and my name contained the character Tian, meaning sky. I'll call it Black Sky. The name was straightforward, and it contained part of my own name. The more I thought about it, the more satisfied I became. Stroking the activator, I eventually fell asleep without realizing it. Early the next morning, I arrived at the university with dark circles beneath my eyes. But when I pushed open the classroom door, I froze. There was no one inside. The entire classroom was empty. What's going on? I took out my phone and called Zhu Guli. Where is everyone? Brother Tian, didn't you know we have the day off? I fell silent. I had been so focused on studying the armor the previous night that I had completely forgotten. I was about to hang up when Zhu Guli suddenly grew excited. Brother Tian, have you seen the trending searches? No. Go look right now. Someone claims they saw a ghost on Jiangqing Bridge last night. They even took a picture. My heart skipped a beat. What ghost? A ghost clinging to the steel frame. Zhu Guli's voice grew increasingly excited. They didn't get a picture of its face, but they got its backside. The more I look at it, the more it resembles yours. I hung up immediately. Then I opened the local trending page. The top result read, Couple encounters ghost on Jiangqing Bridge at midnight. Mysterious figure hanging from steel frame. I opened it and found an interview video. The man from the previous night stood before the camera, his face still deathly pale. My girlfriend and I were taking pictures beside the bridge. Then a voice suddenly came from above us. When I looked up, I saw an incredibly terrifying face. It even shouted at me. The video then displayed a photograph. My face wasn't visible, only my backside. It happened to appear above the couple's heads, hidden within the shadows of the steel frame. The composition looked surprisingly natural. The comments section had already gone insane with laughter. Based on my many years of ghost hunting experience, that isn't a backside. It's a ghost's face. Has anyone considered the possibility that the ghost's face grew in the wrong place? That should be a clothed monkey. Climbing that high in the middle of the night? Someone knows how to have fun. I covered my forehead. So I had been photographed after all. Fortunately, only my back was visible. Surely no one could identify me by my backside. As long as Zhu Guli kept his mouth shut, the incident would soon pass. System, check-in. Check-in successful. Today's mission, make Zhu Guli personally admit that he is a pig. I stared into empty space without speaking for a long time. What kind of mission is that? The system didn't answer. Fine. For the sake of the mystery box. Brother, I would have to sacrifice you temporarily. I called Zhu Guli again. Guli, have you eaten breakfast? The other end of the call remained silent for several seconds. I have. What did you eat? Steamed buns. Did you sleep well? Pretty well. Did you have any nightmares last night? Zhu Guli didn't answer immediately. After a while, he cautiously asked, Brother Tian, are you sick? Should I contact a hospital for you? My expression darkened. Get lost. Where are you? Zhu Guli breathed a sigh of relief. That's more like it. That gentle person just now definitely wasn't you. I'm eating outside. Send me your location. What are you planning? I need your help with something. Although confused, he still sent me his location. I drove to the restaurant. The moment I entered, I saw Zhu Guli eating with his head lowered. 3 baskets of steamed buns, 2 bowls of porridge, and a plate of beef covered the table. I sat opposite him. You're still eating? Look at yourself. You're as fat as a pig. Zhu Guli nearly choked on his porridge. He abruptly raised his head. You came all the way here just to insult me? I was merely expressing a spontaneous observation. Get lost. He lowered his head and resumed eating. Don't ruin my mood. I put on a sincere expression. Brother, I truly need to ask you for a favor. You're the only one who can help me. No. Can you bear to watch me die without helping? Yes. Are you sure? I narrowed my eyes and stared at him. Seeing my expression, Zhu Guli immediately became uneasy. He knew that whenever I smiled like this, I was definitely planning something terrible. Rather than let my imagination run wild, he decided it would be safer to hear my request first. Tell me. As long as I can do it, I'll definitely help. I immediately leaned closer. Brother, are you a pig? Uffed. Zhu Guli spat out a mouthful of soup. I had anticipated it and dodged to the side. The soup flew past me and splattered across the face of a muscular man seated at the table behind us. The air instantly fell silent. The muscular man slowly put down his chopsticks and wiped his face. Zhu Guli froze in his seat. I also turned around. The man was nearly 2 meters tall, and his arms were thicker than Zhu Guli's legs. Most importantly, clear fluctuations of true energy were emanating from his body. He was at least in the bronze realm. The man slowly rose to his feet. You too. Who spat that? Without hesitation, Zhu Guli pointed at me. Him. At the same time, I pointed at Zhu Guli. This pig. You're the pig. Zhu Guli slammed the table and shot to his feet. My eyes lit up. Say that again? I said you're the pig. The mission requires the target to admit that he is a pig, not to call the host one. The system's cold voice said. My smile instantly froze. So close. I had been so close. Meanwhile, the muscular man had already reached our table. You too. I raised a hand and interrupted him. Sir, please wait. We must first resolve a matter that concerns the course of my entire life. Then I placed both hands on the table and looked seriously at Zhu Guli. Brother, If you say, I'm a pig, I'll pay for this meal. Zhu Guli looked at the food covering the table. What kind of person do you take me for? 2 meals. My dignity cannot be bought with money. 1 month of meals. Zhu Guli fell silent. He looked down at the table full of food and then back at me. An intense battle was clearly raging within his heart. Even the muscular man was becoming impatient. Are you two completely ignoring me? Zhu Guli clenched his teeth. And 10 roast ducks. Deal. He slapped the table, closed his eyes, and shouted, I'm a pig. The entire restaurant instantly fell silent. Everyone looked at him simultaneously. The system notification also sounded in my mind. Mission complete. Obtained 1 lucky mystery box. I let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, Zhu Guli opened his eyes and immediately looked at me. Remember, 1 month of meals and 10 roast ducks. Don't worry. I patted his shoulder. Pigs can't eat roast duck. It might give them indigestion. Zhu Guli's face instantly turned green. Chu Tian, I'll kill you. The muscular man behind us had failed to react in time. Just as he opened his mouth, the soup Zhu Guli spat out flew directly into it. Not a single drop was wasted. The muscular man froze for 2 seconds. His Adam's apple rolled. Burp. The entire restaurant went silent. Zhu Guli's face turned pale, and he hurriedly rose to apologize. Brother, I'm sorry. I know you might not like lamb soup, so I'll compensate you with a bowl of beef soup. The muscular man slowly raised his head. The look in his eyes made it clear that a bowl of beef soup wouldn't solve the problem. He wiped his face and rushed toward the restroom. Seeing this, Zhu Guli turned to flee. I reacted quickly and grabbed his arm. Stop. Are you a pig? Sweat poured down Zhu Guli's face. This is hardly the time to ask that. Let go. When that guy comes back, we're both going to die here. I remained unmoved. Answer me first. Are you a pig? Zhu Guli struggled desperately. But I was now a 9-star black iron martial artist, and my strength far exceeded his. Even after using every ounce of power he possessed, he couldn't pull his arm free. Brother Tian, I'm begging you. Stop fooling around. This is a matter of life and death. I smiled at him. Then are you a pig? At that moment, a furious roar came from the direction of the restroom. Fatty, stay right there. The muscular man charged out with a kitchen knife in his hand. The blade gleamed coldly beneath the lights. I don't want beef soup today. I want pig's head meat. When Zhu Guli saw the knife, he nearly lost his soul from fright. I'm a pig. I'm a pig. I'm a pig. Now let go of me. The system notification instantly sounded. Mission complete. Obtained 1 lucky mystery box. My tension disappeared, and I immediately released him. The muscular man continued charging toward us with the knife. I know you're a pig. You don't need to keep emphasizing it. Run. I turned and sprinted out of the restaurant. Zhu Guli followed closely behind, cursing as he ran. He sounded so furious that he seemed determined to tear me apart with his voice alone. I rushed to the Maserati, pulled open the door, and jumped inside. When Zhu Guli saw the car, he visibly froze. But the muscular man was already chasing us, so he had no time to ask questions. He tried to squeeze into the passenger seat. Then he got stuck. Half his body was inside. The other half remained outside. His stomach prevented the door from closing. Pull me in. Hurry. The knife is coming. I truly wanted to kick him back out. But remembering that he had just helped me complete the mission, I grabbed his arm and pulled. Get in here. Zhu Guli's 200-pound body finally squeezed into the car. Bang. The door closed. I floored the accelerator. Roar. The Maserati shot forward. Through the rearview mirror, I could still see the muscular man standing beside the road, waving the kitchen knife and roaring incessantly. I couldn't hear exactly what he was shouting, but judging by his expression, he had probably cursed 18 generations of our ancestors. Zhu Guli collapsed into the passenger seat, the flesh on his face still trembling. That guy was terrifying. He pulled out a knife and chased us without the slightest hesitation. I glanced at him. You're an 8-star black iron martial artist, yet you're afraid of an ordinary person? No matter how skilled you are, you should still fear a kitchen knife. Zhu Guli abruptly sat upright and glared at me. You still have the nerve to say that? This was entirely your fault. Did I make you spit soup at him? Would I have spat anything if you hadn't kept asking whether I was a pig? You admitted it in the end, didn't you? Shut up. The word pig now made Zhu Guli furious. After taking several heavy breaths, He finally noticed the car's interior. Wait, is this a Maserati? Yours? Yes. Zhu Guli looked shocked. When did you become so rich? Holding the steering wheel with one hand, I said calmly. I originally wanted to interact with you as an ordinary person, but all I received was distance and suspicion. Forget it. I'm done pretending. I'll come clean. I'm a billionaire. Zhu Guli stared at me for a long time. Really? If I'm lying, you're a pig. Get lost. Furious, he slapped the car door. Now I get angry whenever I hear the word pig. What's so impressive about this? I'm also saving up for a Maserati. In fact, I'm already halfway there. I was somewhat surprised. Not bad. How much have you saved? Enough to buy a salad. My hand jerked on the steering wheel. The Maserati nearly crashed into the roadside barrier. Weren't you talking about a Maserati? No, I was talking about a salad. Get out of my car. After dropping Zhu Guli off at home, I checked the time. It was a little after 2 in the afternoon. Should I go home and cultivate? Forget it. I would have to begin preparing for the Longton secret realm tomorrow, and the following days would undoubtedly be busy. I finally had half a day free. There was nothing wrong with slacking off a little, right? Of course not. I turned the car around and headed directly for Chow Corporation. My wife was working. Going to see my wife was perfectly reasonable. The moment I parked in front of Chow Corporation, several security guards quickly straightened. Good afternoon, young Master Chu. Their voices were loud and perfectly synchronized. I was startled. Passers-by nearby turned to look at me. I waved awkwardly. Hello. Good afternoon to you too. After I entered the lobby, the receptionists lined up on both sides. The moment I stepped through the doors, they bowed simultaneously. Welcome, young Master Chu. I stopped. Wasn't this reception a little excessive? There's no need to be so polite. Get back to work. I quickened my pace and headed directly into the president's private elevator. Only after the elevator doors closed did the receptionist straighten. A newly hired employee quietly asked, "What's young Master Chu's relationship with President Chow?" The person beside her immediately glared. Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. The last time young Master Chu came, Secretary Sun personally went downstairs to welcome him. And now he can freely use the president's private elevator. If you want to keep your job, make sure you're alert whenever you see him. The elevator went directly to the top floor. The moment the doors opened, Sun Huashan looked up from her work. When she saw me, she immediately rose. Young Master Chu, are you here to see President Chow? I pointed toward the office. Is she inside? She is. Sun Huashan picked up a file, preparing to announce my arrival. Please wait. I'll go in and inform President Chow. There's no need. I raised a hand to stop her. Keep working. I'll go in myself. But before she could finish, I had already pushed open the office door. Sun Huashan remained where she was, her eyes filled with shock. In the entire Chow Corporation, other than me, there was probably no one who dared enter Chow Yufei's office without knocking. The office was very quiet. Chow Yufei had her head lowered as she focused on processing documents. Sometimes she frowned. Sometimes she made notes with her pen. She hadn't noticed that another person had entered the room. I said nothing. I walked to the sofa and sat down, quietly watching her. A woman concentrating on her work was indeed attractive, especially when that woman was my wife. The longer I looked, the more beautiful she seemed. After a while, Chow Yufei reached for her cup. It was empty. She stood and prepared to get some water, finally noticing me sitting on the sofa. I had clearly startled her. When did you get here? A while ago. Why didn't you call out to me? You were working so seriously that I couldn't bear to disturb you. As she looked at me, her gaze visibly softened. I walked over and took the cup from her. It's empty. Sit down. I'll fill it. I poured her some water and placed the cup before her. Then I stood behind her and gently rested both hands on her shoulders. Are your shoulders sore? Her body visibly tensed. A little. I'll massage them for you. Do you know how? Are you looking down on me? I began massaging her shoulders. When I first touched her, the muscles in her shoulders were extremely tense. I softened my voice. Sweetheart, don't be nervous. Relax. I'm not going to eat you. The tips of her ears rapidly turned red, but her body gradually relaxed. My massage technique was genuinely good. Before long, the soreness in her shoulders had eased considerably. Does that feel better? She nodded lightly. They barely hurt anymore. That's good. She suddenly raised her head. At the same time, I happened to lower mine. Our gazes met. The atmosphere in the office seemed to change instantly. Shouldn't we continue what Aunt Wang had interrupted yesterday? I slowly lowered my head. Chow Yufei's breathing became unsteady. She didn't dodge. She merely closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling slightly. This time, I absolutely couldn't allow another accident to interrupt us. I kissed her directly. Her body tensed instantly. She had nowhere to put her hands, so in the end, she gripped the chair's armrests tightly. I didn't stop. After finally capturing the high ground, how could I possibly end things after a brief touch? Of course, I didn't do anything else excessive. I merely kissed her. Before long, her tense body gradually softened. Her hands slowly rose and wrapped around my neck. At that moment, the company, her position as president, and all those documents, none of them mattered. I had no idea how much time passed before she gently patted me. MMPH. Chu Tian. I can't breathe. I hurriedly released her. Chow Yufei leaned back in the chair, breathing heavily. Her cheeks were so red that they seemed about to drip blood. It took nearly half a minute for her to recover. I licked my lips. A faint fragrance still lingered there. She kept her head lowered and didn't dare look at me. I smiled. Have you caught your breath? Huh. Her body trembled. What is it? If you've recovered, we can continue. She abruptly raised her head and glared at me in embarrassment. No, I don't want to. I didn't force her. We had already made tremendous progress today. Haste made waste. Besides, she was now my wife. We had plenty of time. As long as I remained persistent, she would eventually surrender willingly to my charm. She leaned against the chair, her chest rising and falling gently. Clearly, that kiss had affected her deeply. I deliberately asked with concern, should I open the window and let some air in? All right. Her thoughts were still chaotic. At this point, she would probably agree to anything she heard. I walked to the window. The moment I pushed it open, someone knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The intimate atmosphere inside the office instantly shattered. Chow Yufei abruptly stood and hurriedly fixed her hair and suit. Even her collar had become wrinkled. After confirming that there were no obvious signs of what had happened, she took a deep breath and forced herself to regain her composure. Come in. Sun Huashan entered the office. She first looked at Chow Yufei behind the desk. Then she turned toward me, standing by the window as though I had been admiring the view the entire time. Although Chow Yufei had already restored the imposing aura of a female CEO, the blush on her face hadn't faded at all. Anyone with eyes could tell that something had happened in the office. Sun Huashan immediately looked away. President Chow, you have a meeting in 10 minutes. I understand. Is there anything else? No. You may leave. Yes. Sun Huashan left the office and closed the door. Standing outside, she wore an exceptionally complicated expression. Young Master Chu had arrived. President Chow's face was red, and the office window had been opened for ventilation. Forget it. She shouldn't speculate about her boss's private affairs. Inside the office, Chow Yufei lightly patted her cheeks. I need to attend a meeting. Will you come with me or wait here? I answered decisively. I'll wait. What could I possibly do at her meeting? Sit there while a group of people discussed projects and figures I couldn't understand, exposing my ignorance to every senior executive in the company? I had no such hobby. After Chow Yufei left, I sat down at her computer. Minesweeper had left me with severe psychological trauma last time. I wouldn't touch it again, even if someone beat me to death. The screen currently displayed Jiangqing's land development plans for the coming years. Plots awaiting auction had been marked with different colored lines. Red meant they had no development prospects. Green meant they were highly valuable. Yellow meant their prospects were still uncertain. I casually looked over them. Suddenly, my gaze stopped on a plot of land in the suburbs. Chow Yufei had marked it with 2 red lines. It was clearly the project she had the least confidence in. But the moment I focused on it, one of the red lines rapidly thickened. It was the investment guide again. The system notification immediately sounded. High-value investment project detected. This land will soon be designated for an educational district. The host may purchase it in advance. Exact profits cannot currently be calculated. I enlarged the map and examined the location carefully. This place was far beyond Jiangqing's urban district. Go any farther, and all you would see were endless cornfields. An educational district here? What kind of school were they planning to build? An agricultural university? In the past, I would never have believed it. But the 60 million yuan from Zhengfeng Pharmaceuticals had already arrived. The system's investment predictions had never been wrong. The land wasn't expensive either. Just over 50 million yuan. Buy it. I immediately contacted the landowner, negotiated a price, and completed the transaction. More than 50 million yuan sounded like a lot. But if the land truly became part of an educational district, its value would increase by dozens of times, possibly even 100-fold. At that point, who would dare claim that I was only a kept man living off my wife? I was living off the system, and that tasted just as good. After finishing the land transaction, I suddenly remembered that I hadn't opened today's mission reward yet. System, you're always eager to remind me to check in every day. Why do you never remind me to open my mystery boxes? Are you trying to embezzle my rewards? The system remained silent for 2 seconds. In response to the host's dissatisfaction with the reminder function, the system will no longer provide daily check-in reminders. The smile on my face froze. You win. Open the mystery box. A crystal mystery box appeared. I casually opened one. Empty. Please continue trying, host. I stared at the disappearing mystery box without speaking for a long time. Revenge. This was blatant revenge. Meanwhile, Chow Yufei entered the conference room. All the corporation's senior executives had already arrived. Normally, a meeting like this would last at least an hour. But today, she needed only a little over 10 minutes to explain every important matter. Proceed according to the plan. Meeting adjourned. The senior executives were all stunned. Someone couldn't help asking, President Chow, are you feeling unwell? No. Chow Yufei stood and left. The people in the conference room exchanged confused looks. That's it. This must be the shortest meeting since President Chow assumed her position. Why do I feel like something's missing? Haven't you heard? President Chow seems to be in a relationship. Shut up. You dare gossip about President Chow? Don't drag us down if you have a death wish. When Chow Yufei returned to the office, I was staring intently at the computer. She paused. Are you playing Minesweeper again? No. I closed the land planning page. I was reading the news. Your meeting ended that quickly? I finished explaining all the important matters. She looked at me and said softly, I was worried you'd get bored waiting here alone. Warmth filled my heart. My wife really did care about me. We left Chow Corporation together. The sky outside wasn't dark yet. It was too early to go home, and we had no other plans. As we walked through the parking garage, Chow Yufei suddenly asked, Would you like to visit the King of Children? I stopped in my tracks. The King of Children. That was the old director of Jiangqing Orphanage. He was also the person who had raised me from childhood. That old man was unbelievably stubborn. When I was young, he had beaten me plenty of times. Being served broomstick stew was practically an everyday occurrence. But out of everyone in the orphanage, he had also treated me the best. He scolded me. He hit me. He protected me. He never neglected any of those duties. When my aptitude was tested as F rank, the old director's hair turned white overnight. He seemed to age 20 years in an instant. The original owner of this body believed he had disappointed the old man. He also thought remaining at the orphanage would only make him a burden. So he secretly left in the middle of the night. From that point onward, he never returned. Even thinking about it now made my chest feel tight. It was time to visit him. I could also tell the old man that the child he had raised wasn't trash. I was an S-rank genius. Although that was merely the level I had publicly displayed, it would still be enough to make him happy. Perhaps he would become so excited that his white hair would turn black again. Let's go. I nodded. Let's visit that old man. When I was young, he chased me around and beat me. Now that I'm young, strong, and have increased my cultivation, it's time to settle the score. If I don't pin him to the ground, he'll never understand the meaning of 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Chow Yufei covered her mouth and laughed. She had personally seen the old director chase me around with a broom. As a child, I had fled all over the orphanage while continuing to provoke him with my words. That had been when she first became interested in me. Later, I followed her everywhere, calling her my wife at every opportunity. I had even sworn that I would marry her when we grew up. Neither of us had expected those childish words to become reality. Let's buy some gifts first. She linked her arm through mine. You know the old director best. What does he like? I thought seriously. The thing he likes most can't be bought on such short notice. What is it? I sighed. Widows. The smile on Qiao Yufei's face instantly froze. What? That old man is a lecher. He liked widows when he was middle-aged, and he still likes widows now that he's old. He's spent his entire life obsessed with widows. Shameless. Qiao Yufei glared at me, her face red. How can you speak about the old director that way? I think he's a very upright person. You've been deceived by his appearance. I curled my lips. Actually, that isn't right. He doesn't look particularly upright either. At her strong insistence, we still went to buy gifts. I personally selected 2 bottles of Nulinshan Baijiu. The reason was simple. They were cheap. Half an hour later, the car stopped outside Jiangqing Orphanage. Standing at the entrance and looking at the familiar gate, I suddenly felt nervous. I had been gone for so many years. Would the old man still recognize me? More importantly, would he still be willing to see me? I took a deep breath and knocked. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? A childish voice came from inside. The gate opened a crack. A sturdy little boy poked his head out and looked at us curiously. Who are you looking for? While I was still overwhelmed with emotion, Qiao Yufei had already crouched down and asked gently, "We're looking for the old director. Is he here?" "He's upstairs." The boy opened the gate. "You can go in." I stepped into the orphanage. Every brick, every roof tile, the old tree in the courtyard, the swing in the corner. Every part of this place held memories from the original owner's childhood. I had been beaten here. I had stolen meat from the kitchen. I had led the other children over the wall to play outside. And it was here that I had first met Qiao Yufei. She slipped her arm through mine. She said nothing. She simply walked beside me. We arrived outside the director's office on the 2nd floor. I raised my hand and knocked twice. "Come in." A vigorous voice came from inside. It was the same familiar tone. I pushed open the door. The old director sat behind his desk. His hair was completely white. His body had aged. A kindly smile rested on his face as he looked down and organized the children's records. Hearing the door open, he raised his head. The moment he recognized me, the kindness on his face disappeared. "You little brat. You finally remembered to come back? Get out." He shot to his feet, glaring furiously as he began searching the room. There was no need to guess. He was looking for a broom. I reacted quickly, grabbed the broom beside the door, opened the window, and threw it outside. Then I folded my arms and smiled smugly at him. "Old man, still planning to serve me your broomstick stew?" "Not a chance." The old director's face and neck turned red with rage. "You little brat. I haven't seen you for several years, and now you're trying to rebel." Looking at his head of white hair, I suddenly felt my eyes sting. But I still refused to back down verbally. "We haven't seen each other for so many years. Why is your temper still so terrible? You're old now. Stop getting so angry. It's bad for your health." The old director glared at me and sat back down. "Get rid of that miserable expression. I'm not dead yet. I still have plenty of years left." I rubbed my eyes. "It took me so long to build up those emotions, and you ruined them all. You deserve it." He snorted. "You ran away for years without coming back even once. Do you even have a heart?" "Of course I do." I pulled Qiao Yufei to my side. "Didn't I bring my wife back to visit you? What do you think? My wife is beautiful, isn't she?" The old director looked Qiao Yufei over, then turned toward me. His eyes were filled with suspicion. "You're saying she's your wife?" "That's right. She agreed to marry you?" I immediately became unhappy. What's wrong with me? I'm handsome and charming now. Girls chase me wherever I go. The old director frowned. "Did you go to Korea for plastic surgery?" The smugness on my face instantly froze. This old man's words were still as infuriating as ever. Ignoring me, he turned toward Qiao Yufei. "Girl, whatever you do, don't let this little brat deceive you with his sweet talk. Other than his mouth, nothing about him is particularly impressive." The corner of my mouth twitched. "Old man, that's enough. If you keep going, my wife might really run away." The old director glared at me, but a smile finally appeared on his face. "Girl, are you really his wife?" Qiao Yufei was visibly nervous. To her, this was no different from meeting my family. Her face turned red as she nodded gently. We've already registered our marriage." The old director froze for 2 seconds. The next moment, he threw back his head and laughed. "Good, that's wonderful. This little brat has finally started a family. After living for so many years, he finally did something decent." He was still insulting me, but his laughter came from the heart. His eyes had also turned slightly red. I knew he had always treated me as his own grandson. After I secretly left years ago, his fury and grief had caused him to fall seriously ill. He had spent almost an entire year in the hospital. Only later had he gradually come to terms with it. Whether I had F-rank aptitude or A-rank aptitude, I was still a child he had raised. As long as I was alive and safe, he was satisfied. He had become angry with me earlier not because he hated me, but because I had disappeared for so many years without returning even once. Chow Yufei looked at him and asked softly, "Old director, don't you remember me?" The old director froze. "Have we met before?" "I'm old. My memory isn't what it used to be." He examined her carefully. "Were you also raised in this orphanage?" "That can't be right. All the girls who grew up here know what kind of person Chu Tian is. None of them should be willing to marry him." I stared fixedly at the beard on his chin. I really wanted to rush over and pull every last hair out. Chow Yufei laughed. "My father is Chow Zhenan." The old director's expression changed. "You're the girl from the Chow family?" Fei Fei. That's me." The old director immediately understood. He pointed at me and laughed even more happily. "You little brat. The smartest thing you've ever done was follow her around calling her your wife when you were children. So you were already plotting something improper at such a young age." My old face turned red. "What do you mean, plotting something improper? We were childhood sweethearts. You were a toad who camped beside the well in advance, waiting for the swan to fall in by itself." I took a deep breath. Endure it. He was an elder. I couldn't attack him. At least, not yet. After laughing for a while, the old director suddenly glanced at our hands. "You haven't returned for years. Now that you finally visit, did you come empty-handed?" "Who came empty-handed?" I immediately took out 2 bottles of liquor. They were inside boxes that Chow Yufei had found in her car. A large line of text was printed on them. "Guijiao 1950, exclusive internal supply." The old director's eyes instantly lit up. He snatched the liquor from me and examined the boxes from every angle. "Now this is good stuff. Ordinary people can't obtain this kind of exclusive liquor. You might be useless, but your wife is impressive. I need to hide these. I can't let those other old geezers see them." Watching him handle the boxes as though they were priceless treasures, my heart skipped a beat. This was bad. I had taken things too far. The boxes contained Nolinshan liquor. If he discovered that. I glanced outside the window. The broom I had thrown out might not even have landed yet. If I ran now, I might still make it. Chow Yufei also looked somewhat embarrassed and was about to explain, but I hurriedly grabbed her hand. "Don't say anything. Let me live a little longer." I coughed twice. "Old man, there's something else important I need to tell you. Let me warn you in advance. Don't get too excited after you hear it, and definitely don't start worshipping me." The old director held the 2 boxes of guojiao without even raising his head. "Spit it out." The corner of my mouth twitched. Fine. He could ignore me now. In a moment, I would become someone beyond his reach. I straightened my back and cleared my throat. My true martial aptitude has reawakened. There was something wrong with the old testing machine. I now have S-rank aptitude. The old director casually responded. "Oh, that was it." Where was the shock? The excitement? The tears of joy? I raised my voice. I said I've awakened S-rank, true martial aptitude. The old director glared at me. "Oh, I'm not deaf. I heard you." I was completely dumbfounded. "That's all? You don't have any other reaction?" I looked at the old director expectantly. There was no praise, no shock, and certainly no emotional tears. He merely glanced at me. "So what if it's S-rank? Having high aptitude doesn't guarantee that you'll become an expert. If you behave recklessly because of your aptitude, you'll suffer sooner or later. Cultivate steadily and conduct yourself properly. Don't achieve a little success and immediately forget who you are." The smile on my face froze completely. This was nothing like the reaction I had imagined. It was bad enough that he didn't praise me, but now he was lecturing me? "If you don't love me, at least don't hurt me." "Fine." I stood and took Chow Yufei's hand. "You win. We're leaving. Whatever you do, don't ask us to stay for dinner." I'm already full from anger. The old director didn't even raise his head. "I won't see you out." That made me even angrier. "Sweetheart, let's go." I turned and left the office. The moment the door closed, the old director finally raised his head. Looking toward the direction I had gone, he could no longer suppress the amusement in his eyes. "This little brat. You thought you could surprise me? You're still too inexperienced." Elder, he had personally visited that morning. Not only had he told the old director about my awakening of S-rank aptitude, but he had also described how the three great true martial academies had fought over me. The old director had already finished being excited. His calm reaction earlier had been nothing more than an act of composure in front of me. He lowered his head and looked at the exclusive guojiao on the desk, his smile deepening. That boy has finally made something of himself. Naturally, I knew none of this. When I left the orphanage, I was still filled with frustration. Chow Yufei got into the passenger seat and comforted me with a smile. The old director must be very happy. He simply didn't want to show it. I snorted. When he held those 2 bottles of liquor, his eyes nearly disappeared from smiling. But when he heard that I had S-rank aptitude, all he said was, "Oh." In his heart, I'm not even as important as 2 bottles of liquor. Just as I closed the orphanage gate, the sharp sound of brakes suddenly rang out. Screech. A BMW stopped at the entrance. I frowned. This was an orphanage. A child could run outside at any moment. What if something happened when someone drove that fast? The door opened. A young man in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses stepped out. His hair was combed perfectly. His leather shoes had been polished until they shone. He was even deliberately releasing a trace of true energy. He had completely perfected the appearance of a successful man. But he looked somewhat familiar. When the young man saw me, he visibly froze. "Are you?" "Chu Tian." "That's me." I looked him over. "And you are?" A trace of coldness quickly flashed through his eyes before he forced out a smile. "Bai Liang. Don't you remember me?" "Bai Liang." A memory quickly surfaced. When I was young, there had been a boy in the orphanage who always liked opposing me. Every time he provoked me, I beat him black and blue. When he couldn't win, he cried. After crying, he went to complain to the old director. I remember now. Realization dawned on me. Your little Bai, the crybaby. The smile on Bai Liang's face instantly disappeared. "Chu Tian, why are you still like this? After so many years, can't you act more mature?"